Chapter 18 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 18. The Murder of Galandus by Corsus. Of the uprising of the wars of King Gorice XII in Demonland, wherein is seen how in an old man of war stiff-neckedness and tyranny may overlive good generalship, and how a great king's displeasure dureth only so long as it agreeth with his policy. Naught befell to tell of after sailing of the fleet from Tenemos, till August was nigh spent. Then came a ship of Witchland from the west, and sailed up the river to Carse, and moored by the water-gate. Her skipper went straight aland and up into the royal palace in Carse, and the new banquet hall, whereas was King Gorice XII eating and drinking with his folk. And the skipper gave letters into the hands of the king. By then was night fallen, and all the bright lights kindled in the hall. The feast was 3 parts done, and thralls poured forth unto the king, and unto them that sat at meat with him, dark wines that crowned the banquet. And they set before the feasters sweetmeats, wondrous fair, bulls and pigs and griffins and other, made all of sugar paste, some wines and spigots in their bellies to taste, of every one with his silver fork. Mirth and pleasure was that night in the great hall in Carse, but now were all fallen silent, looking on the king's countenance while he read his letters. But none might read the countenance of the king, that was inscrutable as the high blind walls of Carse brooding on the fen. So in that waiting silence, sitting in his great high seat, he read his letters, which were sent by Corsus, and writ in manner following. Renowned King, and most high Prince and Lord Gorice XII of Witchland, and of Demonland, and of all kingdoms the sun doth spread his beams over. Corsus your servant doth prostrate myself before your greatness, even before the face of the earth. The gods grant unto you, most noble lord, health and continuance and safety many years. After that I had received my dispatch and leave from your majesty, whereby you did of your royal goodness give and grant unto me to be chief commander of all the warlike forces furnished and sent by you into Demonland, it may please your majesty I did with haste carry mine army and all weapons, munitions, victuals, and other provisions, accordingly toward those parts of Demonland that lie coasted against the eastern seas. Here with 27 ships, and the more part of my people, I sailing up into the Frith Micklefrith, did find 10 or 11 demon ships a-sailing, whereof Vol had the commandment without the Harborough of Lookinghaven, and by did Mac sink all ships of the said Vol without exception, and did slay the maist part of them that were with him, and his a shipboard. Now I let you understand, O my lord the king, that or ever we made the landfall, I severing my army into 2 troops, had dispatched Galandus with 13 ships north about to land with 1500 men at Econois, with command that he should thence away fare up into the hills through Celialand, and so seize the pass called the Stile, because none should come over from the west, for that is a good fighting stead, as a man might very conveniably hold against great numbers, if he be not an ass. So having rid me well of Vol, and by my hope and secret intelligence these were their entire fleet that was now all sunken and put to destruction by me, and truly it was a paltry work and light, so few there were against my force against them, I did come a land at the place hight Grunda, by the north port of the Frith, where the water out of Breckingdale falleth into the sea. Here I made make my camp, with the rampires thereof, reaching to the shore of the salt sea, both before and behind of me, and drew in supplies, and brent and slaw, and sent forth horsemen to bring me in intelligence. And on the 4th day had notice of a great power and strength coming at me from south out of Owlswick, to assail me in Grunda, and did fight against them, and did fling them back, being 4 or 5,000 soldiers, who returning next day toward Owlswick, I did follow after, and so took them facing me in a place called Crosby Outsides, where they did make shift to keep the fords and passages of Ethry River very strong. Here was befallen an horrible great murthering battle, where thy servant did oppress and overthrow with much dexterity those demons, making of them so bloody and cruel a slaughter as hath not been seen afore, not once nor twice in man's memory, and blithely I tell you of Viz, their chief captain killed, and dead of strips taken at Crosbyfeld. So have I now in the hollow of my hand by this victory the conquest and possession of all this land of Demonland, and do now purpose to deal with their castles, villages, riches, cattle, houses, and people in my way on all this eastern seaboard, within 50 miles compass, with rapes and murders and burnings and all harsh discipline according to your majesty's will. And do stand with mine army before Owlswick, bloody Spitfire's notable great castle and fortress, that alone yet liveth in this land of your dangerous, grievous, and malicious arch-enemies, and the same Spitfire being at my coming, fled into the mountains, all do submit and become your majesty's vassals. But I will not conclude nor determine of peace, no, not with man, yeoman, nor child of them, but kill them all, having always before my mind the satisfaction of your princely pleasure. Lest I be too large, I leave here to tell you of many rare and remarkable occurrences and observations, which nevertheless I lay by in my mind to acquaint you with against my coming home or by further writing. Laxus, bearing a king's name, do puff himself up, alleging he won the sea fight, but I shall satisfy your majesty to the contrary. Gro followeth the wars in as good sort as his lean spare body will well bear. Of Galandus I needs must say he do meddle too much in my counsels, still desiring me do thus and thus, but I will not. Heretofore, in the like unrespective manner, he hath now and then used me, which I have swallowed, but will not no more. Who if he go about to calumniate me in anything, I pray you, Lord, let me know it, though I despise both him and all such. And in acknowledgment of your high favours unto me would do kiss your majesty's hand. Most humbly and reverently unto my lord the king, under my seal, Corsus. The king put up the writing in his bosom. Bring me Corsus's cup, said he. They did so, and the king said, Fill it with Thramnian wine, drop me an emerald in it to spawn luck in the cup, and drink him fortune and wisdom in victory. Presmira, that had watched the king till now as a mother watches her child in the crisis of a fever, rose up radiant in her seat, crying, Victory! And all they fell a-shouting and smiting on the boards till the roof beams shook with their great shouting, while the king drank first and passed on the cup, that all might drink in turn. But Gorice the king sat dark among them, as a cliff of serpentine that frowns above dancing surges of a springtide summer sea. When the women left the banquet hall, the Lady Presmira came to the king and said, Your brow is too dark, lord, if indeed this news is all good that lights your heart and mind from withinward. The king answered and said, Madam, it is very good news. Yet remember that hard it is to lift a full cup without spilling. Now was summer worn, and harvest brought in, and on the 27th day after these tidings aforewrit came another ship of Witchland out of the west, sailing over the teeming deep, and rode on a full tide up Druima and through the Ergaspian Mere, and so anchored below Carse an hour before supper time. That was a calm, clear, sunshine evening, and King Gorice rode home from his hunting at that instant when the ship made fast by the water-gate. And there was the Lord Gro aboard of her, and the face of him as he came up out of the ship, and stood to greet the king, was the colour of quicklime a-slaking. The king looked narrowly at him, then, greeting him with much outward show of carelessness and pleasure, made him go with him to the king's own lodgings. There the king made Gro drink a great stoup of red wine, and said to him, I am all of a muck sweat from the hunting. Go in with me to my baths, and tell me all while I bathe me before supper. Princes of all men be in greatest danger, for that men dare not acquaint them with their own peril. Thou lookst prodigious. Know that shouldst thou proclaim to me all my fleet and army in Demonland brought to sheer destruction, that should not dull my stomach for the feast tonight. Witchland is not so poor I might not pay back such a loss thrice and four times, and yet have money in my purse. So speaking, the king was come with Gro into his great bath-chamber, walled and floored with green serpentine, with dolphins carved in the same stone to belch water into the baths, that were lined with white marble and sunken in the floor, both wide and deep, the hot bath on the left and the cold bath, many times greater, on the right as they entered the chamber. The king dismissed all his attendants, and made Gro sit on a bench piled with cushions above the hot bath, and drink more wine. And the king stripped off his jerkin of black cowhide, and his hose and his shirt of white Beshrian wool, and went down into the steaming bath. Gro looked with wonder on the mighty limbs of Gorice the king, so lean and yet so strong to behold, as if he were built all of iron. And a great marvel it was how the king, when he had put off his raiment and royal apparel, and went down stark naked into the bath, yet seemed to have put off not one whit of his kingliness, and the majesty and dread which belonged to him. So when he had plunged a while in the swirling waters of the bath, and soaped himself from head to foot, and plunged again, the king lay back luxuriously in the water, and said to Gro, Tell me of Corsus and his sons, and of Laxus and Galandus, and of all my men west overseas, as thou shouldest tell of those whose life or death in our conceit importeth as much as that of a scarab fly. Speak and fear not, keeping nothing back, nor glozing over nothing. Only that should make me dreadful to thee, if thou shouldst practise to deceive me. Gro spake and said, My lord the king, you have letters, I think, from Corsus, that have told you how we came to Demonland, and how we gat a victory over Vol in the sea fight, and landed at Grunda, and fought 2 battles against Viz, and overthrew him in the last, and he is dead. Didst thou see these letters? Asked the king. Gro answered, Aye. Is it a true tale they tell me? Gro answered, Mainly true, O king, though somewhat now and then he windeth truth to his turn, swelling over much his own achievement, as at Grunda, where he maketh too great the demon's army, that by a just computation were fewer than us, and the battle was not ours nor theirs, for while our left held them by the sea, they stormed our camp on the right. And well I think 'twas to inveigle us into country that should be likelier to his purpose, that Viz fell back toward Owlswick in the night. But as touching the battle of Crosby Outsacks, Corsus braggeth not too much. That was greatly fought and greatly devised by him, who also slew Viz with his own hands in the thick of the battle, and made a great victory over them, and scattered all their strength, coming upon them at unawares, and taking them upon advantage. So saying, Gro stretched forth his delicate white fingers to the goblet at his side, and drank. And now, O king, said he, leaning forward over his knees and running his fingers through the black perfumed curls above his ears, I am to tell you of the uprising of those discontents that infected all our fortunes, and confounded us all. Now came Galandus with some few men down from Breakingdale, leaving his main force of 1400 men or so to hold the stile, as was agreed upon aforetime. Now Galandus had advertisement of Spitfire come out of the west country, where he was sojourning when we came into Demonland, disporting himself in the mountains with huntings of the bears that do there inhabit, but now come hotfoot eastward, and a gathering of men at Gaeling. And on Galandus's urgent asking was held a council of war 3 days after Crosby Outsacks, wherein Galandus set forth his counsel that we should fare north to Gaeling and disperse them. All thought well of this counsel, save Corsus, but he took it mighty ill, being stubborn set to carry out his predetermined purpose, which was to follow up this victory of Crosby Outsacks by so many cruel murders, rapes, and burnings, up and down the countryside in Upper and Lower Tiveranderdale, and down by Onward Lythe and the southern seaboard, as should show these vermin he was their master whom they did require, and the scourge in your hand, O king, that must scourge them to the bare bone. To which Galandus, making answer that the preparations at Gaeling did argue something to be done, and not afar off, and that this were a pretty matter, if Owlswick and Drepperby shall be able to enforce us cast our eyes over our shoulders, while those before us, meaning in Gaeling, strike us in the brains. Corsus answereth most unhandsomely, I will not satisfy myself with this intelligence until I find it more soundly seconded. Nor would he listen, but said that this was his mind, and all we should abide by it, or an ill thing should else befall us. That this southeastern corner of the land, being gained with great terror and cruelty, the neck of the wars in Demonland should then be broken, and all the others, whether in Gaeling or otherwhere, could not choose but die like dogs. That 'twas pure folly, because of the hardness and naughty ways of the country, to set upon Gaeling, and that he would quickly show Galandus he was lord there. So was the council broke up in great discontent, and Galandus abode before Owlswick, which, as thou knowest, O king, is a mighty strong place, seated on an arm of the land that runneth out into the sea beside the harbour, and a paven way goeth thereto, that is covered with the sea, save at low tide of a spring-tide. And we drew great store of provisions thither, against a siege, if such should befall us. But Corsus, with his main forces, went south about the country, murthering and ravishing, on his way to the new house of Goldry Blusco at Drepperby, giving out that from henceforth should folk speak no more of Drepperby Mire and Drepperby Combust that the ghouls did burn, but both should shortly be burnt alike as 2 cinders. Aye, said the king, coming out of the bath, and did he burn it so? Gro answered, he did, O king. The king lifted his arms above his head, and plunged head foremost into the great cold swimming bath. Coming forth anon, he took a towel to dry himself, and holding an end of it in either hand, came and stood by Gro, the towel rushing back and forth behind his shoulders, and said, Proceed, tell me more. Lord, said Gro, so it was that they in Owlswick gave up the place at last unto Galandus, and Corsus came back from the burning of Drepperby Mire. All the folk in that part of Demonland had he brought to misery in her most sharp condition, but now was he to find by sour experience what that neglect had bred him, when he went not north to Gaeling, as Galandus had counselled him to do. For now was word of Spitfire marching out from Gaeling with 110 score foot, and 250 horse. Upon which tidings we placed ourselves in very warlike fashion, and moved north to meet them, and on the last morn of August fell in with their army, in a place called the Rapes of Brema, in the open parts of Lower Tiveranderdale. All we were blithe at heart, for we held them at an advantage both in numbers, for we were more than 3,400 fighting men, whereof were 400 a horseback, and in the goodness of our fighting stead, being perched on the edge of a little valley, looking down on Spitfire and his folk. There we abode for a time, watching what he would do, till Corsus grew weary of this, and said, "We are more than there. I will march north, and then east across the head of the valley, and so cut them off, that they escape not north again to Galen after the battle, when they are worsted by us." Now Galandus naysayed this strongly, willing him to stand and abide their onset, for being mountaineers they must certainly choose at length, if we kept quiet, to attack us up the slope, and that were mightily to our advantage. But Corsus, that still grew from day to day more hard to deal with, would not hear him, and at last sticked not to accuse him before them all, which was most false, that he did practice to gain the command for himself, and had caused Corsus to be set upon to have him and his sons murdered, as they went from his lodging the night before. And Corsus gave order for the march across their front, as I have told it you, O king, which indeed was the counsel of a madman, for Spitfire, when he saw our column crossing the dale-head on his right, gave order for the charge, took us in the flank, cut us in two, and in 2 hours had our army smashed like an egg that is dropped from a watchtower on a pavement of hard granite. Never so I saw evil a destruction wrought on a great army. Hardly and in evil case we won back to Owlswick, with but 1,700 men, and of them some hundreds wounded sore. And if 200 fell of the other side, 'tis a wonder and past expectation, so great was Spitfire's victory upon us at the Rapes of Brema. And now was our war worsened by fugitives coming from the north, telling how Zig had fallen upon the small force that was left to hold the stile, and clean overwhelmed them. So were we now shut up in Owlswick, and close besieged by Spitfire and his army, who but for the devilish folly of Corsus had ne'er made head against us. An ill night was that, O my lord the king, in Owlswick by the sea. Corsus was drunk, and both his sons, guzzling down goblet upon goblet of the wine from Spitfire's cellars in Owlswick, till at last he was fallen spewing on the floor betwixt the tables, and Galandus, standing amongst us all, galled to the quick after the shame and ruin of our fortunes, cried out and said, "Soldiers of Witchland, I am aweary of this Corsus, a rioter, a lecher, a surfeiter, a brawler, a spiller of armies, our own, not our enemies, who must bring us all to hell, and we take not order to prevent him." And he said, "I will go home again to Witchland, and have no more share, no part in this shame." But all they cried, "To the devil with Corsus, be thou our general." Gro was silent a minute. "O king," he said at last, "if so it be that the malice of the gods and mine own fortune have brought me to that case that I am part guilty of that which came about, blame me not overmuch. Little I thought any word of mine should help Corsus in the going forward of his bad enterprise. When all they called still upon Galandus, saying, 'Ha, ha, Galandus, weed out the weeds, lest the best corn fester, be thou our general,' he took me aside to speak with him, because he said he would take further judgment in me before he would consent in so great a matter. And I, seeing deadly danger in these disorders, and thinking that there only lay our safety, if he should have command, who was both a soldier, and whose mind was bent to high attempts and noble enterprises, did egg him forward to accept it, so that he, albeit unwilling, said yea to them at last, which all applauded, and Corsus said naught against it, being too sleepy sodden, as we thought, with drunkenness to speak or move. So for that night we went to bed. But in the morn, O king, was a great clamour betimes in the main court in Owlswick, and I, running forth in my shirt in the misty grey of dawn, beheld Corsus standing forth in the gallery before Galandus's lodgings that were in an upper chamber. He was naked to the waist, his hairy breast and arms to the armpits clotted and adrip with blood, and in his hands 2 bloody daggers. He cried in a great voice, "Treason in the camp, but I have scotched it. He that will have Galandus to his general, come up, and I shall mix his blood with his, and make them familiar." By then had the king drawn on his silken hose, and a clean silken shirt, and was about lacing his black doublet trimmed with diamonds. "Thou tellest me," said he, "2 faults committed by Corsus, that first he lost me a battle, and nigh half his men, and next did murder Galandus in a spleen against him, when he would have amended this." "Killing Galandus in his sleep," said Gro, "and sending him from the shade into the house of darkness." "Well," said the king, "there be 2 days in every month when whatever is begun will never reach completion, and I think it was on such a day he did execute his purpose upon Galandus." "The whole camp," said Lord Gro, "is up in a mutiny against him, being marvellously offended at the murder of so worthy a man in arms, yet durst they not openly go against him, for his veterans guard his person, and he hath let slice the guts out of some dozen or more that were foremost in murmuring at him, so that the rest are afeard to make open rebellion. I tell you, O king, your army of Demonland is in great danger and peril. Spitfire sitteth down before Owlswick in mickle strength, and there is no expectation that we shall hold out long without supply of men. There is danger too lest Coursus do some desperate act. I see not how, with so mutinous an army as his, he can dare to attempt anything at all, yet hath he his ears filled with the continual sound of reputation, and the contempt which will be spread to the disgrace of him, if he repair not soon his fault on the rapes of Brema. It is thought that the demons have no ships, and Laxus commandeth the sea. Yet hard it is to make any going betwixt the fleet and Owlswick, and there be many goodly harbours and places for building of ships in Demonland. If they can stop our relieving of Coursus, and prevent Laxus with a fleet at spring, maybe we shall be driven to a great calamity. How camest thou off? Said the king. O king, answered Lord Gro, after this murder in Owlswick I did daily fear a fig or a knife, so for mine own health and witchlands devised all the ways I could to come away, and gat at last to the fleet by stealth, and there took rede with Laxus, who is most hot upon Coursus for this ill deed of his, whereby all our hopes may end in smoke, and prayed me come to you, for him as for myself, and for all true hearts of Witchland that do seek your greatness, O king, and not decay, that you might send them succour ere all be shent. For surely in Coursus some wild distraction hath overturned his old condition, and spilt the goodness you once did know in him. His look hath gone from him, and he is now one that would fall on his back and break his nose. I pray you strike, ere fate strike first, and strike us into the hazard. Tush, said the king, do not lift me before I fall. 'Tis supper time. Attend me to the banquet. By now was Gorice the king in full festival attire, with his doublet of black tiffany slashed with black velvet, and broidered o'er with diamonds, black velvet hose cross-gartered with silver-spangled bands of silk, and a great black bear-skin mantle and collar of ponderous gold. The iron crown was on his head. He took down from his chamber wall as they went by a sword hafted of blue steel, with a pommel of bloodstone carved like a dead man's skull. This he bare naked in his hand, and they came into the banquet hall. They that were there rose to their feet in silence, gazing expectant on the king, where he stood between the pillars of the door, with that sharp sword held on high, and the jewelled crab of Witchland ablaze above his brow. But most they marked his eyes. Surely the light in the eyes of the king under his beetle brows was like a light from the underskies shed upward from the pit of hell. He said no word, but with a gesture beckoned Corineus. Corineus stood up and came to the king, slowly, as a night walker, obedient to that dread gaze. His cloak of sky-blue silk was flung back from his shoulders. His chest, broad as a bull's, swelled beneath the shining silver scales of his byrnie, that was short-sleeved, leaving his strong arms bare to view, with golden rings about the wrists. Proudly he stood before the king, his head firm planted above his mighty throat and neck, his proud luxurious mouth, made for wine-cups and for ladies' lips, firm set above the square shaven chin and jaw, the thick fair curls of his hair bound with black bryony, the insolence that dwelt in his dark blue eyes tamed for a while in face of that green bale light that rose and fell in the steadfast gaze of the king. When they had so stood silent while men might count 20 breaths, the king spake, saying, Corineus, receive the name of the kingdom of Demonland, which thy lord and king give thee, and make homage to me thereof. The breath of amazement went about the hall. Corineus kneeled. The king gave him that sword which he held in his hand, bare for the slaughter, saying, With this sword, O Corineus, thou shalt wear out this blemish and blot that until now rested upon thee in mine eye. Coursus hath proved haggard. He hath made miss in Demonland. His sottish folly hath shut him up in Owlswick, and lost me half his force. His jealousy, too maliciously and bloodily bent against my friends stead of mine enemies, hath lost me a good captain. The wonderful disorder and distresses of his army must, if thou amend it not, swing all our fortune at one chop from bliss to bale. If this be rightly handled by thee, one great stroke shall change every deal. Go thou and prove thy demerits. The Lord Corineus stood up, holding the sword point downward in his hand. His face flamed red as an autumn sky, when leaden clouds break apart on a sudden westward, and the sun looks out between. My lord the king, said he, give me where I may sit down, I will make where I may lie down. Ere another moon shall wax again to the full, I will set forth from Tenemos. If I do not shortly remedy for you our fortunes, which this bloody fool hath laboured to ruinate, spit in my face, O king. Withhold from me the light of your countenance, and put spells upon me shall destroy and blast me for ever. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 19. Thremnir's Hurch. Of the Lord Spitfire's besieging of the witches in his own castle of Owlswick, and how he did battle against Corinius under Thremnir's Hurch, and the men of Witchland won the day. Lord Spitfire sat in his pavilion before Owlswick in mickle discontent. A brazier of hot coals made a pleasant warmth within, and lights filled the rich tent with splendour. From without came the noise of rain steadily falling in the dark autumn night, splashing in the puddles, pattering on the silken roof. Zig sat by Spitfire on the bed, his hawk-like countenance shadowed with an unwonted look of care. His sword stood between his knees, point downward on the floor. He tipped it gently with either hand, now to the left, now to the right, watching with pensive gaze the warm light shift and gleam in the ball of ballast ruby that made the pommel of the sword. "Fell it out so accursedly," said Spitfire. "All 10, thou saidst, on Ramaric strands?" Zig nodded assent. "Where was he that he saved them not?" said Spitfire. "Oh, it was vilely miscarried." Zig answered, "'Twas a swift and secret landing in the dark, a mile east of the harbour. Thou must not blame him unheard." "What more remain to us?" said Spitfire. "Content. I'll hear him. What ships remain to us is more to the purpose. 3 by North Sands Airs, below Elmisted, 5 on Throwater, 2 by Lichness, 2 more at Orwath, 6 by my direction on Stropperton Firth, 7 here on the beach. Besides 4 at the Firth Head in Westmark," said Zig, "and order is ta'en for more in the Isles." 20 and 9, said Spitfire, "and those in the Isles beside, and not one afloat, nor can be ere spring. If Laxus smell them out and take them as lightly as these he burned under Vol's nose on Ramaric strands, we do but plough the desert building them." He rose to pace the tent. "Thou must raise me new forces for to break into Owlswick. 'Fore heaven," he said, "this vexes me to the guts, to sit at mine own gate full 2 months like a beggar, while Corsus and those 2 cubs his sons drink themselves drunk within, and play at cockshies with my treasures." "On the wrong side of the wall," said Zig. "The master builder may judge the excellence of his own building." Spitfire stood by the brazier, spreading his strong hands above the glow. After a time he spake more soberly. "It is not these few ships burnt in the north should trouble me, and indeed Laxus hath not 500 men to man his whole fleet withal. But he holdeth the sea, and ever since his putting out into the deep with 30 sail from Lookinghaven, I do expect fresh succours out of Witchland. 'Tis that maketh me champ still on the bit, till this hold be won again. For then were we free at least to meet their landing. But we're most unfit at this time of the year to carry on a siege in low and watery grounds, the enemy's army being on foot and unengaged. Wherefore this is my mind, O my friend, that thou go with haste over the stile, and fetch me supply of men. Leave force to ward our ships a-building, wheresoever they be, and a good force in Crothering and thereabout, for I will not be found a false steward of his lady sister's safety. And in thine own house make sure. But these things being provided, shear up the war arrow, and bring me out of the west 15 or 1800 men-at-arms. For I do think that by me and thee, and such a head of men of Demonland as we shall then command, Owlswick gates may be brast open, and Corsus plucked out of Owlswick like a wilk out of his shell." Zig answered him, "I'll be gone at point of day." Now they rose up and took their weapons, and muffled themselves in their great campaigning cloaks, and went forth with torch-bearers to walk through the lines, as every night ere he went to rest it was Spitfire's wont to do, visiting his captains and setting the guard. The rain fell gentlier. The night was without a star. The wet sands gleamed with the lights of Owlswick Castle, and from the castle came by fits the sound of feasting, heard above the wash and moan of the sullen sleepless sea. When they had made all sure, and were come nigh again to Spitfire's tent, and Zig was upon saying good night, there rose up out of the shadow of the tent an ancient man, and came betwixt them into the glare of the torches. Shrivelled and wrinkled and bowed he seemed, as with extreme age. His hair and his beard hung down in elf locks adrip with rain. His mouth was toothless, his eyes like a dead fish's eyes. He touched Spitfire's cloak with his skinny hand, saying in a voice like the night raven's, "Spitfire, beware of Thremnia's hurt." Spitfire said, "What have we here? And which way the devil came he into my camp?" But that aged man still held him by the cloak, saying, "Spitfire, is not this thine house of Owlswick? And is it not the most strong and fair place that ever man saw in this country?" "Filth unhand me," said Spitfire, "else shall I presently thrust thee through with my sword, and send thee to the torturers of hell, where I doubt not the devils there too long await thee." But that aged man said again, "Hot stirring heads are too easily entrapped. Hold fast, Spitfire, to that which is thine, and beware of Thremnia's hurt." Now was Lord Spitfire wood angry, and because the old carle still held him by the cloak and would not let him go, plucked forth his sword, thinking to have stricken him about the head with the flat of his sword. But with that stroke went a gust of wind about them, so that the torch flames were nigh blown out, and that was strange of a still windless night. And in that gust was the old man vanished away, like a cloud passing in the night. Zig spake, "The thin habit of spirits is beyond the force of weapons." "Pish," said Spitfire, "was this a spirit? I hold it rather a simulacrum, or illusion, prepared for us by Witchland's cunning, to darken our counsel and shake our resolution." On the morrow, while yet sunrise was red, Lord Zig went down to the seashore to bathe in the great rock pools that faced southward across the little bay of Owlswick. The salt air was fresh after the rain. The wind that had veered to the east blew in cold and pinching gusts. In a rift between slate-blue clouds the low sun flamed blood-red. Far to the south-east, where the waters of Micklefirth open on the main, the low cliffs of Lookinghaven Ness loomed shadowy as a bank of cloud. Zig laid down his sword and spear and looked south-east across the firth, and behold, a ship in full sail rounding the Ness and steering northward on the larboard tack. And when he had put off his kirtle, he looked again, and behold, 2 more ships are steering round the Ness and sailing hard in the wake of the first. So he donned his kirtle again and took his weapons, and by then were 15 sailors steering up the firth in line ahead, dragons of war. So he fared hastily to Spitfire's tent, and found him yet abed, for sweet sleep yet nursed in her bosom impetuous Spitfire. His head was thrown back on the broidered pillow, displaying his strong shaven throat and chin. His fierce mouth beneath his bristling fair mustachios was relaxed in slumber, and his fierce eyes closed in slumber beneath their yellow bristling eyebrows. Zig took him by the foot and waked him, and told him all the matter. 15 ships, and every ship, as I might plainly see as they drew nigh, as full of men as there be eggs in a herring's roe. So cometh our expectation to the birth. And so, said Spitfire, leaping from the couch, cometh Laxus again to Demonland, with fresh meat to glut our swords withal. He caught up his weapons and ran to a little knoll that stood above the beach over against Owlswick Castle, and all the host ran to behold those dragons of war sail up the firth at dawn of day. They doused sail, said Spitfire, and put in for Scaramsey. 'Tis not for nothing I taught these Witchlanders on the rapes of Brema. Laxus, since he witnessed that downthrow of their army, now accounteth islands more wholesomer than the mainland, well knowing we have nor sails nor wings to strike across the firth at him. Yet scarcely by skulking in the islands shall he break up the siege of Owlswick. Zig said, I would know where be his 15 other ships. In 15 ships, said Spitfire, it is not possible he beareth more than 1600 or 1700 men of war. Against so many I am strong enough today, should they adventure a landing, to throw 'em into the sea, and still contain Corsus if he make a sally. If more be added, I am the less secure. Therefore occasion calleth but the louder for thy purposed faring to the west. So the Lord Zig called him out 12 men-at-arms, and went a horseback. By then were all the ships rowed ashore under the southern spit of Scaramsey, where is good anchorage for ships. They were there hidden from view, all save their masts that showed over the spit, so that the demons might observe naught of their disembarking. Spitfire rode with Zig 3 miles or 4, as far as the brow of the descent to the fords of Ethrywater, and there bade him farewell. Lightning shall be slow to my hasting, said Zig, till I be back again. Meantime I would have thee be not too scornfully unmindful of that old man. "Chirking of sparrows," said Spitfire. "I have forgot his brabble." Nevertheless, his glance shifted southward beyond Owlswick, to the great bluff of tree-hung precipice that stands like a sentinel above the meadows of lower Tiveranderdale, leaving but a narrow way betwixt its lowest crags and the sea. He laughed. "O my friend, I am yet a boy in thine eyes, it seemeth, albeit I am well nigh 29 years old." "Laugh at me an thou wilt," said Zig. "Without this word said, I could not leave thee." "Well," said Spitfire, "to lull thy fears, I'll not go a bird-nesting on Thremne's Hearth till thou come back again." Now for a week or more was naught to tell of, save that Spitfire's army sat before Owlswick, and they on the island sent ever and again 3 or 4 ships to land suddenly about Lookinghaven, or at the head of the Firth, or south away beyond Drepperby, as far as the coastlands under Rimmen Armon, harrying and burning. And as oft as force was gathered against them, they fared aboard and sailed back to Scaramsey. In those days came Vol from the west, with 100 men, and joined him with Spitfire. The 8th day of November, the weather worsened, and clouds gathered from the west and south, till all the sky was a welter of huge watery leaden clouds, separated one from another by oily streaks of white. The wind grew fitful as the day wore. The sea was dark like dull iron. Rain began to fall in big drops. The mountains showed monstrous and shadowy, some dark inky blue, others in the west like walls and bastions of clotted mist against the hueless mist of heaven behind them. Evening closed with thunder and rain, and lightning-torn banks of vapour. All night long the thunder roared in sullen intermission, and all night long new banks of thunderclouds swung together, and parted, and swung together again. The light of the moon was abated, and no light seen save the levin brand, and the campfires before Owlswick, and the light of revelry within. So that the demons camped before the castle were not ware of those 15 ships that put out from Scaramsey on that wild sea, and landed 2 or 3 miles to the southward by the great bluff on Thremne's Hearth. Nor were they ware at all of them that landed from the ships, 15 or 1600 men at arms, with Hemming of Witchland and his younger brother Cargo for their leaders. And the ships rowed back to Scaramsey through the loud storm and fury of the weather, all save one that foundered in Bothra Sound. But on the morn, when the tempest was abated, might all behold the putting forth of 14 ships of war from Scaramsey, every ship of them laden with men-at-arms. They had passage swiftly over the Firth, and came a land 2 miles south of Owlswick, and the ships stood off again from the land, but the army marshalled for battle on the meads above Mingarn Hope. Now Lord Spitfire let draw up his men, and moved out southward from the lines before Owlswick. When they were come within some half-miles distance of the Witchland army, so that they might see clearly their russet kirtles, and their shields and body armour of bronze, and the dull glint of their sword blades, and the heads of their spears, Vol, that rode by Spitfire, spake and said, "Markest thou him, O Spitfire, that rideth back and forth before their battle, marshalling them? So ever rode Corineus, and well mayest thou know him, even afar off by his showiness and jaunting carriage. Yet see a great wonder now, for who ever heard tell of this young Hotspur giving back from the fight? And now, or ever we be gotten within spear-shot?" "By the bright eye of day," cried Spitfire, "'tis so! Will he balk me quite of a battle? I'll loose a handful of horse upon them to delay their haste, ere they be flown beyond sight and finding." Therewith he gave command to his horsemen to ride forth upon the enemy, and they rode forth with Astar of Retre, that was brother-in-law to Lord Zig, for their leader. But the Witchland horse met them by the shallows of Aron Pow, and held them in the shallows, while Corineus with his main army won across the river. And when the main body of the demons were come up, and the passage forced, the Witchlanders were gotten clean away across the water meadows, to the pass betwixt the shore and the steeps of Thremne's Hearth. Then said Spitfire, "They stay not to form even i' the narrow way twixt the sea and the Hearth, and that were their safety, if they had but the heart to turn and stand us." And he shouted with a great shout upon his men to charge the enemy, and suffer not a witch to overlive that slaughter. So the footmen caught hold of the stirrup leathers of the horsemen, and running and riding they poured into the narrow pass, and ever was Spitfire foremost among his men, hewing to left and right among the press, riding on that whelming battle-tide that seemed to bear him on to triumph. But now on a sudden was he, who with but 1200 men had so hotly followed 1500 into the straight passage under Thremne's Hearth, made ware too late that he must have to do with 3000. Corineus rallying his folk and turning like a wolf in the pass, while Coron's sons, that had landed as aforesaid in the storm in the murk of night, swept down with their battalions from the wooded slopes behind the Hurch, in such wise that Spitfire wist not sooner of any foreshadowing of disaster than of disaster's self, the thunder of the blow in flank and front and rear. Then befell great manslaying between the sea cliffs and the sea. The demons, taken at that advantage, were like a man tripped in mid-stride by a rope across the way. By the sore onset of the witches they were driven down into the shallows of the sea, and the spume of the sea was red with blood. And the Lord Gorice, now that he had done with feigned retreat, fared through the battle like a stream of unquenchable wildfire, that none might sustain his strokes that were about him. Now was Spitfire's horse slain under him with a spear thrust, as riding fetlock deep in the yielding sand he rallied his men to fling back hemming. But Bremery of Shawes brought him another horse, and so mightily went he forth against the witches, that the sons of Corrund were fain to give back before his onslaught, and that wing of the Witchland army was pressed back against the broken ground below the Hurch. Yet was that of little avail, for Corineus brake through from the north, thrusting the demons with great slaughter back from the sea, so that they were penned betwixt him and Hemming. Therewith Spitfire turned with some picked companies against Corineus, and well it seemed for a while that a great force of the witches must be whelmed or drowned in the salt waves, and Corineus himself stood now in great peril of his life, for his horse was bogged in the soft sands, and might not win free for all his plunging. In that nick of time came Spitfire through the Stour, with a band of demons about him, slaying as he came. He shouted with a terrible voice, "O Corineus, hateful to me and mine as are the gates of hell, now will I kill thee, and thy dead carcass shall fatten the sweet meads of Owlswick." Corineus answered him, "Bloody Spitfire, last of 3 whelps, for thy brothers are by now dead and rotten, I shall give thee a choke pair." Therewith Spitfire shot a twirl spear at him. It missed the man, but smote the great horse in the shoulder, so that he plunged and fell in a heap, hurt to the death. But the Lord Corineus, lighting nimbly on his feet, caught Spitfire's horse by the bridle rein, and smote it on the muzzle, even as he rode at him, so that the horse reared up and swerved. Spitfire made a great blow at him with an axe, but it came slantwise on the helmet ridge and glented aside in air. Then Corineus thrust up under Spitfire's shield with his sword, and the point entered the big muscle of the arm near the armpit, and glancing against the bone, tore up through the muscles of the shoulder, and that was a great wound. Nevertheless Spitfire slacked not from the fight, but smote at him again, thinking to have hewn off his arm, the hand whereof still clutched to the bridle rein. Corineus caught the axe on his shield, but his fingers loosed the rein, and almost he fell to earth under that mighty stroke, and the good bronze shield was dented and battered in. Now with the loosing of the reins was Spitfire's horse plunged forward, carrying him past Corineus toward the sea. But he turned and hailed him, crying, "Get thee an horse, for I count it unworthy to fight with thee bearing this advantage over thee, I a horseback and thou on foot." Corineus cried out and answered, "Come down from thine horse then, and meet me foot to foot, and know it, my pretty throstle-cock, that I am king in Demonland, which dignity I hold of the King of Kings, Gorice of Witchland, mine only overlord. Meet it is that I show thee in combat singular, that vauntest thyself greatest among the rebels yet alive in this my kingdom, how much greater is my might than thine." "These be great and thumping words," said Spitfire. "I shall thrust them down thy throat again." Therewith he made as if to light down from his horse, but as he strove to light down, a mist went before his eyes, and he reeled in his saddle. His men rushed in betwixt him and Corineus, and the captain of his bodyguard bare him up, saying, "You are hurt, my lord. You must not fight no more with Corineus, for your highness is unmeet for fighting, and may not stand alone." So they that were about him bare up great Spitfire, and the melee that was stayed while those lords dealt together in single combat brake forth afresh in that place. But all the while had furious war swung and ravened below Thremnia's Hurch, and wondrous was the valour of the demons, for many hundred were slain or wounded to the death, and but a small force were there that yet remained to bear up the battle against the witches. Now those that were with Spitfire departed with him in the secretest manner that they could out of the fight, wrapping about him a watchet-coloured cloak to hide his shining armour. They stanched the blood that ran from the great wound in his shoulder, and bound it up carefully, and carried him a horseback by Vol's command into Tremerdale by secret mountain paths up to a desolate corrie east of Sterry Gap, under the great scree shoot that flanks the precipices of the south summit of Demon. A long time he lay there senseless, like to one dead, for many hurts had he taken in the unequal fight, and greatly was he bruised and battered, but worst of all was the sore hurt Corineus gave him, ere they parted betwixt the limits of land and sea. And when night was fallen, and all the ways were darkened, came the Lord Vol with a few companions, utterly wearied, to that lonely quarry. The night was still and cloudless, and the maiden moon walked high heaven, blackening the shadows of the great peaks that were like shark's teeth against the night. Spitfire lay on a bed of ling and cloaks in the lee of a great boulder. Ghastly pale was his face in the silver moonlight. Vol leaned upon his spear, looking earnestly upon him. They asked him tidings, and Vol answered, "All lost," and still looked upon Spitfire. They said, "My lord, we have stanched the blood and bound up the wound, but his lordship abideth yet senseless, and greatly we fear for his life, lest this great hurt yet prove his bane sore." Vol kneeled beside him on the cold sharp stones, and tended him as a mother might her sick child, applying to the wound leaves of black boarhound and milfoil and other healing simples, and giving him to drink out of a flask of precious wine of Arshelmar, ripened for an age in the deep cellars below Trothering. So that in a while Spitfire opened his eyes and said, "Draw back the curtains of the bed, for 'tis many a day since I woke up in Owlswick. Or is it night indeed? How went the fight then?" His eyes stared at the naked rocks and the naked sky beyond them. Then with a great groan he lifted himself on his right elbow. Vol put a strong arm about him, saying, "Drink the good wine and have patience. There be great doings toward." Spitfire stared round him a while, then said violently, "Shall we be foxes and fugitive men to dwell in holes of the hollow mountainside? So the bright day is done, huh? Then off with these trammels," and he fell a-tearing at the bandage on his wounds. But Vol prevented him with strong hands, saying, "Bethink thou on how thee alone, O glorious Spitfire, and on thy wise heart and valiant soul that delighteth in furious war, resteth all our hope to ward off from our lady wives and dear children, and all our good land and fee, the fury of the men of Witchland, and to save alive the great name of Demonland. Let not thy proud heart be capable of despair." But Spitfire groaned and said, "Certain it was that woe and evil hap must be to Demonland until my kinsman be gotten home again, and that day I think shall never dawn." And he cried, "Boasted he not that he is king in Demonland? And yet had I not my sword in his umbles, and thou thinkest I'll live in shame?" Therewithal he strove again to tear off the bandages, but Vol prevented him. And he raved and said, "Who was it forced me from the battle? 'Tis pity of his life to have abused me so. Better dead than run from Corineus like a beaten puppy. Let me go, false traitors. I will amend this. I will die fighting. Let me go back." Vol said, "Lift up thine eyes, great Spitfire, and behold the Lady Moon. How virgin-free she walketh the wide fields of heaven, and the glory of the stars of heaven, which in their multitudes attend her. And as little as earthly mists and storms do dim her, but though she be hid a while, yet when the tempest is abated, and the sky swept bare of clouds, there she appeareth again in her steadfast course, mistress of tides and seasons, and swayer of the fates of mortal men. Even such is the glory of sea-girt Demonland, and the glory of thine house, O Spitfire. And as little as commotions in the heavens should avail to remove these everlasting mountains, so little availeth disastrous war, though it be a great fight lost, as was today, to shake down our greatness, that are mightiest with the spear from of old, and able to make all earth bow to our glory." So said Vol. And the Lord Spitfire looked out across the mist-choked sleeping valley, to the great rock faces dim in the moonlight, and the lean peaks grand and silent beneath the moon. He spake not, whether for strengthlessness, or as charmed to silence by the mighty influences of night and the mountain solitudes, and by Vol's voice speaking deep and quiet in his ear, like the voice of night herself calming earthborn tumults and despairs. After a time Vol spake once more, "Thy brethren shall come home again, doubt it not, but till then art thou our strength. Therefore have patience, heal thy wounds, and raise forces again. But shouldst thou in desperate madness destroy thy life, then we were shent indeed." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 20. King Corineus. Of the entry of the Lord Corineus into Owlswick, and how he was crowned in Spitfire's sapphire chair as Viceroy of Gorice the King, and King in Demonland, and how all that were in Owlswick Castle did so receive and acknowledge him. Corineus, having completed this great victory, came with his army north again to Owlswick, as daylight began to fade. The drawbridge was let down for him, and the great gates flung wide, that were studded with silver and ribbed with adamant, and in great pomp rode he and his into Owlswick Castle, over the causey builded of the living rock and great blocks of hewn granite out of Tremedale. The more part of his army lay in Spitfire's camp before the castle, but 1,000 were with him in his entry into Owlswick, with Coran's sons and the Lords Gro and Laxus besides, for the fleet had put across to anchor there, when they saw the day was won. Corsus greeted them well, and would have brought them to their lodgings near his own chamber, that they might put off their harness and don clean linen and festival garments before supper. But Corineus excused himself, saying he had eat naught since breakfast time. Let us therefore not pass for ceremony, but bring us, I pray you, forthright to the banquet house. Corineus went in with Corsus before them all, putting lovingly about his shoulder his arm all befouled with dust and clotted blood, for he had not so much as stayed for washing of his hands. And that was scarce good for the broidered cloak of purple taffety the Duke Corsus wore about his shoulders. Howbeit, Corsus made as if he marked it not. When they were come into the hall, Corsus looked about him and said, So it is, my lord Corineus, that this hall is something little for the great press that here befalleth. Many of mine own folk that be of some account should by long custom sit down with us, and here be no seats left for them. Prithee command some of the common sort that came in with thee to give place, that all may be done orderly. Mine officers must not scramble in the buttery. I am sorry, my lord, answered Corineus, but needs must that we bethink of these lads of mine, which have chiefly borne the toil of battle, and well I weet thou'lt not deny them this honour to sit at meat with us. These that thou hast most to thank for opening Owlswick gates, and raising the siege our enemies held so long against you. So they took their seats, and supper was set before them. Kids stuffed with walnuts and almonds and pistachios, herons in sauce cameline, chines of beef, geese and bustards, and great beakers and jars of ruby-hearted wine. Right fain of the good banquet were Corineus and his folk, and silence was in the hall for a while, save for the clatter of dishes and the champing of the mouths of the feasters. At length Corineus, quaffing down at one draught a mighty goblet of wine, spake and said, There was battle in the meads by Thremnia's Herch to-day, my lord Duke. Wast thou at that battle? Corineus's heavy cheeks flushed somewhat red. He answered, Thou knowest I was not, and I should account it most blamable hot-headedness to have sallied forth, when it seemed Spitfire had the victory. O my lord, said Corineus, think not I made this a quarrel to thee. The rather let me show thee how much I hold thee in honour. Therewith he called his boy that stood behind his chair, and the boy returned anon with a diadem of polished gold, set all about with topazes that had passed through the fire. And on the frontlet of that diadem was the small figure of a crabfish in dull iron, the eyes of it 2 green beryls on stalks of silver. The boy set it down on the table before the lord Corineus, as it had been a dish of meat before him. Corineus took a writing from his purse and laid it on the table for Corsus to see, and there was the signet upon it of the worm Ouroboros, in scarlet wax, and the sign manual of Gorice the King. My lord Corsus, said he, and ye sons of Corsus, and ye other witches, I do you to wit that our lord the King made me by these tokens his viceroy for his province of Demonland, and willed that I should bear a king's name in this land, and that under him all should render me obedience. Corsus, looking on the crown and the royal warrant of the king, waxed in one instant deadly pale, and in the next red as blood. Corineus said, To thee, O Corsus, out of all these great ones that here be gathered together in Owlswick, will I submit for thee to crown me with this crown as king in Demonland. This, that thou mayst see and know how most I honour thee. Now were all silent, waiting on Corsus to speak. But he spake not a word. Decalagus said privily in his ear, O my father, if the monkey reigns, dance before him. Time shall bring us occasion to right you. And Corsus, disregarding not this wholesome rede, for all he might not wholly rule his countenance, yet ruled himself to bite in the injuries he was fain to utter, and with no ill grace he did that office, to set on Corineus's head the new crown of Demonland. Corineus sat now in Spitfire's seat, whence Corsus had moved to make place for him, in Spitfire's high seat of smoke-coloured jade, curiously carved and set with velvet-lusted sapphires, and right and left of him were 2 high candlesticks of fine gold. The breadth of his shoulders filled all the space between the pillars of the spacious seat. A hard man he looked to deal with, clothed upon with youth and strength, and all armed, and yet smoking from the battle. Corsus, sitting between his sons, said under his breath, "Rhubarb, bring me rhubarb to purge away this choler." But Decalargus whispered him, "Softly, tread easy. Let not our counsels walk in a net, thinking they are hidden. Nurse him to security, which shall be our safety, and the mean to our wiping out this shaming. Was not Galandus as big a man?" Corsus's dull eye gleamed. He lifted a brimming wine-cup to toast Corineus, and Corineus hailed him and said, "My Lord Duke, call in thine officers, I pray thee, and proclaim me, that they in turn may proclaim me king unto all the army that is in Owlswick." Which Corsus did, albeit sore against his liking, knowing not where to find a reason against it. When the plaudits were heard in the courts without, acclaiming him as king, Corineus spake again and said, "I and my folk be aweary, my lord, and would betimes to our rest. Give order, I pray thee, that they make ready my lodgings, and let them be those same lodgings Galandus had when as he was in Owlswick." Whereat Corsus might scarce forbear a start. But Corineus's eye was on him, and he gave the order. While he waited for his lodgings to be made ready, the Lord Corineus made great good cheer, calling for more wine and fresh dainties to set before those lords of Witchland, olives and botargos, and conserves of goose's liver, richly seasoned, taken from Spitfire's plenteous store. In the meantime Corsus spake softly to his sons, "I like not his naming of Galandus, yet seemeth he careless, as one that feareth no guile." And Decalargus answered in his ear, "Peradventure the gods ordained his destruction, to make him choose that chamber." So they laughed, and the banquet drew to a close with much pleasure and merrymaking. Now came serving men with torches to light them to their chambers. As they stood up to bid good night, Corineus said, "I am sorry, my lord, if, after thy pleasant usage, I should do aught that is not convenable to thee. But I doubt not Owlswick Castle must be irksome to thee and thy sons, that were so long mewed up within it, and I doubt not ye are wearied by this siege and long warfare. Therefore it is my will that you do instantly depart home to Witchland. Laxus hath a ship manned ready to transport you thither. To put a fit and friendly term to our festivities, we will bring you down to the ship." Corsus's jaw fell. Yet he schooled his tongue to say, "My lord, so as it shall please thee. Yet let me know thy reasons. Surely the swords of me and my sons avail not so little for Witchland, in this country of our evil willers, that we should sheathe them and go home. Howbeit, 'tis a matter demandeth no sweaty haste. We will take rede hereon in the morning." But Corineus answered him, "Cry you mercy, needful it is that this very night you go a shipboard." And he gave him an ill look, saying, "Sith I lie tonight in Galandus's lodgings, I think it fit my bodyguard should have thy chamber, my lord duke, which, as I lately learned, adjoineth it." Corsus said no word, but Gorice, his younger son, that was drunk with wine, leapt up and said, "Corineus, in an evil hour art thou come into this land to demand servitude of us, and thou art informed of my father right maliciously, if thou art afeard of us because of Galandus. 'Tis this viper sitteth beside thee, the goblin Swabber, told thee falsely this bad tale of us, and 'tis pity he is still inward with thee, for still he plotteth evil gainst Witchland." Decalargus thrust him aside, saying to Corineus, "Heed not my brother, though he be hasty and rude of speech, for in wine he speaketh, and wine is another man. But most true it is, O Corineus, and this shall the Duke my father and all we swear and confirm to thee with the mightiest oaths thou wilt, that Galandus sought to usurp authority for this sake only, to betray our whole army to the enemy, and 'twas only therefore Corsus slew him." "That is a flat lie," said Laxus. Gro laughed lightly. But Corineus's sword leapt half naked from the scabbard, and he made a stride toward Corsus and his sons. "Give me the king's name when ye speak to me," he said, scowling upon them. "You sons of Corsus are not men to make me a stalk to catch birds with, or to serve your own turn. And thou," he said, looking fiercely on Corsus, "wert best go meekly, and not bandy words with me. Thou fool, think'st thou I am Galandus come again? Thou that didst murther him shalt not murther me. Or think'st I delivered thee out of the toils thine own folly and froward ways had bound thee in, only to suffer thee lord it again here, and cast all amiss again by unquietness of thy malice? Here is the guard to bring you down to the ship, and well it is for thee if I slash not off thy head." Now Corsus and his sons stood for a little, doubting in their hearts whether it were fitter to leap with their weapons upon Corineus, putting their fortunes to the hazard of battle in Owlswick Hall, or to embrace necessity and go down to the ship. And this seemed to them the better choice, to go quietly a shipboard. For there stood Corineus and Laxus and their men, and but few to face them of Corsus's own people that should be sure for his party if it came to fighting. And withal they were not eager to have to do with Corineus, not though it had been on more even terms. So at the last, in anger and bitterness of heart, they submitted them to obey his will. And in that same hour Laxus brought them to the ship, and put them across the firth to Scaramsey. There were they safe as a mouse in a mill, for Cadorus was skipper of that ship, a trusted liegeman of Lord Laxus, and her crewmen leal and true to Corineus and Laxus. She lay at anchor as for that night, in the lee of the island, and with the first streak of dawn sailed down the firth, bearing Corsus and his sons homeward from Demonland. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 21. The Parley before Crothering, wherein is shown how warlike policy, and a picture painted, drew the war westward, and how the Lord Gro went on an embassage to Crothering gates, and of the answer he gat to there. Now it is to be said of Zig that he failed not to fulfil Spitfire's behest, but gathered hastily an army of more than 1,500 horse and foot out of the northern dales, and the habitations about Shalgreth Heath, and the pasture lands of Kellierland, and Switchwater Way, and the region of Ramerick, and came in haste over the Stile. But when Corineus knew of this faring from the west, he marched 3,000 strong to meet them above Moonmere Head, to deny them the way to Galing. But Zig, being yet in the upper defiles of Breakingdale, now for the first time had advertisement of the great slaughter at Thremmere's Hirch, and how the forces of Spitfire and Vol were broken and scattered, and themselves fled up into the mountains. And so, deeming it small gain with so little an army to give battle to Corineus, he turned back without more ado, and returned hastily over the Stile whence he came. Corineus sent light forces to harry his retreat, but being not minded as then to follow them into the west country, let build a burg in the throat of the pass, in a place of vantage, and stationed there sufficient men to ward it, and so came again to Owlswick. They that were with Corineus in Demonland numbered now more than 5,000 fighting men, a great and redoubtable army. With these, the weather being fine and open, he in a short time laid under him all eastern Demonland, save Galing alone. Bremery of Shawls with but 70 men held Galing for Lord Juss against all assaults, so that Corineus, thinking this fruit should ripen later and drop into his hand when the rest had been gathered, resolved at winter's end to march with his main army into the west country, leaving a small force to hold down the eastlands and contain Bremery in Galing. To this determination he was led by all arguments of sound soldiership, most happily seconding his own inclinations. For besides this of warlike policy, 2 scarce weaker lodestones drew him westward. First, the old cankered malice he bare in his heart against the Lord Brandok de Ha, that made Crothering his dearest prey. And next, his own lustful desires, most outrageously burning for the Lady Mevrian, and this only for the sight of her picture, found by him in Spitfire's closet among his pens and inkstands and other trinkets, which once looked on, he swore that with heaven's will, aye, or without it if so it must be, she should be his paramour. So on the 14th day of March, of a bright frosty morn, he with his main army marched up Breakingdale and over the Stile, by that same road that Lord Juss fared by, and Lord Brandok de Ha, that summer's day when they went to take counsel in Crothering before the Impland expedition. So came the witches down to the water's meet, and turned aside to many bushes. There they found not Zig, nor his lady wife, nor any of his folk, but found the house desolate. So they robbed and burned, and went their way. And a famous castle of Juss's they sacked and burned in the confines of Kellierland, and another on Switchwater Way, and a summer palace of Spitfires on a little hill of Ramerick Mere. In such wise they marched victoriously down Switchwater Way, and there was none to dispute their progress, but all fled at the approach of that great army, and hid themselves in the secret places of the mountains, avoiding death and fate. When he was come through the straits of Gashtondale, up onto Crothering's side, Corineus let pitch his camp under Erngate End, at the foot of the scree-strewn slopes that rise steeply to the high western face of the mountain, where the lean embattled crags far aloft stand like a wall against high heaven. Corineus came to Lord Gro, and said to him, "To thee will I entrust mine embassage to this Mevrian. Thou shalt go with a flag of truce to gain thee entry to the castle, or if they will not admit thee, then bid her parley with thee without the wall. Then shalt thou use what fantastic courtier's jargon nature and thine invention shall likeliest counsel thee, and say, Corineus, by the grace of the great king, and the might of his own hand, king of Demonland, sitteth, as thou well mayst see, in power invincible before this castle. But he willed me let thee know that he is not come for to make war against ladies and damosels, and be thou of this sure, that neither to thee nor to none of thy fortress he will naught say nor hurt. Only this honour he preferreth thee, to wed thee in sweet marriage, and make thee his queen in Demonland." Whereto if she said, "Yea, well and good, and we will go peaceably into Crothering and possess it, and the woman. But if she deny me this, then shalt thou say unto her, right fiercely, that I will set on against the castle like a lion, and neither rest nor give over until I have beaten it all to a ruin about her ears, and slain the folk with the edge of the sword. And that which she refuseth me to have in peaceful love and kindness, I will have of my own violent deed, that she and her stiff-necked demons may know that I am their king, and master of all that is theirs, and their own bodies but chattels to serve my pleasure." Gro said, "My lord Corineus, choose, I pray thee, another who shall be fitter than I to do this errand for thee." And so for a long time most earnestly besought him. But Corineus, the more he perceived the duty hateful to Gro, the firmer became his resolution that none but Gro should undertake it. So that in the end Gro perforce consented, and in the same hour went with 11 up to the gates of Crothering, and a white flag of truce was borne before him. He sent his herald up to the gate to desire speech of the Lady Mevrian, and in a while the gates were opened, and she came down attended to meet Lord Gro in the open garden before the bridge gate. It was by then late afternoon, and the burning sun swam low amid streaked level clouds in Cornerdown, setting aflame the waters of Thunderfirth with the reflection of his beams. From the horizon, high beyond the pine-clad hills of Westmark, a range of clouds reared themselves, solid and of an iron hue, so hard-edged against the vapoury sky of sunset that they seemed substantial mountains, not clouds. Unearthly mountains, a man might fancy, divinely raised up for Demonland, for whom not all her ancient hills gave any longer refuge against her enemies. Here, in Crothering Gates, wintersweet and the little purple daphne bush that blooms before the leaf breathed fragrance abroad. Yet was it not this sweetness in the air that troubled the Lord Gro, nor that western glory burning that dazzled his eyes, but to look upon that lady standing in the gate, white-skinned and dark, like the divine huntress, tall and proud and lovely. Mevrian, seeing him speechless, said at last, "My lord, I heard thou hadst some errand to declare unto me, and seeing a great camp of war gathered under Erngate End, and having heard of robbers and evildoers rife about the land these many moons, I look not for soft speech. Take heart therefore, and declare plainly what ill thou meanest." Gro answered and said, "Tell me first if thou that speakest art in truth the Lady Mevrian, that I may know whether to humankind I speak, or to some goddess come down from the shining floor of heaven." She answered, "Of thy compliments I have naught to do. I am she thou namest." "Madam," said Lord Gro, "I would not have brought your highness this message, nor delivered it, but that I know full well that did I refuse it, another should bear it thee full speedily, and with less compliment and less sorrow than I." She nodded gravely, as who should say, "Proceed." So, with what countenance he might, he rehearsed his message, saying when it was ended, "Thus, madam, saith Corineus the king, and thus he charged me deliver it unto your highness." Mevrian heard him attentively, with head erect. When he had done she was silent a little, still studying him. Then she spake, "Methinks I know thee now. Thou art Lord Gro of Goblinland, that bearest me this message." Gro answered, "Madam, he thou namest went years ago from this earth. I am Lord Gro of Witchland." "So it seemeth from thy talk," said she, and was silent again. The steady contemplation from that lady's eyes was like a knife scraping his tender skin, so that he was ill at ease well nigh past bearing. After a little she said, "I remember thee, my lord. Let me stir thy memory. 11 years ago my brother went to war in Goblinland against the witches, and overcame them on Lomeron field. There slew he the great king of Witchland in single combat, Gorice the 10th, that until that day was held for the mightiest man-at-arms in all the world. My brother was as then but 18 winters old, and that was the first blazing up of his great fame and glory. So King Gaslark made great feasting and great rejoicing in Zajezaculo, because of the ridding of his land of the oppressors. I was at those revels. I saw thee there, my lord, and being but a little maid of 11 summers, sat on thy knee in Gaslark's halls. Thou didst show me books, with pictures in strange colours of gold and green and scarlet, of birds and beasts, and distant countries and wonders of the world. And I, being a little harmless maid, thought thee good and kind of heart, and loved thee. She ceased, and Gro, like a man hath taken some drowsy drug, stood looking on her confounded. Tell me, said she, of this Corineus. Is he such a fighter as men say? He is, said Gro, one of the most famousest captains that ever was. That might not his worst enemies gainsay. Mevrian said, A likely consort think'st thou for a lady of Demonland? Remember, I have said nay to crowned kings. I would know thy mind, for doubtless he is thy very familiar friend, since he made thee his go-between. Gro saw that she mocked, and he was troubled at heart. Madam, said he, and his voice shook somewhat, take not in too great scorn this vile part in me. Verily this I brought thee is the most shamefullest message, and flatly against my will did I deliver it unto thee. Yet with such constraint upon me, how could I choose but strike my head into dauntless marble, and word by word deliver my charge? Thy tongue, said Mevrian, hath struck hot irons in my face. Go back to thy master. If he look for an answer, tell him he may read it in letters of gold above the gates. Thy noble brother, madam, said Gro, is not here to make good that answer. And he came near to her, saying in a low voice, so that only they two should hear it, Be not deceived. This Corineus is a naughty, wicked, and luxurious youth, that will use thee without any respect if once he break in by force into Crotherin Castle. It were wisely carried to make some open show to receive him, so by fair words and putting of him off thou mayst yet escape. But Mevrian said, Thou hast mine answer. I have no ears to his request. Say too that my cousin the Lord Spitfire hath healed his wounds, and hath an army afoot shall whip these witches from my gates ere many days be passed by. So saying, she returned in great scorn within the castle. But the Lord Gro returned again to the camp, and to Corineus, who asked him how he had sped. He answered she did utterly refuse it. So, said Corineus, doth the pus thump me off? Then pose my hot desires an instant, only the more thunderingly to clap it on. For I will have her, and this coyness and pert rejection hath the more fixedly confirmed me. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 22. Oorwath and Switchwater. How the Lady Mevrian beheld from Crotherin walls the Witchland army, and the captains thereof, and of the tidings brought her there of the war in the west country, of Oorwath field, and the great slaughter on Switchwater Way. The 4th day after these doings aforewrit, the Lady Mevrian walked on the battlements of Crotherin Keep. A blustering wind blew from the northwest. The sky was cloudless, clear blue overhead, all else pearl grey, and the air a little misty. Her old steward, stalwart and soldier-like, greaved and helmed and clad in a plaited jerkin of bull's hide, walked with her. The hour should be about striking, said she. 'Tis today or tomorrow my Lord Zig named to me, when they were here a-guesting. If but Goblinland keep tryst, it were the prettiest feat to take them so pat. As your ladyship might clap a gnat twixt the palms of your 2 hands, said the old man, and he gazed again southward over the sea. Mevrian set her gaze in the same quarter. Nothing but mist and spray, she said after a few minutes searching. I'm glad I sent Lord Spitfire those 200 horse. He must have every man can be scraped up for such a day. How thinkest thou, Ravnor? If King Gaslark come not, hath Lord Spitfire force enow to cope them alone? Ravnor chuckled in his beard. I think, an my lord your brother were here, he should tell your highness aye to that. Since first I bowled a hoop, they told me a demon was undermatched against 5 witches. She looked at him a little wistfully. Ah, she said, were he at home, and we're just at home. Then on a sudden she faced round northward, pointing to the camp. Were they at home, she cried, thou shouldst not see outlanders insulting in arms on Crothering side, sending me shameful offers, caging me like a bird in this castle. Have such things been in Demon Land until now? Now came a boy running along the battlements from the far side of the tower, crying that ships were hove in sight, sailing from the south and east. And they make for the Firth. Of what land? Said Mevrian, while they hastened back to look. What but Goblin Land? Said Ravnor. Oh, say not so too hastily, cried she. They came round the turret wall, and the sea and Strapardan Firth opened wide and void before them. I see naught, she said. Or is yon flight of sea-mews the fleet thou sawest? He meaneth Thunder Firth, said Ravnor, who had gone on ahead, pointing to the west. They shape their course toward Oerwath. 'Tis King Gaslock for sure. Mark but the blue and gold of his sails. Mevrian watched them, her gloved hand drumming nervously on the marble battlement. Very stately she seemed, muffled in a flowing cloak of white watered silk, collared and lined with ermine. 18 ships, she said. I dreamed not Goblin Land might make so great a force. Your ladyship may see, said Ravnor, walking back along the wall, whether the Witchlanders have slept while these ships sailed to port. She followed and looked. Great stir there was in the Witchland army, marshalling before the camp. There was coming and going and leaping on horseback, and faintly on the wind their trumpets' blare was borne to Mevrian's ears as she beheld them from her high watchtower. The host moved forth down the meadows, all orderly, a-glitter with bronze and steel. Southward they came, passing at length through the home meads of Crothering, so near that each man was plainly seen from the battlements as they rode beneath. Mevrian leaned forward in an embrasure, one hand on either battlement at her left and right. I would know their names, said she. Thou, that hast oft fared to the wars, mayst teach me. Gro I know, with a long beard, and heart heaviness it is to see a lord of Goblin Land in such a fellowship. What's he beside him, yon bearded gallant, with a winged helm and a diadem about it, like a king's, and beareth a glaive crimson-hafted? He looketh a proud one. The old man answered, Laxus of Witchland, the same that was admiral of their fleet against the ghouls. 'Tis a brave man to look on, and worthy a better cause. What's he rideth now below us, heading their horse, ruddy and swarthy and light of build, hath a brow like the thundercloud, and weareth armour from neck to toe? Ravnor answered, Highness, I know him not certainly, the sons of Corund so favour one another, but methinks 'tis the young Prince Hemming. Mevrian laughed. Prince, quotha? So moveth the world, your Highness, since Gorice set Corund in kingdom in Impland. Said Mevrian, Name him, prithee, Hemming Faz. I warrant they trap them now with barbarous additions. Hemming Faz, good lack, lording it now in Demon Land. The prime huff-cap of all, said she after a little, holdeth aback, it seemeth. Oh, here he comes. Sweet heaven, what furious horsemanship! Troth, and he can sit a horse, Ravnor, and hath the great figure of an athlete. Look where he gallopeth bare-headed down the line. I ween he'll need more than golden curls to keep his head whole, ere he hath done with Gaslark, ay, and our own folk gathering from the north. I see he beareth his helm at the saddle-bow. To Apis so, she cried as he drew nearer, all silks and silver. Thou'dst have sworn none but a demon went to battle so costly apparelled. Oh, for his scissors to cut his comb withal. So speaking, she leaned forward all she might to watch him, and he, galloping by below, looked up, and marking her so watching, reined mightily his great chestnut horse, throwing him with the check well nigh on his haunches. And while the horse plunged and reared, Corineus hailed her in a great voice, crying, Mistress, good morrow! Crying, Wish me victory, and swift to thine arms! So near below was he a-riding, she might scan the very lineaments of his face, and read it as he looked up and shouted to her that greeting. He saluted with his sword, and spurred onward to overtake Gro and Laxus in the van. As if sickened on a sudden, or as if she had been ready to tread on a deadly stinging adder, the Lady Mevrian leaned against the marble of the battlements. Ravnor stepped towards her. Is your ladyship ill? Why, what's the matter? A silly qualm, said Mevrian faintly. If thou'dst medicine it, show me the sheen of Spitfire's spears to the northward. The blank land dazzles me. So wore the afternoon. Twice and thrice Mevrian went upon the walls, but could see naught save the sea and the firths and the mountain-bosomed plain, fair and peaceful in the springtime. No sign of men, or of war's alarums, save only the masts of Gazlok's ships seen over the land's brow 3 miles or more to the southwest. Yet she knew surely that near those ships beside Orwath harbour must be desperate fighting toward. Gazlok the king engaged at heavy odds against Laxus and Corinius and the spears of Witchland, and the sun wheeled low over the dark pines of Westmort, and still no sign from the north. "Thou didst send one forth for tidings," she said to Ravnor the third time she went on the wall. He answered, "Betimes this morning, your highness, but 'tis slow faring until I be a mile or twain clear of the castle, for I must elude their small bands that go up and down guarding the countryside." "Bring him to me, or the instant of his return," said she. With a foot on the stair, she turned back. "Ravnor," she said. He came to her. "Thou," she said, "hast been years enow my brother's steward in Crothering, and our fathers before him, to know what mind and spirit dwelleth in them of our line. Tell me, truly and sadly, what thou makest of this. Lord Spitfire is too late, other else Goblin land too sudden early, and that was his fault from of old. What seest thou in it? Speak to me as thou shouldst to my Lord Brandok de Har, were it he that asked thee." "Highness," said the old man Ravnor, "I will answer you my very thought, and it is, woe to Goblin land. Since my Lord Spitfire cometh not yet from the north, only the deathless gods descending out of heaven can save the king. The witches number at an humble reckoning twice his strength, and man to man you were as well pit a hound against a bear as against witches goblins. For all that these be fierce and full of fiery courage, the bear hath it at the last." Mevrian listened, looking on him with sorrowful, steady eyes. "And he, so generous, noble, flown to comfort Demonland in the blackness of her days," she said at last. "Can fate be so ungallant? Oh, Ravnor, the shame of it! First Lafiery is now Gazlok. How shall any love us any more? The shame of it, Ravnor!" "I would not have your highness," said Ravnor, "too hasty to blame us. If their plan and compact have gone amiss, 'tis likelier King Gazlok's misprision than Lord Spitfire's. We know not for sure which day was set for this landing." While he so spake, he was looking past her seaward, a little south of the reddest part of the sunset. His eyes widened. He touched her arm and pointed. Sails were hoisted among the masts at Orwath. Smoke, as of burning, reeked up against the sky. As they watched, the most part of the ships moved out to sea. From those that remained, some 5 or 6, fire leaped, and black clouds of smoke. The rest, as they came out of the lee of the land, made southward for the open sea under oar and sail. Neither spake, and the Lady Mevrian, leaning her elbows on the parapet of the wall, hid her face in her hands. Now came Ravnor's messenger at length, back from his faring, and the old man brought him in to Mevrian in her bower, in the south part of Crothering. The messenger said, "Highness, I bring no writing, since that were too perilous had I fallen in my way among witches. But I had audience of my Lord Spitfire and my Lord Zig in the gates of Gashtondale, and thus their lordships commanded me deliver it unto you, that your highness should be at ease and secure, seeing that they do in such sort hold all the ways to Crothering, that the Witchland army cannot escape out of this countryside that is betwixt Thunderfirth and Strapardenfirth and the sea, but and if they will give battle unto their lordships. But if they choose rather to abide here by Crothering, then may our armies close on them and oppress them, since our forces do exceed theirs by near 1,000 spears, which tomorrow will be done whate'er betide, since that is the day appointed for Gazlok the king to land with a force at Orwath." Mevrian said, "They know naught then of this direful miscarriage, and Gazlok here already before his time and thrown back into the sea." And she said, "We must apprise them on't, and that hastily and to-night." When the man understood this, he answered, 10 minutes for a bite and a stirrup cup, and I am at your ladyship's service." And in a short while that man went forth again secretly out of Crothering, in the dusk of night, to bring word to Lord Spitfire of what was befallen. And the watchmen watching in the night from Crothering walls beheld northward under Erngate End the campfires of the witches like the stars. Night passed and day dawned, and the camp of the witches showed empty as an empty shell. Mevrian said, "They have moved in the night." "Then shall your highness hear great tidings ere long," said Ravnor. "'Tis like we may have guests in Crothering to-night," said Mevrian, and she gave order for all to be made ready against their coming, and the choicest bed-chambers for Spitfire and Zig to welcome them. So with busy preparations the day went by. But as evening came, and still no riding from the north, some shadows of impatience and anxious doubt crept with night's shades creeping across the heaven, across their eager expectancy in Crothering. But Mevrian's messenger returned not. Late to rest went the Lady Mevrian, and with the first peeping light she was abroad, muffled in her great mantle of velvet and swansdown against the eager winds of morning. Up to the battlements she went, and with old Ravnor searched the blank prospect, for pale morning rose on an empty landscape, and saw all day until the evening, watching and waiting and questioning in their hearts. So went they at length to supper on this third night after Orwath field, and ere supper was half done was a stir in the outer courts, and the rattle of the bridge let down, and a clatter of horse hoofs on the bridge and the jasper pavements. Mevrian sat erect and expectant. She nodded to Ravnor, who, wanting no further sign, went hastily out, and returned in an instant hastily, and with heavy brow. He spake in her ear. "News, my lady. It were well you bade him to private audience. Drink this cup first," pouring out some wine for her. She rose up, saying to the steward, "Come thou, and bring him with thee." As they went, he whispered her, "Astor of Retre, sent by the Lord Zig with matter of urgent import for your highness's ear." The Lady Mevrian sat in her ivory chair, cushioned with rich stuffed silks of Bestria, with little golden birds and strawberry leaves, with the flowers and rich red fruits all figured thereon, in gorgeous colours of needlework. She reached out her hand to Astar, who stood before her in his battle harness, muddy and beblooded from head to foot. He bowed and kissed her hand, then stood silent. He held his head high and looked her in the face, but his eyes were bloodshot, and his look was ghastly like a messenger of ill. "Sir," said Mevrian, "stand not in doubt, but declare all. Thou knowest it is not in our blood to quail under dangers and misfortune." Astar said, "Zig, my brother-in-law, gave me this in charge, madam, to tell thee all truly." "Proceed," said she. "Thou knowest our last news. Hour by hour since then we watched on victory. I have no mean welcome feast prepared against your coming." Astar groaned. "My Lady Mevrian," said he, "you must now prepare a sword, not a banquet. You did send a runner to Lord Spitfire." "Aye," said she. "He brought us advertisement that night," said Astar, "of Gaslark's overthrow. Alas, that Goblin land was a day too soon, and so bear alone the brunt. Yet was vengeance ready to our hand, as we supposed, for every pass and way was guarded, and ours the greater force. So for that night we waited, seeing Corinius' fires alight in his camp on Crothering side, meaning to smite him at dawn of day. Now in the night were mists abroad, and the moon early sunken. And true it is as ill it is, that the whole Witchland army marched away past us in the dark." "What?" cried Mevrian. "And slept ye all to let them by?" "In the middle night," answered he, "we had sure tidings he was afoot, and the fires yet burning in his camp are sure to mock us withal. By all sure signs we might know he was broke forth northwestward, where he must take the upper road into Mealand over Broxty Hawes. Zig, with 700 horse, galloped to Heathby to head him off, whilst our main force fared their swiftest up Little Ravendale. Thou seest, madam, Corinius must march along the bow, and we along the bowstring." "Yes," said Mevrian. "Ye had but to check him with the horse at Heathby, and he must fight or fall back toward Justdale, where he was like to lose half his folk in Memory Moss. Outlanders shall scarce find a firm way there in the dark night." "Certain it is we should have had him," said Astar. "Yet certain it is he doubled like a hare, and fooled us all to the top of our bent, turned in his tracks, as later we concluded, somewhere by Goose Sand, and with all his army slipped back eastward under our rear. And that was the wonderfullest feat heard tell of in all chronicles of war." "Tush, noble Astar," said Mevrian. "Labour not Witchland's praises, nor imagine not I'll deem less of Spitfire's nor Zig's generalship, because Corinius, by art or fortune's favour, dodged him in the dark." "Dear lady," said he, "even look for the worst and prepare yourself for the same." Her grey eyes steadily beheld him. "Certain intelligence," said he, "was brought us of their faring with all speed they might, east away past Switchwater. And ere the sun looked well over Gemsar Edge, we were hot on the track of them, knowing our force the stronger, and our only hope to bring them to battle ere they reached the Stile, where they have made a fortress of great strength we might scarce hope to houster them out from, if they should win thither." He paused. "Well?" said she. "Madam," he said, "that we of Demonland are great and invincible in war 'tis most certain. But in these days fight we as a man that fighteth hobbled, or with half his gear laid by, or as a man half roused from sleep. For we be reft of our greatest. Bereft of these, such sorrows befall us, and such doom as at Thremni's Herc last autumn shattered our strength in pieces. And now this very day, yet more terribly, hath put us down on Switchwater Way. Nevrien's cheek turned white, but she said no word, waiting. We were eager in the chase, said Astor. I have told thee why, madam. Thou knowest how near to the mountains runneth the road past Switchwater, and the shores of the lake hem in the way for miles against the mountain spurs, and woods clothe the lower slopes, and dells and gorges run up betwixt the spurs into the mountainside. The day was misty, and the mists hung by the shores of Switchwater. When we had marched so far that our van was about over against the stead of Highbank that stands on the farther shore, the battle began, greatly to their advantage, since Corineus had placed strong forces in the hills on our right flank, and so ambushed us and took us at unawares. Not to grieve thee with a woeful tale, madam, we were most bloodily overthrown, and our army merely brought to not being. And in the mid-rout, Zig stole an instant to charge me, by my love for him, ride to Crothering as if my life lay on it, and the weal of all of us, and bid you fly hence to Westmark or the Isles, or whither you will, ere the witches come again and here entrap you, since save for these walls and these few brave soldiers you have toward them, no help standeth any more twixt you and these devilish witches. Still she was silent. He said, Let me not be too hateful to you, most gracious lady, for this rude tale of disaster. The suddenness of the times bar any pleasant glozing, and indeed I thought I should satisfy you more with plainness, than should opinion of I know not what false courtliness bind me to show you comfort where comfort is not. The Lady Mevrien stood up and took him by both hands. Surely the light of that lady's eyes was like the new light of morning, glancing through mists on the grey still surface of a mountain torrent, and the accent of her voice sweet as the voices of the morning, as she said, "O Astor, think me not so unhandsome, nor yet so foolish. Thanks, gentle Astor. But thou hast not supped, and sure in a great soldier battle and swift far riding should breed hunger, how ill soever the news he beareth. Thy welcome shall not be the colder because we looked for more than thee, alas, and for far other tidings. A chamber is prepared for thee. Eat and drink, and when night is done is time enough to speak more of these things." "Madam," he said, "you must come now, or 'tis too late." But she answered him, "No, noble Astor, this is my brother's house. So long as I may keep it for him against his coming home, I will not creep out of Crothering like a rat, but stand to my watch. And this is certain, I shall not open Crothering gates to witches, whiles I and my folk yet live to bar them against them." So she made him go to supper, but herself sat late that night alone in the chamber of the moon, that was in the donjon keep above the inner court in Crothering. This was Lord Brandock de Haar's banquet chamber, devised and furnished by him in years gone by, and here he and she commonly sat at meat, using not the banquet hall across the court, save when great company was present. Round was that chamber, following the round walls of the tower that held it. All the pillars in the walls and the vaulted roof were of a strange stone, white and smooth, and yielding such a glistening show of pallid gold in it, as was like the golden sheen of the full moon of a warm night in midsummer. Lamps that were milky opals, self-effulgent, filled all the chamber with a soft radiance, in which the bas reliefs of the high dado, delicately carved, portraying those immortal blooms of amaranth and nepenthe and mole and Elysian asphodel, were seen in all their delicate beauty, and the fair painted pictures of the Lord of Crothering and his lady sister, and of Lord Juss above the great open fireplace with Goldry and Spitfire on his left and right. A few other pictures there were, smaller than these, the Princess Armeline of Goblinland, Zig and his lady wife, and others, wondrous beautiful. Here a long while sat the Lady Mevrien. She had a little lute wrought of sweet sandalwood and ivory, inlaid with gems. While she sat a-thinking, her fingers strayed idly on the strings, and she sang in a low, sweet voice. "There were 3 ravens sat on a tree. They were black as they might be, with a down, derry down. The one of them said to his mate, Where shall we our breakfast take? Down in yonder green field, there lies a knight slain under his shield. His hounds they lie down at his feet, so well they can their master keep. His hawks they fly so eagerly, there's no fowl dare him come near. Down there comes a fallow doe, as great with young as she might go. She lift up his bloody head, and kissed his wounds that were so red. She gat him up upon her back, and carried him to earth and lake. She buried him before the prime. She was dead herself ere evensong time. God send every gentleman such hawks, such hounds, and such a leman, with a down derry down." With the last sighing sweetness trembling from the strings, she laid aside the lute, saying, "The discord of my thoughts, my lute, doth ill agree with the harmonies of thy strings. Let it lie." She fell to gazing on her brother's picture, the Lord Brandok the Hart, standing in his jewelled hauberk laced about with gold, his hand upon his sword, and that lazy, laughter-loving yet imperious look of the eyes, which in life he had, was there, and thus lively caught by the painter's art, and the lovely lines of his brow and lip and jaw, where power and masterful determination slumbered, as brazen Ares might slumber in the arms of the Queen of Love. A long while Mevrian looked on that picture, musing. Then, burying her face in the cushions of the long low seat she sat on, she burst into a great passion of tears. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 23. The Weird Begun of Ishne Namatra. Of the counsel taken by the witches touching the conduct of the war, whereafter, in the 5th assault, the castle of Lord Brandok the Hart was made a prey unto Corineus. Now was little time for debate or conjecture, but with the morrow's morn came the Witchland army once more before Crothering, and a herald sent by Corineus to bid Mevrian yield up the castle, and her own proper person, lest a worse thing befall them. Which she stoutly refusing, Corineus let straight assault the castle, but won it not. And in the next 3 days following he thrice assaulted Crothering, and, failing with some loss of men to win an entry, closely invested it. And now summoned he those other lords of Witchland to talk with him. How say ye, or what rede shall we take? There be few only within to man the walls, and great shame it is to us and to all Witchland if we get not this hold taken, so many as we be here gone up against it, and so great captains. Laxus said, Thou art king in Demonland, thine it is to take order what shall be done, but if thou desire my rede, then shall I give it thee. I desire each one of you, said Corineus, to show forth to me frankly and freely his rede, and well ye know I strive for naught else but for Witchland's glory, and to make firm our conquest here. Well, said Laxus, I told thee once already my counsel, and thou wast angry with me. Thou madest a mighty victory on Switchwater Way, which had we followed up, pushing home the sword of our advantage till the hilts came clap against the breastplate of our adversary, we might now have exterminated from the land the whole nest of them, Spitfire, Zig, and Vol. But now they are gotten away the devil knows whither, for the preparing of fresh thorns to prick our sides withal. Corineus said, Claim not wisdom after the event, my lord. 'Twas not so thou didst advise. Thou didst bid me let go Crothering, a thing I will not do, once I have set mine hand to it. Laxus answered him, Not only did I so advise thee as I have said, but Hemming was by, and will bear me out, that I did offer that he or I, with a small force, should keep this confit box shut for thee, till thou shouldst have done the main business. 'Tis so, said Hemming. But Corineus said, 'Tis not so, Hemming, and were it so, 'tis easily seen why he or thou shouldst hanker for first suck at this luscious fruit, yet not so easy to see why I should yield it you. That, said Laxus, is very ill said. I see thy memory needs jogging, and thou art sliding into ingratitude. How many such like fruits hast thou enjoyed since we came out hither, that we had all the pains and plucking of? Oh, cry thee mercy, my lord, said Corineus. I should have remembered. Dreams of Sriva's moist lips keep thee from straying. But enough of this fooling. To the matter. Lord Laxus flushed. By my faith, said he, this is very much to the matter. 'Twere well, Corineus, if thy loose thoughts were kept from straying. Spend men on a fortress? Better assay galing, then. That were a prize worth more to our safety and our lordship here. Aye, said Hemming, seek out the enemy. 'Tis therefore we came hither, not to find women for thee. Thereupon the Lord Corineus struck him across the table a great buffet in the face. Hemming, mad wrath, snatched out a dagger, but Gro and Laxus, catching him one by either hand, restrained him. Gro said, my lords, we must not word it so dangerous ill. We have but one hearted mind here, to magnify our lord the king and his glory. Thou, Hemming, forget not the king hath put authority in the hand of Corineus, so that thy dagger set against him setteth most treasonably against the king's majesty. And thou, my lord, I pray be temperate in thy power. Sure, for want of open war it is that our hands be so ready for these private brawls. When by fair words this stew was cooled again, Corineus bade Gro say forth his mind, what he thought lay next to do. Gro answered, My lord, I am of Laxus's opinion. Abiding here by Crothering, we fare as idle cooks, toying with sweetmeats, while the roast spoils. We should seek out power and destroy it where still it fareth free, lest it swell again to a growth made dangerous. Wheresoever these lords be fled, think not they'll be slack to prepare a mischief for us. I see, said Corineus, ye be all three of an accord against me, but there is no one beam of these thoughts your discourse hath planted in me, but is able to discern a greater cloud than you do go in. It is very true, said Laxus, that we do think somewhat scornfully of this war against women. Aye, there's the cover off the dish, said Corineus, and a pretty mess within. You are women mad, every jack of you, and this blears your eyes to think me sick of the same folly. Thou and thy little dark-eyed baggage, that I dare swear hath months ago forgot thee for another. Hemming here, and I know not what sweet maid his young heart doateth on. Gro, ha ha! And he fell a-laughing. Wherefore the king saddled me with this goblin, he only knoweth, and his secretary the devil, not I. By Satan, thou hast a starved look i' the eyes, giveth me to think the errand I sent thee to Crothering gates did thee no good. My cat's leering look showeth me that my cat goeth a caterwauling. Dost now find the raven's wing a seemlier hue in a wench's hair, to set thy cold blood a-leaping, than tawny red? Or dost think this one hath a softer breast than thy queen's to cushion thy perfumed locks? With that word spoken, all three of them leapt from their seats. Gro, with a face ashen grey, said, At me thou mayst spit what filth thou wilt. I am schooled to bear with it for Witchland's sake, and until thine own venom choke thee. But this shalt thou not do whiles I live, thou or any other, to let thy bawdy tongue meddle with Queen Presmira's name. Corineus sat still in his chair in a posture of studied ease, but his sword was ready. His great jowl was set, his insolent blue eyes scornfully looked from one to another of those lords, where they stood menacing him. Pshaw, said he at last, who brought her name into it but thyself, my Lord Gro? Not I. Thou wert best not bring it in again, Corineus, said Hemming. Have we not well followed thee, and upheld thee? And so shall we do henceforth. But remember, I am King Coron's son, and if thou speak this wicked lie again, it shall cost thee thy life, if I may. Corineus threw out his arms and laughed. Come, said he, standing up with much show of jolly friendliness, 'twas but a jest, and I freely acknowledge an ill jest. I'm sorry for it, my lords. And now, said he, come we again to the matter. Crothering Castle will I not forego, since 'tis not my way to turn back for any man on earth, no, not for the gods almighty, once I have ta'en my course. But I will make a bargain with you, and this it is, that we tomorrow do assault the hold a last time, using all our men and all our might. And if, as I think is most unlikely and most shameful, we get it not, then shall we fare away and do according to thy counsel, O Laxus. 'Tis now 4 days lost, said Laxus. Thou canst not retrieve them. Howso, be it as thou wilt. So break up thy counsel. But the mind and heart of Lord Gro was naught peaceful within him, but tumultuous with manifold imaginings of hopes and fears and old desires, that intertwined like serpents, twisting and contending, so that naught was clear to him, save the unclear trouble of his discontent, and it was as if the conscience of a secret grant his inward mind made had suddenly cast a veil betwixt his thoughts and him, that he durst not pluck aside. Betimes on the morrow Corineus let fare against Crothering with all his host, Laxus from the south, Hemming and Cargo from the east against the main gates, and himself from the west, where the walls and towers showed strongest, but the natural strength of the place weaker than elsewhere. Now they within were few, because of Mevrian's sending of those 200 horse to follow Zig, and those came not back after Switchwater. And as the day wore, and still the battle went forward, and still were wounds given and taken, the odds swung yet heavier against them of Demonland, and more must the castle hold of its own strength only, for there were not whole men left enow to man the walls. And now had Corineus well nigh won the castle, faring up on the walls west of the donjon tower, where he and his fell to clearing the battlements, rushing on like wolves. But Astar of Retre stayed him there, with so great a sword stroke on the helm that he overthrew him, all a-stony down without the wall and into the ditch. But his men drew him forth and saved him. So was the Lord Corineus put out of the fight, but greatly still he egged on his men, and about the 5th hour after noon, the sons of Coron gat the main gate. Lady Mevrian bare in that hour with her own hand a stoup of wine to Astar in a lull of the battle. While he drank, she said, Astar, the hour demandeth that I pledge thee to obedience, even as I pledged mine own folk, and Ravnor, that here commandeth my garrison in Crothering. "My Lady Mevrian," answered he, "under your safety I shall obey you." She said, "No conditions, sir. Hearken and know. First I will thank thee and these valiant men that so mightily warded us and golden Crothering against our enemies. This was my mind, to ward it unto the last, because it is my dear brother's house, and I count it unworthy Corineus should stable his horses in our chambers, and carousing amid his drunkards do hurt to our third banquet hall. But now, by hard necessity of disastrous war, hath this thing come to pass, and all fallen into his hand, save only this keep alone." "Alas, madam," said he, "to our shame I may not deny it." "Oh, trample out any thought of shame," said she. "A score of them against every one of us. The glory of our defence shall be for ever. But now 'tis for me mainly he still beareth against Crothering so great and pesant strokes, as thick as rain falleth from the sky. And now must ye obey me, and do my commandment, else must we perish, for even this tower we are not enough to hold against in many days." "Divine lady," said Astar, "but once shall one pass the cruel pass of death. I and your folk will defend you unto that end." "Sir," said she, standing like a queen before him, "I shall now defend myself and our precious things in Crothering, more certainly than ye men of war may do." And she showed him shortly that this was her design, to yield up the keep unto Corineus, under promise of a safe conduct for Astar and Ravnor and all her men. "And submit thee to this Corineus?" said Astar. But she answered, "Thy sword hath likely cut his claws for a while. I fear him not." Of all this would Astar at first have naught to do, and the old steward withal was well nigh mutinous. But so firm of purpose was she, and withal showed them so plainly that this was the only hope to save herself and Crothering, and the witches must else sack the house of Crothering and in a few days win the keep, and then snaky despair, and the fault on't not in fortune but in ourselves that could not frame ourselves to our fortune, that at last, with heavy hearts, they consented to do her bidding. Without more ado was a parley called, Mevrian speaking for herself from a high window opening on the court, and Gro for Corineus, in which parley it was articled that she should render up the tower, and that the fighting men which were within should have peace and safe passage whither they would, and that there should be no scathe nor outrage done to Crothering, neither to the lands thereof, and that all this should be writ down and sealed under the hands of Corineus, Gro, and Laxus, and the gates opened to the witches, and all keys delivered up, within an half hour of the giving of the sealed writing into Mevrian's hand. Now was all this performed accordingly, and Crothering keep rendered to the Lord Corineus. Astar and Ravnor and their men would have abided as prisoners for Mevrian's sake, but Corineus would not suffer it, vowing with bloody imprecations that he would let slay out of hand any man of them he should take after an hour's space within 3 miles of Crothering. So, under Mevrian's straight commands, they departed. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 24. A King in Crothering. How the Lord Corineus would take unto himself a queen in Demonland, and made him a bridal feast thereto, wherein is a notable instance how unto them which the gods do love, helpers are raised up and comforters, even in the midst of their enemies. That same evening Corineus let dight a banquet in the chamber of the moon for some 20 of his chiefest men, a very pompous and kingly entertainment, and conceiving that he might now very well avail to accomplish his pleasure touching the Lady Mevrian, he sent her word by one of his gentlemen that she should attend him there, and she sending answer to tell him gently all else in the castle was at his service, but for herself she was quite fordone and greatly desired rest and sleep that night, he fell a laughing immoderately, and saying, "A most unseasonable desire, and one that smacketh besides of mockery, since well she knoweth what this night I do intend. Wish her to repair to us, and that right swiftly, lest I fetch her." To that message sent her came she in a short while herself to answer, dressed all in funereal black, her gown and close-fitting bodice of black sendal, slashed with black sarcenet, and about her throat a chain of sapphires darkly lustrous. Very nobly she carried her head, framed with the piled and braided masses of her night-dark hair. Her face showed pale indeed, but unruffled and undismayed. All at her coming in stood up to greet her, and Corineus said, "Lady, thou didst change thy mind quickly, since thou didst first affirm thou never wouldst yield up Crothering unto me." "As quickly as I might, my lord," said she, "for I saw I was wrong." He abode silent a minute, his eyes like amorous surfeiters overrunning her fair form. Then said he, "Thou didst wish to purchase safety for thy friends?" She answered, "Yes." "For thine own self," said Corineus, "it had made no jot of difference. Be witness unto me the omnisciency of the gods, whereto is nothing concealable. I mean thee only good." "My lord," said she, "I embrace the comfort of that word, and know that good to me is mine own freedom, not conditions of any man's choosing." Whereto he, being well tippled with wine, framing the most lovely countenance he might, made answer, "I doubt not but to-night, madam, thou shalt be well advised to choose that highest condition, until to-day unknown, which I shall prefer thee, to be queen of Demonland." She thanked him in her best manner, but said she was minded to forego that supposedly pleasing eminence. "How?" said he. "Is it too little a thing for thee? Or is it as I think that thou laughest?" She said, "My lord, it should little beseem me, that am of the seed of men of war since long generations, to trap my mind with the false shows of a greatness that is gone. Yet I pray you forget not this. The dominion of the demons hath used to soar a pitch above common royalty, and like the eye of day regarded kings from above. And for this style of queen thou offerest me, I say unto thee it is an addition I desire not, who am sister unto him that writ that writing above the gate, that all ye had tasted the truth thereof, had he been here to meet with you." Corineus said, "True it is, some have outbragged the world, yet I ere this have used them like knaves. My jackboot hath known things in Corsi, madam, I'll not gull thy heart to tell thee of." But perceiving a great glow of disdainful anger blaze in Mevrian's eye, "Cry you mercy," said he, "incomparable lady. This was beside the mark. I would not sully our new friendship with memories of— Ho there, a chair beside me for the queen." But Mevrian made them sit it on the far side of the board, and there sat her down, saying, "I pray thee, my lord Corineus, unsay that word. Thou knowest it dislikes me." He looked on her in silence for a minute, leaned forward across the board, his lips parted a little, and between them his breath coming and going thick and swift. "Well," he said, "sit there and it like thee, madam, and manage my delights by stages. Last year the wide world betwixt us, this year the mountains, yester-eve crothering walls, to-night a table's breadth, and ere night be done, not so much as—" Gro saw the wild deer look in Lady Mevrian's eyes. She said, "This is talk I have not learned to understand, my lord." "I shall learn it thee," said Corineus, his face aflame. "Lovers live by love as larks by leeks. By Satan, I do love thee as thou wert the heart out of my body." "My lord Corineus," said she, "we ladies of the north have little stomach for these fashions, howe'er they commend them in waterish witchland. If thou'lt have my friendship, bring me service therefore, and that in season. This is no fit table talk." "Why there," said he, "we are in fast agreement. I'll blithely show thee all this, and a quainter thing beside, in thine own chamber. But 'twas beyond my hopes thou'dst grant me that so suddenly. Are we so happy?" In great shame and anger the Lady Mevrian stood up from the table. Corineus, something unsteadily, leaped to his feet. For all his bigness, so tall she was, she looked him level in the eye. And he, as when in the face of a night-ranging beast suddenly a man brandishes a bright light, stood stupid under that gaze, the springs of action strangely frozen in him on a sudden, and said sullenly, "Madam, I am a soldier. Truly mine affection standeth not upon compliment. That I am impatient, put the white on thy beauty, not on me. Pray you, be seated." But Mevrian answered, "Thy language, my lord, is too bold and vicious. Come to me tomorrow if thou wilt, but I'll have thee know, patience only and courtesy shall get good of me." She turned to the door. He, as if with the turning away of that lady's eyes the spell was broke, cried loudly upon his folk to stay her, but there was none stirred. Therewith he, as one that cannot command his own indecent appetites, or setting bench and board in eager haste to lay hands on her, it so betided that he tripped up with one of these and fell a-sprawling. And ere he was gotten again on his feet, the Lady Mevrian was gone from the hall. He rose up painfully, proffering from his lips a mud-spring of barbarous and filthy imprecations, so that Laxus, who helped raise him up, was fain to chide him, saying, "My lord, unman not thyself by such a bestial transformation. Are not we yet with harness on our backs, in a kingdom newly gained, the old lords thereof discomfited indeed, but not yet ta'en nor slain, studying belike to raise new powers against us? And above such and so many affairs wilt thou make place for the allurements of love? Ay, answered he, nor shall such a sapless ninny as thou avail to cross me therein. Ask thy little gameson Sreever, when thou comest home to wed her, if I be not better able than thou to please a woman. She'll tell thee. I' the main season meddle not in matters that be too high for such as thou. Both Gro and the sons of Corran were by, and heard those words. The Lord Laxus schooled himself to laugh. He turned toward Gro, saying, The General is far gone in wine. Gro, marking Laxus's face flushed red to the ears for all his studied carelessness, answered him softly, "'Tis so, my lord, and in wine is truth." Now Corineus, bethinking him that it was yet early, and the feast barely well begun, let set a guard on all the passages which led to Mevrian's lodgings, to the end that she might not issue therefrom, but there wait on his pleasure. That done, he bade renew their feasting. No stint of luscious meats and wines was there, and the lords of Witchland sat them down again right eagerly to the good banquet. Laxus spoke secretly to Gro. "I wot well thou takest in very ill part these doings. Let it stand firm in thy mind, that if thou shouldst deem it fitting to play him a trick and steal the lady from him, I'll not stand i' the way on't." "In a bunch of cards," said Gro, "knaves wait upon the kings. It were not so ill done we made it so here. I heard a bird sing lately thou hadst a quarrel to him." "Thou must not think so," answered Laxus. "I'll give thee still a Roland for thine Oliver, and tell thee 'tis most apparent thyself dost love this lady." Gro said, "Thou chargest me with a sweet folly is foreign to my nature, being a grave scholar, that if ever I did frequent such toys, have long eschewed them. Only meseems 'tis an ill thing if she must be given over unto him against her will. Thou knowest him of a rough and mere soldierly mind, besides his dissolute company with other women." "Tush," said Laxus, "he may go his gait for me, and be as close as a butterfly with the lady, but out of policy 'twere best rid her hence. I'd not be seen in't. That provided, I'll second thee all ways. If he lie here the summer long in amorous dalliance, justly might the king upbraid us that midst of the day's sport we gave his good hawk a gorge, and so lost him the game." "I see," said Gro, smiling in himself, "thou art a man of sober government and understanding, and thinkest first of Witchland, and that is both just and right." Now went the feast forward with great surfeiting and swigging of wine. Mevrian's women that were there, much against their own good will, to serve the banquet, set ever fresh dishes before the feasters, and poured forth fresh wines, golden, and tawny, and ruby red, in the goblets of jade and crystal and hammered gold. The air in the chamber was thick with the steam of baked meats, and the vinous breath of the feasters, so that the lustre of the opal lamps burned coppery, and about each lamp was a bush of coppery beams, like the beams about a torch that burns in a fog. Great was the clatter of cups, and great the clinking of glass, as in their drunkenness the witches cast down the priceless beakers on the floor, smashing them in shivers. And huge din there was of laughter and song, and amidst of it women's voices singing, albeit near drowned in the hurly-burly, for they constrained Mevrian's damosels in Crothering to sing and dance before them, howsoever woeful at heart. And to other entertainment than this of dance and song was many a black-bearded reveller willing to constrain them, and sought occasion thereto, but this by stealth only, and out of eye-shot of their general. For heavily enow was his wrath fallen on some who rashly flaunted in his face their light disports, presuming to hunt in such fields while their lord went still a-fasting. After a while Hemming, who sat next to Gro, began to say to him in a whisper, "This is an ill banquet." "Meseems rather 'tis a very good banquet," said Gro. "Would I saw some other issue thereof," said Hemming, "than that he purposeth. Or how thinkest thou?" "I scarce can blame him," answered Gro. "'Tis a most lovesome lady. Is not the man a most horrible open swine? And is it to be endured that he should work his lewd purpose on so sweet a lady?" "What have I to do with it?" said Gro. "What less than I?" said Hemming. "It dislikes thee?" said Gro. "Art thou a man?" said Hemming. "And she that hateth him besides as bloody Atropos." Gro looked him a swift searching look in the eye. Then he whispered, his head bowed over some raisins he was a-picking, "If this is thy mind, 'tis well." And speaking softly, with here and there some snatch of louder discourse or jest between whiles, lest he should seem too earnestly engaged in secret talk, he taught Hemming orderly and clearly what he had to do, discovering to him that Laxus also, being bit with jealousy, was of their accord. "Thy brother Cargo is aptest for this. He standeth about her height, and by reason of his youth is yet beardless. Go find him out. Rehearse unto him word by word all this talking that hath been between me and thee. Corineus holdeth me too deep suspect to suffer me out of his eye tonight. Unto you, sons of Corrund, therefore, is the task. and I abiding at his elbow may avail to hold him here i' the hall till it be performed. Go, and wise counsel and good speed wait on your attempts." The Lady Mevrian, being escaped to her own chamber in the south tower, sat by an eastern window that looked across the gardens and the lake, past the sea locks of Straparden and the dark hills of Eastmore, to the stately ranges afar which overhang in mid-air Moresdale and Mirkdale and Swart Riverdale and the inland sea of Throwater. The last lights of day still lingered on their loftier summits, on Ironbeak, on the gaunt wall of Scarta, and on the distant twin towers of Dina, seen beyond the lower Moresdale range in the depression of Neverdale Hawes. Behind them rolled up the ascent of heaven the wheels of quiet night. Holy night, mother of the gods, mother of sleep, tender nurse of all little birds and beasts that dwell in the field, and all tired hearts and weary. Mother besides of strange children, of frights and rapes, and midnight murders bold. Mevrian sat there till all the earth was blurred in darkness, and the sky athrob with starlight, for it was yet an hour until the rising of the moon. And she prayed to Lady Artemis, calling her by her secret names, and saying, "Goddess and maiden, chaste and holy, triune goddess, which in heaven art, and on the earth huntress divine, and also hast in the veiled sunless places below earth thy dwelling, viewing the large stations of the dead, save me and keep me that am thy maiden still." She turned the ring upon her finger, and scanned in the gathering gloom the bezel thereof, which was of that chrysoprase that is hid in light and seen in darkness, being as a flame by night, but in the daytime yellow or wan. And behold, it palpitated with splendour from withinward, and was as if 1,000 golden sparks danced and swirled within the stone. While she pondered what interpretation lay likeliest on this sudden flowering of unaccustomed splendour within the chrysoprase, behold, one of her women of the bedchamber who brought light said, standing before her, "Twain of those lords of Witchland would speak with your ladyship in private." "Two," said Mevrian. "There's safety yet in numbers. Which be they?" "Highness, they be tall and slim of body. They be black advised. They bear them discreet as dormice, and most commendably sober." Mevrian asked, "Is it the Lord Gro? Hath he a great black beard, much curled and perfumed?" "Highness, I marked not that either weareth a beard," said the woman, "nor their names I know not." "Well," said Mevrian, "admit them, and do thou and thy fellows attend me while I give them audience." So it was done according to her bidding, and there entered in those two sons of Corund. They greeted her with respectful salutations, and Hemming said, "Our errand, most worshipful lady, was for thine own ear only, if it please thee." Mevrian said to her women, "Make fast the doors, and attend me in the antechamber." "And now, my lords," said she, and waited for them to begin. She was seated sideways in the window, betwixt the light and the dark. The crystal lamps shining from within the room showed deeper darknesses in her hair than night's darkness without. The curve of her white arms resting in her lap was like the young moon cradled above the sunset. A falling breeze out of the south came laden with the murmur of the sea, far away beyond fields and vineyards, restlessly surging even in that calm weather amid the sea caves of Straparden. It was as if the sea and the night enfolding Demonland gasped in indignation at such things as Gorice, holding himself already an undoubted possessor of her desires, devised for that night in Croberland. Those brethren stood abashed in the presence of such rare beauty. Hemming, with a deep breath, spake and said, "Madam, what slender opinion soever thou hast held of us of Witchland, I pray thee be satisfied that I and my kinsmen have sought to thee now with a clean heart to do thee service." "Princess," said she, "scarce might ye blame me did I misdoubt you. Yet, seeing that my life's days have been not among ambidexters and coney catchers, but lovers of clean hands and open dealing, not even after that which I this night endured will mine heart believe that all civility is worn away in Witchland. Did I not freely receive Gorice self when I did open my gates to him, firmly believing him to be a king and not a ravening wolf?" Then said Hemming, "Canst thou wear armour, madam? Thou art something of an height with my brother. To bring thee past the guard, if thou go armed as I shall conduct thee, the wine they have drunken shall be thy minister. I have provided an horse. In the likeness of my young brother mayst thou ride forth tonight out of this castle, and win clean away. But in thine own shape thou mayst never pass from these thy lodgings, for he hath set a guard thereon, being resolved, come thereof what may, to visit thee here this night, in thine own chamber, madam." The sounds of furious revelry floated up from the banquet chamber. Mevrian heard by snatches the voice of Gorice singing an unseemly song. as in the presence of some dark influence that threatened an ill she might not comprehend, yet felt her blood quail and her heart grow sick because of it, she looked on those brethren. She said at last, "Was this your plan?" Hemming answered, "It was the Lord Gro did most ingeniously conceive it, but Gorice, as he hath ever held him in distrust, and most of all when he hath drunken overmuch, keepeth him most firmly at his elbow." Cargo now did off his armour, and Mevrian, calling in her women to take this and other gear, fared straightway to an inner chamber to change her fashion. Hemming said to his brother, "Thou shalt need to go about it with great circumspection, to come off when we are gone, so as thou not be espied. Were I thou, I should be tempted for the rareness of the jest to await his coming, and assay whether thou couldst not make as good a counterfeit Mevrian as she a counterfeit Cargo." "Thou," said Cargo, "mayst well laugh and be gay, thou that must conduct her. When thou art resolved, I dare lay my head to a turnip, to do thy utmost endeavour to despoil Gorice of that felicity he hath tonight decreed him, and bless thyself therewith." "Thou hast fallen," answered Hemming, "into a most barbarous thought. Shall my tongue be so false a traitor to mine heart as to say I love not this lady? Compare but her beauty and my youth together, how should it other be? But with such a height of fervour I do love her, that I'd as lief offer violence to a star of heaven, as require of her aught but honest." Said Cargo, "What said the wise little boy to his elder brother? Sith thou'st gotten the cake, brother, I must e'en make shift with the crumbs. When you are gone, and all wished and quiet, and I left here amid the waiting women, it shall go hard, but I'll teach 'em somewhat afore good night." Now opened the door of the inner chamber, and there stood before them the Lady Mevrian, armed and helmed. She said, "'Tis no light matter to halt before a cripple. Think you this will pass in the dark, my lords?" They answered 'twas beyond all commendation excellent. "I'll thank thee now, Prince Cargo," said she, stretching out her hand. He bowed and kissed it in silence. "This harness," she said, "shall be a keepsake unto me of a noble enemy. Would some day I might call thee friend, for such wise hast thou borne thee this night." Therewith, bidding young Cargo adieu, she with his brother went forth from the chamber, and through the antechamber to that shadowy stairway where Gorine's soldiers stood sentinel. These, as many more be drowned in the beaker than in the ocean, not over-heedful after their tipplings, seeing two go by together with clanking armour, and knowing Hemming's voice when he answered the challenge, made no question but here were Corin's sons returning to the banquet. So passed he and she lightly by the sentinels, but as they fared by the lofty corridor without the chamber of the moon, the doors of that chamber opening suddenly left and right, there came forth torch-bearers and minstrels 2 by 2 as in a progress, with cymbals clashing and flutes and tambourines, so that the corridor was full filled with the flare of flamboys and the din. In the midst walked the Lord Gorice. The lusty blood within him burned scarlet in all his shining face, and made stand the veins like cords on the strong neck and arms and hands of him. The thick curls above his brow, where they strayed below his coronal of sleeping nightshade, were adrip with sweat. Plain it was he was in no good trim, after that shrewd knock on the head Astar that day had given him, to withstand deep quaffings. He went between Gro and Laxus, swaying heavily now on the arm of this one, now of the other, his right hand beating time to the music of the bridal song. Mevrian whispered to Hemming, "Let us bear out a good face so long as we be alive." They stood aside, hoping to be passed by unnoticed, for retreat nor concealment was there none. But Gorice, his eye lighting on them, stopped and hailed them, catching them each by an arm and crying, "Hemming, thou art drunk! Cargo, thou art drunk, sweet youth! 'Tis a damnable folly, drink as you be, and these bonny wenches I've provided you. How shall I satisfy 'em, think ye, when they come to me with their plaints to mourn, that each must sit with a snoring drunkard's head in her lap the night long?" Mevrian, as if she had all her part by rote, was leaned this while heavily upon Hemming, hanging her head. Hemming could think on naught likelier to say than, "Truly, O Gorice, we be sober." "Thou liest," said Gorice. "'Twas ever signed manifest of drunkenness to deny it. Look you, my lords, I deny not I am drunk. Therefore is signed manifest I am drunk, signed manifest I am sober. But the hour calleth to other work than questioning of these high matters. Set on!" So speaking, he reeled heavily against Gro, and, as if moved by some airy influence that, whispering him of schemings afoot, yet conspired with the wine that he had drunken to make him look all otherwise for treason than where it lay under his hand to discover it, gripped Gro by the arm, saying, "Bide by me, goblin, thou wert best. I do love thee very discreetly, and will still hold thee by the ears, to see thou bite me not, nor go no more a-gadding." Being by such happy fortune delivered out of this peril, Hemming and Mevrian, with what prudent haste they might, and without mishap or hindrance, got them their horses, and fared north of the main gate between the marble hippogriffs, whose mighty forms shone above them stark in the low beams of the rising moon. So they rode silently through the gardens and the home meads, and thence to the wild woods beyond, quickening now their pace to a gallop on the yielding turf. So hard they rode, the air of the windless April night was lashed into storm about their faces. The trample and thunder of hoofbeats, and the flying glimpses of the trees were to young Hemming but an undertone to the thunder of his blood, which night and speed of that lady galloping beside him knee to knee set a gallop within him. But to Mevrian's soul, as she galloped along those woodland rides, those moonlight glades, these things and night and the steadfast stars attuned a heavenlier music, so that she waxed more mentally wondrous peaceful at heart, as with the most firm assurance that not without the abiding glory of Demonland must the great mutations of the world be acted, and but for a little should their evil willers usurp her dear brother's seat in Crotherland. They drew rein in a clearing beside a broad stretch of water. Pine woods rose from its further edge, shadowy in the moonshine. Mevrian rode to a little eminence that stood above the water, and turned her eyes toward Crotherland. Save by her instructed and loving eye, scarce might it be seen, many miles away be east of them, dimmed in the obscure soft radiance under the moon. So sat she awhile, looking on golden Crotherland, while her horse grazed quietly, and Hemming at her elbow held his peace, only beholding her. At last, looking back and meeting his gaze, "Prince Hemming," she said, "from this place goeth a hidden path north about beside the firth, and a dry road over the marsh, and a ford, and an upland horseway leadeth into Westmore. Here and always in Demonland I might fare blindfold, and here I'll say farewell. My tongue is a poor orator, but I mind me of the words of the poet, where he saith, My mind is like to the asbeston stone, which if it once be heat in flames of fire, denieth to become uncold again. Be the latter issue of these wars in my great kinsman's victory, as I most firmly trow it shall be, or in Gorice's his, I shall not forget this experiment of your nobility, manifested unto me this night." But Hemming, still beholding her, answered not a word. She said, "How fares the Queen thy stepmother? 7 summers ago this summer I was in Norvasp at Lord Corran's wedding feast, and stood by her at the bridal. Is she yet so fair?" He answered, "Madam, as June bringeth the golden rose unto perfection, so waxeth her beauty with the years." "She and I," said Mevrian, "were playmates, she the elder by 2 summers. Is she yet so masterful?" "Madam, she is a queen," said Hemming, nailing his very eyes on Mevrian. Her face half turned towards him, sweet mouth half closed, clear eyes uplifted toward the east, showed dim in the glamour of the moon, and the lilt of her body was as a lily fallen a-dreaming beside some enchanted lake at midnight. With a dry throat he said, "Lady, until tonight, I had not supposed there lived on earth a woman more beautiful than she." Therewith the love that was in him went like a wind and like an upsweeping darkness athwart his brain. As one who has too long, unbold, unresolved, delayed to lift that door's latch which must open on his heart's true home, he caught his arms about her. Her cheek was soft to his kiss, but deadly cold. Her eyes like a wild bird's caught in a purse net. His brother's armour that cased her body was not so dead nor so hard under his hand, as to his love that yielding cheek, that alien look. He said, as one a stagger for his wits in the presence of some unlooked-for chance, "Thou dost not love me?" Mevrian shook her head, putting him gently away. Like the passing of a fire on a dry heath in summer, the flame of his passion was passed by, leaving but a smouldering desolation of scornful, sullen wrath at himself and fate. He said in a low, shamed voice, "I pray you forgive me, madam." Mevrian said, "Prince, the gods give thee good night. Be kind to Crotherland. I have left there an evil steward." So saying, she reined up her horse's head and turned down westward towards the firth. Hemming watched her an instant, his brain a-reel. Then, striking spurs to his horse's flanks, so that the horse reared and plunged, he rode away at a great pace east again, through the woods to Crotherland. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 25. Lord Gro and the Lady Mevrian. How the Lord Gro, conducted by a strange enamorment with lost causes, fared with none save this to be his guide, into the regions of Neverdale, and there beheld wonders, and tasted again for a season the goodness of those things he did most desire. 90 days and a day after these doings aforesaid, in the last hour before the dawn, was the Lord Gro a-riding toward the paling east, down from the hills of Eastmark to the fords of Morderdale. At a walking pace his horse came down to the waterside, and halted with fetlocks awash. His flanks were wet and his wind gone, as from swift faring on the open fell since midnight. He stretched down his neck, sniffed the fresh river water, and drank. Gro turned in the saddle, listening, his left hand thrown forward to slack the reins, his right flat planted on the crupper. But naught there was to hear save the babble of waters in the shallows, the sucking noise of the horse drinking, and the plash and crunch of his hooves when he shifted feet among the pebbles. Before and behind and on either hand, the woods and strath and circling hills showed dim in the obscure grey betwixt darkness and twilight. A light mist hid the stars. Naught stirred save an owl that flitted like a phantom, out from a holly bush in a craggy bluff, a bow shot or more downstream, crossing Gro's path and lighting on a branch of a dead tree above him on the left, where she sat as if to observe the goings of this man and horse that trespassed in this valley of quiet night. Gro leaned forward to pat his horse's neck. "Come, gossip, we must on," he said, "and marvel not if thou find no rest, going with me which could never find any steadfast stay under the moon's globe." So they forded that river, and fared through low, rough grasslands beyond, and by the skirts of a wood up to an open heath, and so a mile or two, still eastward, till they turned to the right down a broad valley, and crossed a river above a watersmeet, and so east again, up the bed of a stony stream, and over this to a rough mountain track that crossed some boggy ground, and then climbed higher and higher above the floor of the narrowing valley, to a pass between the hills. At length the slope slackened, and they passing as through a gateway between two high mountains which impended sheer and stark on either hand, came forth upon a moor of ling and bog myrtle, strewn with lakelets and abounding in streams and moss hags and outcrops of the living rock. And the mountain peaks afar stood round that moorland waste like warrior kings. Now was colour waking in the eastern heavens, the bright shining morning beginning to clear the earth. Conies scurried to cover before the horse's feet. Small birds flew up from the heather. Some red deer stood at gaze in the fern, then tripped away southward. A moorcock called. Gro said in himself, "How shall not common opinion account me mad, so rash and presumptuous dangerously to put my life in hazard? Nay, against all sound judgment. And this folly I enact in that very season, when by patience and courage and my politic wisdom I had won that in despite of fortune's teeth, which obstinately hitherto she had denied me. When after the brunts of divers tragical fortunes I had marvellously gained the favour and grace of the king, who very honourably placed me in his court, and tendereth me, I well think, so dearly as he doth the balls of his 2 eyes." He put off his helm, baring his white forehead and smooth black curling locks to the airs of morning, flinging back his head to drink deep through his nostrils the sweet strong air and its peaty smell. "Yet is common opinion the fool, not I," he said. "He that imagineth after his labours to attain unto lasting joy, as well may he beat water in a mortar. Is there not in the wild benefit of nature instances enow to laugh this folly out of fashion? A fable of great men that arise and conquer the nations. Day goeth up against the tyrant night. How delicate a spirit is she! How like a fawn she footeth it upon the mountains, pale pitiful light matched with the primeval dark. But every sweet hovers in her battalions, and every heavenly influence, coolth of the wayward little winds of morning, flowers awakening, birds a-carol, dews a-sparkle on the fine-drawn webs the tiny spinners hang from fern frond to thorn, from thorn to wet dainty leaf of the silver birch. The young day laughing in her strength, wild with her own beauty, fire and life and every scent and colour born anew to triumph over chaos and slow darkness and the kinless night. But because day at her dawning hours hath so bewitched me, must I yet love her when glutted with triumph she settles to garish noon? Rather turn, as now I turn, to demonland, and the sad sunset of her pride. And who dares call me turncoat, who do but follow now as I have followed this rare wisdom all my days, to love the sunrise and the sundown, and the morning and the evening star? since there only abideth the soul of nobility, true love, and wonder, and the glory of hope and fear. So brooding, he rode at an easy pace, bearing east and a little north across the moor, falling because of the strange harmony that was between outward things and the inward thoughts of his heart, into a deep study. So came he to the moor's end, and entered among the skirts of the mountains beyond, crossing low passes, threading a way among woods and watercourses, up and down, about and about. The horse led him which way that he would, for no heed nor advice had he of aught about him, for cause of the deep contemplation that he had within himself. It was now high noon. The horse and his rider were come to a little dell of green grass, with a beck winding in the midst, with cool water flowing over a bed of shingle. Above the dell grew many trees, both tall and straight. Above the trees, high mountain crags abake in the sun showed ethereal through the shimmering heat. A murmur of waters, a hum of tiny wings flitting from flower to flower, the sound of the horse grazing on the lush pasture. There was naught else to hear. Not a leaf moved, not a bird. The hush of the summer noonday, breathless, burnt through with the sun, more awful than any shape of night, paused above that lonely dell. Gro, as if waked by the very silence, looked quickly about him. The horse felt belike in his bones his rider's unease. He gave over his feeding and stood alert with wild eye and quivering flanks. Gro patted and made much of him. Then, guided by some inward prompting, the reason whereof he knew not, turned west by a small tributary beck, and rode softly toward the wood. Here he was stopped with a number of trees so thickly placed together that he was afraid he should with riding through be swept from the saddle. So he lighted down, tied his horse to an oak, and climbed the bed of the little stream till he was come whence he might look north, over the tree-tops, to a green terrace about at a level with him, and some 50 paces distant along the hillside, shielded from the north by 3 or 4 great rowan trees on the far side of it, and on the terrace a little tarn or rock cistern of fair water, very cool and deep. He paused, steadying himself with his left hand by a jutting rock overgrown with rose campion. Surely no children of men were these, footing it on that secret lawn beside that fountain's brink, nor no creatures of mortal kind. Such it may be were the goats and kids and soft-eyed does, that on their hind legs merrily danced among them, but never such those others of manly shape, and with pointed hairy ears, shaggy legs and cloven hooves, nor those maidens white of limb, beneath the tread of whose feet the blue gentian and the little golden cinquefoil bent not their blossoms, so airy light was their dancing. To make the music, little goat-footed children with long pointed ears sat on a hummock of turf-clad rock, piping on pan-pipes, their bodies burnt to the hue of red earth by the wind and the sun. But whether because their music was too fine for mortal ears, or for some other reason, Gro might hear no sound of that piping. The heavy silence of the waste white noon was lord of the scene, while the mountain nymphs and the simple genii of sedge and stream and crag and moorland solitude threaded the mazes of the dance. The Lord Gro stood still in great admiration, saying in himself, "What means my drowsy head to dream such fancies? Spirits of ill have I heretofore beheld in their manifestations. I have seen fantasticos framed and presented by art magic. I have dreamed strange dreams o' nights. But till this hour I did account it an idle tale of poets' feigning, that amid woods, forests, fertile fields, sea-coasts, shores of great rivers and fountain brinks, and also upon the tops of huge and high mountains, do still appear unto certain favoured eyes the sundry sorted nymphs and fieldish demigods. Which thing if I now verily behold, 'tis a great marvel, and sorteth well with the strange allurements whereby this oppressed land hath so lately found a means to govern mine affections." And he thought a while, reasoning thus in his mind, "If this be but an apparition, it hath no essence to do me a hurt. If, o' the contrary, these be very essential beings, needs must they joyfully welcome me and use me well, being themselves the true vital spirits of many mountain demon-land, unto whose comfort and the restorement of her old renown and praise I have with such a strange determination bent all my painful thoughts and resolution." So on the motion he discovered himself and hailed them. The wild things bounded away and were lost among the flanks of the hills. The capripeds, leaving on the instant their piping or their dancing, crouched watching him with distrustful, startled eyes. Only the oreads, still in a dazzling drift, pursued their round. Quiet maiden mouths, beautiful breasts, slender lithe limbs, hand joined to delicate hand, parting and closing and parting again, in rhythms of unstaled variety. Here one that with white arms clasped behind her head, where her braided hair was as burnished gold, circled and swayed with a languorous motion. Here another that leaped and paused, hovering a tiptoe, like an arrow of the sun shot through the leafy roof of an old pine forest, when the warm hill wind stirs the treetops and opens a tiny window to the sky. Gro went toward them along the grassy hillside. When he was come a dozen paces, the strength was gone from his limbs. He kneeled down, crying out and saying, "Divinities of earth, deny me not, neither reject me, albeit cruelly have I till now oppressed your land, but will do so no more. The footsteps of mine overtrodden virtue lie still as bitter accusations unto me. Bring me of your mercy where I may find out them that possessed this land, and offer them atonement, who were driven forth because of me and mine, to be outlaws in the woods and mountains." So spake he, bowing his head in sorrow. And he heard, like the trembling of a silver lute string, a voice in the air that cried, "North 'tis and north 'tis. Why need we further?" He raised his eyes. The vision was gone. Only the noon and the woodland, silent, solitary, dazzling, were about and above him. Lord Gro came now to his horse again, and mounted and rode north away through the fells all that summer afternoon, full of cloudy fancies. When it was eventide, his way was high up along the steep side of a mountain, between the screes and the grass, following a little path made by the wild sheep. Far beneath in the valley was a small river tortuously flowing along a bouldery bed, amid hillocks of old moraines, which were like waves of a sea of grass-clad earth. The July sun wheeled low, flinging the shadows of the hills far up the westward-facing slopes where Gro was a-riding. But where he rode, and above him, the hillside was yet aglow with the warm, low sunshine, and the distant peak that shut in the head of the valley, rearing its huge front like the gable of a house, with sweeping ribs of bare rock and scree, and a crest of crag like a great breaker frozen to stone in mid-career, bathed yet in a radiance of opalescent light. Turning the shoulder of the hillside, at a place where the hill was cut by a shallow gully, he saw before him a hollow or sheltered nook. There, protected by the great body of the hill from the blasts of the east and north, 2 rowan trees and some hollies grew in the clefts of the rock above the watercourse. Under their shadow was a cave, not large, but so big as a man might well abide in and be dry in wild weather, and beyond it on the right a little waterfall, so beautiful it was a wonder to behold. This was the fashion of it, a slab of rock, twice a man's height, tilted a little forward from the hill, so that the water fell clear from its upper edge in a thin stream into a rocky basin. The water in the basin was clear and deep, but a churn always with bubbles from the plunging jet from above, and over all the rocks about it grew mosses and lichens and little water-flowers, nourished by the stream at root, and refreshed by the spray. The Lord Gro said in his heart, "Here would I dwell for ever, had I but the art to make myself little as an eft. And I would build me an house a span high, beside yonder cushion of moss emerald-hued, with those pink foxgloves to shade my door, which balance their bells above the foaming waters. This shy grass of Parnassus should be my drinking cup, with pure white chalice poised on a hair-thin stem, and the curtains of my bed that little thirsty sandwort which, like a green heaven sown with milk-white stars, curtains the shady sides of these rocks." Resting in this imagination, he abode long time looking on that fairy place, so secretly bestowed in the fold of the naked mountain. Then, unwilling to depart from so fair a spot, and bethinking him besides that after so many hours his horse was weary, he dismounted and lay down beside the stream. And in a short while, having his spirits sublimed with the sweet imagination of those wonders he had beheld, he was fain to suffer the long dark lashes to droop over his large and liquid eyes, and deep sleep overcame him. When he awoke, all the sky was afire with the red of sunset. A shadow was betwixt him and the western light, the shape of one bending over him, and saying in masterful wise, yet in accents wherein the echoes and memories of all sweet sounds seemed mingled and laid up at rest for ever, "Lie still, my lord, nor cry not a rescue. Behold thine own sword, and I took it from thee sleeping." And he was ware of a sharp sword pointed against his throat, where the big veins lie beneath the tongue. He stirred not at all, neither spake aught, only looking up at her, as at some vision of delight strayed from the fugitive flock of dreams. The lady said, "Where be thy company, and how many? Answer me swiftly." He answered her like a dreamer. "How shall I answer thee? How shall I number them that be beyond all count? Or how name unto your grace their habitation, which are even very now closer to me than hand or feet, yet of the next instant are able to transcend a main wilder belike than even a starbeam hath journeyed o'er?" She said, "Riddle me no riddles. Answer me, thou wert best." "Madam," said Gro, "these that I told thee of be the company of mine own silent thoughts. And but for mine horse, this is all the company that came hither with me." "Alone," said she, "and sleep so securely in thine enemy's country? That showed a strange confidence." "Not enemies, if I may," said he. But she cried, "And thou, Lord Gro, of which land?" "That one sickened long since," he answered, "of a mortal sickness, and 'tis now a day and a night since he is dead thereof." "What art thou, then?" said she. He answered, "If your grace would so receive me, Lord Gro of Demonland." "A very practised turncoat," said she. "Belike they also are wearied of thee and thy ways." "Alas," she said in an altered voice, "thy gentle pardon, when doubtless it was for thy generous deeds to me ward they fell out with thee, when thou didst so nobly befriend me." "I will tell your highness," answered he, "the pure truth. Never stood matters better twixt me and all of them than when yesternight I resolved to leave them." The Lady Mevrin was silent, a cloud in her face. Then, "I am alone," she said. "Therefore think it not little-hearted in me, nor forgetful of past benefits, if I will be further certified of thee ere I suffer thee to rise. Swear to me thou wilt not betray me." But Gro said, "How should an oath from me avail thee, madam? Oaths bind not an ill man. Were I minded to do thee wrong, lightly should I swear thee all oaths thou mightest require, and lightly the next instant be forsworn." "That is not well said," said Mevrian, "nor helpeth not thy safety. You men do say that women's hearts be faint and feeble, but I shall show thee the contrary is in me. Study to satisfy me, else will I assuredly smite thee to death with thine own sword." The Lord Gro lay back, clasping his slender hands behind his head. "Stand, I pray thee," said he, "on the other side of me, that I may see thy face." She did so, still threatening him with the sword. And he said, smiling, "Divine lady, all my days have I had danger for my bedfellow, and peril of death for my familiar friend. Whilom leading a delicate life in princely court, where murder sitteth in the wine-cup and in the alcove. Whilom journeying alone in more perilous lands than this, as witness the Maruna, where the country is full of venomous beasts and crawling poisoned serpents, and the divils be as abundant there as grasshoppers on a hot hillside in summer. He that feareth is a slave, were he never so rich, were he never so powerful, but he that is without fear is king of all the world. Thou hast my sword. Strike. Death shall be a sweet rest to me. Thraldom, not death, should terrify me." She paused a while, then said unto him, "My Lord Gro, thou didst do me once a right great good turn. Surely I may build my safety on this, that never yet did kite bring forth a good flying hawk." She shifted her hold on his sword, and very prettily gave it him hilt foremost, saying, "I give it thee back, my lord, nothing doubting that that which was given in honour thou wilt honourably use." But he, rising up, said, "Madam, this and thy noble words hath given such roof-fastness to the pact of faith betwixt us, that it may now unfold what blossom of oaths thou will. For oaths are the blossom of friendship, not the root, and thou shalt find me a true holder of my vowed amity unto thee without spot or wrinkle." For sundry nights and days abode Gro and Mevrian in that place, hunting at whiles to get their sustenance, drinking of the sweet spring water, sleeping o' nights, she in her cave beneath the holly bushes and the rowans beside the waterfall, he in a cleft of the rocks a little below in the gully, where the moss made cushions soft and resilient as the great stuffed beds in Carsey. In those days she told him of her faring since that night of April when she escaped out of Crothering, how first she found harbourage at Vie in Westmark, but hearing in a day or two of a hue and cry, fled east again, and sojourning a while beside Throwater, came at length about a month ago upon this cave beside the little fountain, and here abode. Her mind had been to win over the mountains to Gaeling, but she had after the first attempt given over that design, for fear of companies of the enemy, whose hands she barely escaped when she came forth into the lower valleys that open on the eastern coastlands. so she had turned again to this hiding place in the hills, as secret and remote as any in Demonland. For this dale, she let him know, was Neverdale, where no road ran save the way of the deer and the mountain goats, and no garth opened on that dale, and the reek of no man's hearthstone burdened the winds that blew thither. And that gable-crested peak, at the head of the dale, was the southernmost of the forks of Nantragarnham, nursery of the vulture and the eagle. And a hidden way was round the right shoulder of that peak, over the toothed ridge by Neverdale Halls, to the upper waters of Tiveronderdale. On an afternoon of sultry summer heat it so befell that they rested below the halls, on a bastion of rock that jutted from the southwestern slope. Beneath their feet precipices fell suddenly away from a giddy verge, sweeping round in a grand cirque, above which the mountain rose like some Tartarian fortress, ponderous, cruel as the sea, and sad, scarred and gashed with great lines of cleavage, as though the face of the mountain had been slashed away by the axe-stroke of a giant. In the depths the waters of Dual Tarn slept placid and fathomless. Gro was stretched on the brink of the cliff, face downward, propped on his 2 elbows, studying those dark waters. "Surely," he said, "the great mountains of the world are a present remedy, if men did but know it, against our modern discontent and ambitions. In the hills is wisdom's fount. They are deep in time. They know the ways of the sun and the wind, the lightning's fiery feet, the frost that shattereth, the rain that shroudeth, the snow that putteth about their nakedness a softer coverlet than fine lawn, which if their large philosophy question not if it be a bridal sheet or a shroud, hath not this unpoliced calm his justification ever in the returning year? And is it not an instance to laugh our carefulness out of fashion? Of us, little children of the dust, children of a day, who with so many burdens do burden us, with taking thought, and with fears, and with desires, and devious schemings of the mind, so that we wax old before our time, and fall weary ere the brief day be spent, and one reaping hook gather us home at last for all our pains." He looked up, and she met the gaze of his great eyes. Deep pools of night they seemed, where strange matters might move unseen, disturbing to look on, yet filled with a soft slumbrous charm that lulled and soothed. "Thou'st fallen a-dreaming, my lord," said Mevrian, "and for me 'tis a hard thing to walk with thee in thy dreams, who am awake in the broad daylight and would be a-doing." "Certes it is an ill thing," said Lord Gro, "that thou, who hast not been nourished in mendacity or poverty, but in superfluity of honour and largesse, shouldst be made fugitive in thine own dominions, to lodge with foxes and beasts of the wild mountain." Said she, "It is yet a sweeter lodging than is today in Crothering. It is therefore I chafe to do somewhat. To win through to Galing, that were something." "What profit is in Galing," said Gro, "without Lord Juss?" She answered, "Thou wilt tell me it is even as Crothering without my brother." Looking sidelong up at her, where she sat armed beside him, he beheld a tear a-tremble on her eyelid. He said gently, "Who shall foreknow the ways of fate? Your Highness is better here, belike." Lady Mevrian stood up. She pointed to a print in the living rock before her feet. "The hippogriff's hoof-mark," she cried, "stricken in the rock ages ago by that high bird, which presideth from of old over the predestined glory of our line, to point us on to a fame advanced above the region of the glittering stars. True is the word that that land which is in the governance of a woman only is not surely kept. I will abide idly here no more." Gro, beholding her so stand, all armed on that high brink of crag, setting with so much perfection in womanly beauty manlike valour, bethought him that here was that true embodiment of morn and eve, that charm which called him from Crothering, and for which the prophetic spirits of mountain and wood and field had pointed his path with a heavenly benison, meaning to bid him go northward to his heart's true home. He kneeled down, and caught her hand in his, embracing and kissing it, as of her in whom all his hopes were placed, and saying passionately, "Mevrian, Mevrian, let me be but armed in thy good grace, and I defy whatever there is or can be against me. Even as the sun lighteth broad heaven at noonday, and that giveth light unto this dreary earth, so art thou the true light of Demonland, which because of thee maketh the whole world glorious. Welcome unto me be all miseries, so only unto thee I may be welcome." She sprang back, snatching away her hand. Her sword leapt singing from the scabbard. But Gro, that was so ravished and abused that he remembered of nothing worldly, but only that he beheld his lady's face, abode motionless. She cried, "Back to back! Swift, or 'tis too late!" He leaped up, barely in time. 6 stout fellows, soldiers of Witchland, stolen softly upon them at unawares, closed now upon them. No breath to waste in parley, but the clank of steel. He and Mevrian back to back on a table of rock, those 6 setting on from either side. "Kill the goblin," said they. "Take the lady unhurt. 'Tis death to all if she be touched." So for a time those 2 defended them of all their power. Yet at such odds could not the issue stand long in doubt, nor Gro's high mettle make up what he lacked of strength bodily and skill in arms. Cunning of fence indeed was the Lady Mevrian, as they guessed not to their hurt. For the first of them, a great chuff-headed fellow that sought to bear her down, with rushing in upon her, she with a deft thrust passing his guard ran clear through the throat, by whose taking off his fellows took some lesson of caution. But Gro being at length brought to earth with many wounds, they had the next instant caught Mevrian from behind, whilst others engaged her in the face, when, in the nick of time as by the intervention of heaven, was all their business taken in reverse, and all 5 in a moment laid bleeding on the stones beside their fellows. Mevrian, looking about, and seeing what she saw, fell weak and faint in her brother's arms, overcome with so much radiant joy after that stress of action and peril, beholding now with her own eyes that homecoming whereof the genii of the land had had foreknowledge, and in Gro's sight shown themselves wild with joy thereof. Brandok Dahar and Jus come home to Demonland, like men arisen from the dead. "Not touched," she answered them, "but look to my Lord Gro. I fear he be hurt. Look to him well, for he hath approved him our friend indeed." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 26. The Battle of Crothering Side. How word was brought unto the Lord Corinius that the Lords Jus and Brandok Dahar were come again into the land, and how he resolved to give them battle on the side under Erngate End, and of the great flank march of Lord Brandok Dahar over the mountains from Transdale, and of the great battle, and of the issue thereof. Laxus and those sons of Corund walked on an afternoon in Crothering-holm Mead. The sky above them was hot and coloured of lead, presaging thunder. No wind stirred in the trees that were livid green against that leaden pall. The noise of mattock and crowbar came without intermission from the castle. Where gardens had been, and arbours of shade and sweetness, was now but wreck. Broken columns and smashed porphyry vases of rare workmanship, mounds of earth and rotting vegetation, and those great cedars, emblems of their lord's estate and pride, lay prostrate now with their roots exposed, a tangle of sere foliage and branches broken, withered and lifeless. Over this deathbed of ruined loveliness, the towers of onyx showed ghastly against the sky. "Is there not a virtue in 7?" said Cargo. "Last week was the 6th time we thought we had gotten the eel by the tail in yon fly-blown hills of Meland, and came empty home. When think'st, Laxus, shall's run 'em to earth indeed?" "When egg-pies shall grow on apple-trees," answered Laxus. "Nay, the general setteth greater store by his proclamations concerning the young woman, who likely never heareth of them, and assuredly will not be by them ticed home again, and by these toys of revenge, than by sound soldiership. Hark, there goeth this day's work." They turned at a shout from the gates, to behold the northern of those 2 golden hippogriffs totter and crash down the steeps into the moat, sending up a great smoke from the stones and rubble which poured in its wake. Lord Laxus's brow was dark. He laid hand on Hemming's arm, saying, "The times need all sage counsel we can reach unto, O ye sons of Corund, if our lord the king shall have indeed from this expedition into Demonland the victory at last of all his evil rulers. Remember, that was a great miss to our strength when the goblin went." "Out upon the viper," said Cargo. "Corinius was right in this, not to warrant him the honesty of such slippery cattle. He had not served above a month or 2 but that he ran to the enemy." "Corinius," said Laxus, "is yet but green in his estate. Doth he suppose the rest of his reign shall be but play and the enjoying of a kingdom? Those left-handed strokes of fortune may yet o'erthrow him, the while that he streameth out his youth in wine and venery, and manageth this private spite against this lady. Slipper youth must be underpropped with elder counsel, lest all go amiss." "A most reverend old counsellor art thou," said Cargo, "of 36 years of age." Said Hemming, "We be 3. Take command thyself. I and my brother will back thee." "I will that thou swallow back those words," said Laxus, "as though they had never been spoke. Remember Corsus and Galandus. Besides, albeit he seemeth now rather to be a man straught than one that hath his wits, yet is Corineus in his sober self a valiant and puissant soldier, a politic and provident captain as is not found besides in Demonland, no, nor in which land neither, an it were not your noble father, and this one in his youthly age." "That is true," said Hemming. "Thou hast justly reproved me." Now while they were a-talking came one from the castle, and made obeisance unto Laxus, saying, "You are inquired for, O king, so please you to walk into the north chamber." Said Laxus, "Is it he that was newly ridden from the east country?" "So it is, so please you," with a low leg he made answer. "Hath he not had audience with King Corineus?" "He hath sought audience," said the man, "but was denied. The matter presseth, and he urged me therefore seek unto your lordship." As they walked toward the castle, Hemming said in Laxus's ear, "Knowest thou not this brave new piece of court ceremony? O these days, when he hath stroyed an hostage to spite the Lady Mevrian, as today was stroyed the horse-headed eagle, he giveth not audience till sundown. For, the deed of vengeance done, retireth himself to his own chamber, and a wench with him, the daintiest and gamesomest he may procure, and so for 2 hours or 3, drowned in the main sea of his own pleasures, he abateth some little deal for a season the pang of love." Now when Laxus was come forth from talking with the messenger from the east, he fared without delay to Corineus' chamber. There, thrusting aside the guards, he flung wide the shining doors, and found the Lord Corineus merrily disposed. He was reclined on a couch deep cushioned with dark green 3-pile velvet. An ivory table inlaid with silver and ebony stood at his elbow, bearing a crystal flagon already 2 parts emptied of the foaming wine, and a fair gold goblet beside it. He wore a long, loose, sleeveless gown of white silk, edged with a gold fringe. This, fallen open at the neck, left naked his chest and one strong arm, that in that moment when Laxus entered, reached out to grasp the wine-cup. Upon his knee he held a damosel of some 17 years, fair and fresh as a rose, with whom he was plainly on the point to pass from friendly converse to amorous privacy. He looked angrily upon Laxus, who without ceremony spoke and said, "The whole east is in a tumult. The burg is forced which we built astride the stile. Spitfire hath passed into Breakingdale to victual Galen, and hath overthrown our army that sat in siege thereof." Corineus drank a draught and spat. "Foot," said he, "much brute, little fruit. I would know by what warrant thou troublest me with this tittle-tattle, and I pleasantly disposing myself to mirth and recreation. Could it not wait till supper time?" Ere Laxus might say more was a great clatter heard without on the stairs, and in came those sons of Corund. "Am I a king," said Corineus, gathering his robe about him, "and shall I be forced? Avoid the chamber." Then, marking them stand silent with disordered looks, "What's the matter?" he said. "Are ye ta'en with the swindle or the turn-sickness, or are ye out of your wits?" Hemming answered and said, "Not mad, my lord. Here's Diderus that held the Styleburg for us, ridden from the east as fast as his horse might wallop, and gotten here hard at the heels of the former messenger, with fresh and more certain advertisement, fresher by 4 days than that one's. I pray you hear him." "I'll hear him," said Corineus, "at supper time. Naught sooner if the roof were afire." "The land beneath thy feet's afire," cried Hemming. "Jus and Brandok Dahar home again, and half the country lost thee ere thou heardst on't. These devils are home again. Shall we hear that and still be swillballs?" Corineus listened with folded arms. His great jaw was lifted up. His nostrils widened. For a minute he abode in silence, his cold blue eyes fixed as it were on somewhat afar. Then, "Home again," said he, "and the east in a hubbub, and not unlikely. Thank Diderus for his tidings. He shall sweeten mine ears with some more at supper. Till then, leave me, unless ye mean to be stretched." But Laxus, with sad and serious brow, stood beside him and said, "My lord, forget not that you are here the vicar and legate of the king. Let the crown upon your head put perils in your thoughts, so as you may hearken peaceably to them that are willing to lesson you with sound and sage advice. If we take order tonight to march by Switchwater, we may very well shut back this danger and stifle it ere it wax to too much bigness. If, on the contrary, we suffer them to enter into these western parts, Like enough without let or stay they will overrun the whole country. Gorice rolled his eye upon him. Can nothing, he said, prescribe unto thee obedience? Look to thine own charge. Is the fleet in proper trim? For there's the strength, ease, and anchor of our power, whether for victualling, or to shift our weight against 'em which way we choose, or to give us sure asylum if it were come to that. What ails thee? Have we not these 4 months desired naught better than that these demons should take heart to strike a field with us? If it be true that Jus himself and Brandock de Har have thrown down the castles and strengths which I had i' the east, and move with an army against us, why then I have them in the forge already, and shall now bring them to the hammer. And be satisfied, I'll choose mine own ground to fight them. There's yet matter for haste in this, said Laxus. A day's march, and we oppose them not, will bring them before Crothering. That, answered Corineus, jumpeth pat with mine own design. I'll not go a league to bar their way, but receive 'em here where the ground lieth most favourable to meet an enemy, which advantage I'll employ to the greatest stretch of service, standing on Crothering side, resting my flank against the mountain. The fleet shall ride in Orworth Haven. Laxus stroked his beard and was silent a minute, considering this. Then he looked up and said, This is sound generalship, I may not gainsay it. It is a purpose, my lord, said Corineus, I have long had in myself, stored by for the event. Let me alone, therefore, to do that my right is. There's this good in it too, as it befalleth. 'Twill suffer that dive-dapper to behold his home again afore I kill him. I shall find it a sight for sore eyes, I think, after my tending on't. The 3rd day after these doings, the farmer at Holt stood in his porch that opened westward on Tivieranderdale. An old man was he, crooked like a mountain thorn, but a bright black eye he had, and the hair curled crisp yet above his brow. It was late afternoon, and the sky overcast. Tousle-haired sheep-dogs slept before the door. Swallows gathered in the sky. Near to him sat a damosel, dainty as a meadow pipit, lithe as an antelope, and she was grinding grain in a hand-mill, singing the while. Grind, mill, grind, Corineus grinds us all, kinging it in widowed Crothering. The old man was furbishing a shield and morion cap, and other tackle of war lay at his feet. I wonder thou wilt still be busy with thy tackle, O my father, said she, looking up from her singing and grinding. If ill-tide ill again, what should an old man do but grieve and be silent? There shall be time for that hereafter, said the old man, but a little while is hand fain of blow. They'll be for firing the roof-tree likely if they come back, said she, still grinding. Thou'rt a disobedient lass. If thou'dst but flit as I bade thee to the shield-house up the dale, I'd force not a bean for their burnings. Let it burn, said she, if he be taken. What availeth then for thee or for me to be a-tarrying, thou that art an old man and full of good days, and I that will not be left so? The great dog awoke beside her and shook himself, then drew near and laid his nose in her lap, looking up at her with kind, solemn eyes. The old man said, Thou art a disobedient lass, and but for thee, come sword, come fire, not a straw care I, knowing it shall be but a passing storm, now that my lord is home again. They took the land from Lord Spitfire, said she. Aye, hinny, said the old man, and thou shalt see my lord shall take it back again. Aye, said she, and still she ground, and still she sang. Grind, mill, grind, Corineus grinds us all. After a time, Hist, said the old man, was not that a horse tread i' the lane? Get thee within doors till I know if all be friendly. And he stooped painfully to take up his weapon. Woefully it shook in his feeble hand. But she, as one that knew the step, heeding naught else, leapt up with face first red, then pale, then flushed again, and ran to the gate of the garth, and the sheep-dogs bounded before her. There in the gate she was met with a young man riding a weary horse. He was garbed like a soldier, and horse and man were so bedraggled with mire and dust, and all manner of defilement, they were a sorry sight to see, and so jaded both that scarce it seemed they had might to journey another furlong. They halted within the gate, and all those dogs jumped up upon them, whining and barking for joy. Ere the soldier was well down from the saddle, he had a sweet armful. Softly, my heart, said he, my shoulder's somewhat raw. Nay, 'tis naught to speak on. I've brought thee all my limbs home. Was there a battle? Said the old man. Was there a battle, father? Cried he. I'll tell thee, Crothering side is thicker with dead men slain than our garth with sheep i' the shearing time. Alack and alack, 'Tis a most horrid wound, dear, said the girl. Go in and I'll wash it, and lay to it milfoil pounded with honey. 'Tis most sovereign against pain and loss of blood, and drieth up the lips of the wound, and maketh whole thou'dst no credit how soon. Thou hast bled overmuch, thou foolish one, and how couldst thou thrive without thy wife to tend thee? The farmer put an arm about him, saying, Was the field ours, lad? I'll tell you all orderly, old man, answered he, but I must stable him first. And the horse nuzzled his breast. And ye must ballast me first. God shield us, 'tis not a tale for an empty man to tell. Lass, father, said the damosel, have we not one sweet sipper to the mouth, that we hold him here once more? And sweet or sour, let him take his time to fetch us the next. So they washed his hurt, and laid kindly herbs thereto, and bound it with clean linen, and put fresh raiment upon him, and made him sit on the bench without the porch, and gave him to eat and drink, cakes of barley meal, and dark heather honey, and rough white wine of Tiveranderdale. The dogs lay close about him, as if there was warmth there, and safety whereas he was. His young wife held his hand in hers, as if that were enough if it should last for aye. And that old man, eating down his impatience like a schoolboy chafing for the bell, fingered his partisan with trembling hand. Thou hadst the word I sent thee, father, after the fight below Galing? Aye, 'twas good. There was a council held that night, said the soldier, all the great men together in the high hall in Galing, so as it was a heaven to see. I was one of their cup-bearers, because I'd killed the standard-bearer of the witches in that same battle below Galing. Methought 'twas no great thing I did, till after the battle, look you, my lord's self standing beside me, and saith he, Arnod, aye, by my name, father, Arnod, saith, thou'st done down the pennon of Witchland, that gainst our freedom streamed so proud. 'Tis thy like shall best stead Demonland i' these dog days, saith he. Bear my cup tonight for thine honour. I would, lass, thou'dst seen his eyes that tide. 'Tis a lord to put marrow in the sword arm, our lord. They had forth the great map of the world, of this Demonland, to study their business. I was by, pouring the wine, and I heard their disputations. 'Tis a wondrous map, wrought in crystal and bronze, most artificial, with waters a-glistening and mountains standing substantial to the touch. My lord points with sword. Here, saith, standeth Corineus, by all sure tellings, and budgeth not from Crothering. And by the gods, saith, 'tis a wise disposition. For mark, if we go by Gashtondale, as go we must to come at him, he striketh down on us as hammer on anvil. And if we will pass by toward the head of Thunderfirth, and here appointeth it out with sword, down a cometh on our flank, and every gate the land's slope serveth his turn and fighteth against us. I mind me of those words, said the young man, because my lord Brandok de Har laughed and said, Are we grown so strange by our travels, our own land fighteth of the opposite party? Let me study it again. I filled his cup. Dear gods, but I'd fill him a bowl of mine own heart's blood if he required it of me, after our times together, father. But more of that anon. The stoutest gentleman, and captain without peer. But Lord Spitfire, that was this while vaulting up and down the chamber, cried out and said, 'Twere folly to travel his road prepared us. Take him of that side he looketh least to see us, south through the mountains, and upon him in his rear up from Marderdale. Ah, saith my lord, and be pressed back into Mirkdale Hags if we miss of our first spring. 'Tis too perilous, 'tis worse than Gashtondale. So went it, and nay for every yea, and naught to please him. Till i' the end my lord Brandok de Har, that had been long time busy with the map, said, Now that you have threshed the whole stack and found not the needle, I will show you my rede, because ye shall not say I counselled you rashly. So they bade him say his rede, and he said unto my lord, Thou and our main power shall go by Switchwater way, and let the whole land's face blaze your coming before you. Ye shall lie tomorrow night in some good fighting stead, whither it shall not be to his vantage to move against you, haply in the old Shearlings above Renthwaite, or at any likely spot afore the road dippeth south into Gashtondale. But at point of day strike camp and go by Gashtondale, and so up onto the side to do battle with him. So shall all fall out, even as his own hopes and expectations do desire it. But I, saith my lord Brandok de Har, with 700 chosen horse, will have fared by then clean along the mountain ridge from Transdale even to Erngate End, so as when he turneth all his battle northward down the side to whelm you, there shall hang above the security of his flank and rear that which he ne'er dreamed on. If he support my charging of his flank at unawares, with you in front to cope him, and he with so small an advantage upon us in strength of men, if he stand that, why then good night, The witches are our masters in arms, and we may off cap to 'em and strive no more to right us. So said my Lord Brandok de Har, but all called him daft to think on't. Carry an army or horseback in so small time, cross such cursed ground? It might not be. Well, quoth he, sith you count it not possible, so much the more shall he. Cautious counsels never will serve us this tide. Give me but my pick of man and horse to the number of 700, and I'll so set this mask you shall not desire a better master of the revels. So in the end he had his way, and past midnight they were at it, I wist, planning and studying. At dawn was the whole army marshalled in the meadows below Moonmere, and my lord spake among them, and told us he was minded to march into the west country and exterminate the witches out of Demonland. And he bade any man that deemed he had now had his fill of furious war, and deemed it a sweeter thing to go home to his own place, say forth his mind without fear, and he would let him go, yea, and give him good gifts thereto, seeing that all had done manful service. But he would have no man in this enterprise who went not to it with his whole heart and mind. The damosel said, I wish there was not a man would take that offer. There went up, said the soldier, such a shout, with such a stamping, and such a clashing together of weapons, the land shook with't, and the echoes rolled in the high corries of the scarf like thunder, of them shouting, Crothering, Juss, Brandok de Har, lead us to Crothering. Without more ado was the stuff packed up, and ere noon was the whole army gotten over the stile. While we halted for daymeal hard by Blackwood in a Marderdale, came my Lord Brandok de Har a-riding among the ranks, for to take his pick of 700 of our ablest horse. Nor would commit this to his officer, but himself called on each lad by name whenso he saw a likely one, and speared would a-ride with him. I trow he gat never a near to that spearing. My heart was a-cold lest he'd o'erlook me, watching him ride by as jaunty as a king. But a reined in's horse, and saith, Arnod, 'tis a bonny horse thou ridest. Could he carry thee to a swine hunt down from Erngate End i' the morning? I saluted him and said, Not so far only, lord, but to burning hell so thou but lead us. Come on, saith he, 'tis a better gate I shall lead thee, to Crothering Hall ere eventide. So now was our strength sundered, and the main army made ready to march westward down Switchwater Way, with the Lord Zig to lead the horse, and the Lord Vol and my lord's self and his brother the Lord Spitfire faring in the midst amongst them all, and with them yonder outland traitor, Lord Gro, but I do think him more a stick of sugar paste than a man of war. And many gentlemen of worth went with them, Gizmore Gleam of Justdale, Astor of Rattray, and Bremery of Shawls, and many more men of mark. But there abode with my Lord Brandok de Har, Arnund of Bye, and Thormrod of Carnarvie, Camerera of Straparden, Emmeron Galt, Hesper Golthring of Elmestead, Sturkmere of Blackwood, Melchor of Strufe, Quaz's 3 sons from Dalney, and Stipmere of Fales. Fierce and choleric young gentleman, after his own heart, methinks. Great horsemen, not very forecasting of future things afar off, but entertainers of fortune by the day. Too rash to govern an army, but best of all to obey and follow him in so glorious an enterprise. Ere we parted, came my lord to speak with my Lord Brandok de Har, and my lord looked into the lift that was all dark cloud and wind, and quoth he, Fail not at the tryst, cousin. 'Tis thy word that thou and I be finger and thumb, and never more surely than tomorrow shall this be seen. O friend of my heart, content thee, answereth my Lord Brandok de Har. Didst ever know me neglect my guests? And have I not bidden you to breakfast with me tomorrow morn in Crothering Meads? Now we of the 700 turned leftward at the water's meet, up Transdale into the mountains, and now came ill weather upon us, the worst that ever I knew. 'Tis soft enow and little road enow in Transdale, as thou knowest, father, and weary work it was with every deer track turned a watercourse, and under foot all slush and mire, and naught for a man to see save white mist and rain above and about him, and soppy bent and water under his horse hoofs. Little there was to tell us we were won at last to the top of the pass, and 'twere not the cloud blew thicker and the wind wilder about us. Every man was wet to the breech, and bare a pint of water in his 2 shoes. Whiles we were halted on the saddle, my Lord Brandok de Har rested not at all, but gave his horse to his man to hold, and himself fared back and forth among us, and for every man he had a jest or a merry look, so as 'twas meat and drink but to hear or to behold him. But a little while only would he suffer us to halt, then right we turned up along the ridge, where the way was yet worse than in the dale had been, with rocks and pits hidden in the heather, and slithery slabs of granite. By my faith, I think no horse that was not born and bred to it might cross such country, wet or fine. He should be founded, or should break his legs and his rider's neck ere he should be gotten 2 hours' journey along those ridges. but we that rode with my Lord Brandock the Hart to Crothering side were 10 hours riding so, besides our halts to water our horses and longer halts to feed 'em, and the last part of the way through murk night, and all the way the wind's teeth, with rain blown on the wind like spray, and hail at whiles, and when the rain was done, the wind veered to the northwest and blew the ridges dry, and then the little bits of rotten granite blew in our faces like hailstones on the wind. There was no shelter, not at the lee side of the rocks, but everywhere the storm wind baffled and buffeted us, and clapped his wings among the crags like thunder. Dear heaven, weary we were, and like to drop, cold to the marrow, nigh blinded, man and horse, yet with a dreadful industry pressed on. And my Lord Brandock the Hart was now in the van, now in the rearguard, cheering men's hearts who marked with what blithe countenance himself did suffer the same hardships as his meanest trooper, like to one riding at ease to some great wedding feast, crying, "What, lads, merrily on! These fen toads of the Druima shall learn too late what way our mountain ponies do go like stags up on the mountain." When it began to be morning, we came to our last halt, and there was our 700 horse hid in the corrie under the tall cliffs of Erngate End. I warrant you we went carefully about it, so as no prying swine of Witchland looking up from below should espy a glimpse of man or horse of the skyline. His Highness first set his sentinels and let call the muster, and so that every man had his morning meal and every horse his feed. Then he took his stand behind a crag of rock whence he could overlook the land below. He had me by him to do his errands. In the first light we looked down westward over the mountain's edge, and saw Crothering and the arms of the sea, not so dark but we might behold their fleet at anchor in Orwath roads, and their camp like a batch of beehives, so as a man might think to cast a stone into it, below us. That was the first time I'd e'er gone to the wars with him. Faith, he's a pretty man to see. Leaned forward there on the heather, with chin on his folded arms, his helm laid aside so they should not see it glint from below. Quiet like a cat. Half asleep, you'd say, but his eyes were awake, looking down on Crothering. 'Twas well seen even from so far away how vilely they had used it. The great red sun leaped out of the eastern cloud banks. A stir began in their camp below. Standards set up, men gathering there too, ranks forming, bugles sounding. Then a score of horse galloping up the road from Gashtondale into the camp. His Highness, without turning his head, beckoned with his hand to me to call his captains. I ran and fetched him. He gave them swift commands, pointing down where the Witchland swine rolled out their battle, thieves and pirates who robbed his Highness' subjects within his streams, with standard and pennons and glittering naked spears moving northward from the tents. Then in the quiet came a sound made a man's heart leap within him. Faint out of the far hollows of Gashtondale, the trumpet of my Lord Juss's battle call. My Lord Brandock the Hart paused a minute, looking down. Then I turned him about with face that shone like the morning. "Fair lords," I saith, now lightly on horseback, for Juss fighteth against his enemies. I think he was well content. I think he was sure he would that day get his heart's sith of every one that had wronged him. That was a long ride down from Erngate End. With all our heart's blood drumming us to haste, we must yet go warily, picking our way that tricky ground, steep as a roof slope, uneven and with no sure foothold, with sykes in wet moss and rocks outcropping and shifting screes. There was naught but leave it to the horses, and bravely they brought us down the steeps. We were not halfway down ere we heard and saw how battle was joined. So intent were the Witchlanders on my lord's main army, I think we were off the steep ground and forming for the charge ere they were ware of us. Our trumpeters sounded his battle challenge, "Who meddles wi' Brandock the Hart?" and we came down onto Crothering side like a rock fall. I scarce know what way the battle went, father. 'Twas like a meeting of streams in spate. I think they opened to us right and left to ease the shock. They that were before us went down like standing corn under a hailstorm. We wheeled both ways, some against their right that was thrown back toward the camp, the more part with my Lord Brandock the Hart to our own right. I was with these in the main battle. His Highness rode a hot, stirring horse, very fierce and dogged. Knee to knee with him went Stirkmere of Blackwood of the one side, and Thornrod of the other. Neither man nor horse might stand up before him, and they faring as in a maze, now this way, now that, amid the thrumbling and thrusting of the footmen, heads and arms smitten off, men hewn in sunder from crown to belly, aye to the saddle, riderless horses maddened, blood splashed up from the ground like the slush from a marsh. So for a time, till we had spent the vantage of our onset and felt for the first time the weight of their strength, for Corineus, as it appeareth, was now himself ridden from the vanward, where he had beat back for a time our main army, and set on against my Lord Brandok with horsemen and spearmen, and commanded his sling-casters besides to let freely at us and drive us toward the camp. And now in the great swing of battle were we carried back to the camp again, and there was a sweet devil's holiday. Horses and men tripping over tent ropes, tents torn down, crashes of broken crockery, and King Laxus come thither with sailors from the fleet, hamstringing our horses, while Gorice charged us from the north and east. That Gorice beareth him in battle more like a devil from hell than a mortal man. In the first 2 strokes of the sword he overthrew 2 of our best captains, Romanord of Dolny and Emerald Galt. Sturkmere, that stood in his way to stop him, are flung down with spear, horse and man. They say he met twice with my Lord Brandok that day, but each time were they parted in the press, ere they might rightly square together. I have stood in some goodly battles, father, as well thou knowest. First following my lord and my Lord Guldry Blusco in foreign parts, and last year in the great rout at Crosby Outsykes, and again with my Lord Spitfire when he smote the witches on Bremer Rapes, and in the murthering great battle under Thremne's Herk. But never was I in fight like to this of yesterday. Never saw I such feats of arms. As witness Cameror of Straparden, who with a great 2-handed sword hewed off his enemy's leg close to the hip, so huge a blow the blade sheared through leg and saddle and horse and all. And Sturkmere of Blackwood, rising like a devil out of a heap of slain men. And those helm was lossen, and I was bleeding from 3 or 4 great wounds, I held off a dozen of the witches with deadly thrusts and sword strokes, till they had enough, and gave back before him, 12 before 1, and he given over for dead a while before. But all great deeds seemed trash beside the deeds of my Lord Brandok In one short while had he 3 times a horse slain stark dead under him, yet gat never a wound himself, which was a marvel. For without care he rode through and about, smiting down their champions. I mind me of him once, with his horse ripped and killed under him, and one of those witchland lords that tilted at him on the ground as he leapt to his feet again, how he caught the spear with 2 hands, and by main strength yerked his enemy out of the saddle. Prince Cargo it was, youngest of Coron's sons. Long may the witchland ladies strain their dear eyes, they'll ne'er see yon handy lad come sailing home again. His Highness swapped him such a swipe of the neckbone as he pitched to earth, the head of him flew in the air like a tennis ball. And in the twinkling of an eye was my Lord Brandok horsed again on's enemy's horse, and turned to charge him anew. You'd say his arm must fail at last for weariness, of a man so lithe and jimp to look on. Yet I think his last stroke in that battle was not lighter than the first, and stones and spears and sword strokes seemed to come upon him with no more impression than blows with a straw would give to an adamant. I know not how long was that fight among the tents, only 'twas the best fight I ever was at, and the bloodiest. And by all tellings 'twas as great work of the other part, where my lord and his folk fought their way up onto the side. But of that we knew nothing. Yet certain it is we had all been dead men had my lord not there prevailed, as certain 'tis he had never so prevailed but for our charging of their flank when they first advanced against him. But in that last hour all we that fought among the tents thought each man only of this, how he might slay yet one more witch, and yet again one more, afore he should die. For Gorice in that hour put forth his might to crush us, and for every enemy there fell to earth, 2 more seemed to be raised up against us, and our own folk fell fast, and the tents that were so white were one gore of blood. When I was a little tiny boy, father, we had a sport, swimming in the deep pools of Tiveranda water, that one boy would catch t'other and hold him under, till he could no more for want of breath. Methinks there's no longing in the world so sore as the longing for air, when he that is stronger than thou grippeth thee still under the water, nor no gladness i' the world like the bonny sweet air i' thy lungs again, when it letteth thee shoot up to the free daylight. 'Twas right so with us, who had now said adieu to hope, and saw all lost save life itself, and that not like to tarry long, when we heard suddenly the thunder of my lord's trumpet sounding to the charge, and ere our startled wits might rightly think what that portended, was the whole surging battle whipped and scattered like the water of a lake caught up in a white squall, and that massed strength of the enemy, which had invested us round with so great a stream of shot and steel, reeled first forward, then backward, then forward again upon us, confounded in a vast confusion. I trow new strength came to our arms. I trow our swords opened their mouths. For northward we beheld the ensign of Galing, streaming like a blazing star, and my lord's self in a moment high advanced above the rout, and Zig and Astar, and hundreds of our horse, hewing their way towards us whilst we hewed towards them. And now was reaping time for us, and time of payment for all those weary, bloody hours we had held on to life with our teeth among the tents on Crotheringside, while they of the other part, my lord and his, had with all the odds of the ground against them, painfully and yard by yard, fought out the fight to victory. And now, ere we well wist of it, the day was won, and the victory ours, and the enemy broken, and put to so great a rout as hath not been seen by living man. That false King Gorice, after he had tarried to see the end of the battle, fled with a few of his men out of the great slaughter, and as it later appeared gat him a shipboard in Orwath harbour, and with 3 ships or 4 escaped to sea. But the most of their fleet was burned there in the harbour to save it from our hands. My lord gave command to take up the wounded and tend them, friend and foe alike. Among them was King Laxus ta'en up, stunned with a mace blow or some such. So they brought him before the lords, where they rested a little way down the side above the home meads of Crothering. He looked them all in the eye, most proud and soldier-like. Then he saith unto my lord, It may be pain, but no shame to us, to be vanquished after so equal and so great a fight. Herein only do I blame my ill luck, that it denied me fall in battle. Thou mayst now, O Just, strike off my head for the treason I wrote you 3 years ago, and since I know thee of a courteous and noble nature, I'll not scorn to ask of thee this courtesy, not to tarry, but take it now. My lord stood there like a war-horse after a breather. He took him by the hand. O Laxus, saith he, I give thee not thy head only, but thy sword. And here he gave it him, hilt foremost. For thy dealings with us in the battle of Cartadza, let time that hath an art to make dust of all things so do with the memory of these. Since then thou hast shown thyself still our noble enemy, and so shall we account thee still. Therewith my lord commanded bring Laxus down to the sea, and ship him aboard of a boat, for Gorice still held off the land with his ships, waiting no doubt to see if he or any other of his folk could yet be saved. But as King Laxus was upon parting, my lord Brandok de Har, speaking with great show of carelessness, as of some trifling matter I had by chance called to mind, My lord, saith he, I ne'er asked favour of any man. Only in a manner of return of courtesies, methought thou mightest be willing to bear my salutations to Gorice, sith I've no other messenger. Laxus answereth he would freely do it. Then saith his highness, Say to him, I will not blame him that he abode us not i' the field after the battle was lost, for that had been a simple part, flatly against all maxims of right soldiership, and but to cast his life away. But freakish fortune I blame, that twined us one from the other when we should have dealt together this day. He hath borne him in my halls, I am let to know, more i' the fashion of a swine or a beastly ape than a man. Pray him come ashore ere you sail home, that I and he, with no man else to make betwixt us, may cast up our account. We swear him peace and grith, and a safe conduct back to ships if he prevail against me, or if I so use him that he cry for mercy. If he'll not take this offer, then is he a dastard, and the whole world shall so acclaim him. Sir, saith Laxus, I'll punctually discharge thy message. Whether he did so or no, father, I know not, but if he did, it seemeth it was little to Gorice's liking, for no sooner had his ship ta'en Laxus aboard, than she hoised sail and put out into the deep, and so goodbye. The young man ceased, and they were all 3 silent a while. A faint breeze rippled the foliage of the oak woods of Tiveranderdale. The sun was down behind the stately thornbacks, and the whole sky from bourne to bourne was alight with the sunset glory. Dappled clouds, with sky showing here and there between, covered the heavens, save in the west, where a great archway of clear air opened between clouds and earth, air of an azure that seemed to burn, so pure it was, so deep, so charged with warmth, not the harsh blue of noonday, nor the sumptuous deep eastern blue of approaching night, but a bright heavenly blue, bordering on green, deep, tender and delicate as the spirit of evening. Athwart the midst of that window of the west, a blade of cloud, hard-edged and jagged with teeth coloured as of live coals and dead, fiery and iron-dark in turn, stretched like a battered sword. The clouds above the arch were pale rose, the zenith like black opal, dark blue and thunderous grey, dappled with fire. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 27. The Second Expedition to Impland. How the Lord Gro, not to be persuaded from his set purpose, found, where least it was to be looked for, upholding in that resolve, and of the sailing of the armament to Muelva by way of the Straits of Melikafkas. That was the last ember of red summer burning when they cut them that harvest on Crothering side. Autumn came, and winter months, and the lengthening days of the returning year. And with the first breath of spring were the harbours filled with ships of war, so many as had never in former days been seen in the land. And in every countryside from the western isles to Byland, from Shalgroth and Kellialand to the headlands under Rim and Armon, were soldiers gathered with their horses and all instruments of war. Lord Brandok rode from the west, the day the pasque flowers first opened on the bluffs below Erngate End, and primroses made sweet the birch forests in Gashtondale. He set forth betimes, and hard he rode into Galing by the Lion Gate about the hour of noon. There was Lord Gro in his private chamber, and greeted him with great joy and love. So Brandok asked, "What speed?" And Gro answered, 30 ships and 5 afloat in Lookinghaven, whereof all save 4 be dragons of war. Zig I expect tomorrow with the Kellialand levies. Spitfire lieth at Owlswick with 1500 men from the Southlands. Vol came in but 3 hours since with 400 more. In sum I'll have 4000, reckoning ships' companies and our own bodyguards. 8 ships of war have I, said Lord Brandok in Strappard Firth, all busked and bound. 5 more at Orwath, 5 at Lornegate in Morvay, and 3 on the Mealand coast at Stackray Oise, besides 4 more in the Isles. And I have 1600 spearmen and 600 horse. All these shall come together to join with thine in Lookinghaven at the snapping of my fingers. Give me but 7 days' notice. Just gripped him by the hand. Bare were my back without thee, he said. In Crothering I've shifted not a stone, nor swept not a chamber clean, said Brandok 'Tis a muck pit. Every man's hand I might command I set only to this, and now 'tis ready. He turned sharp toward Gro and looked at him a minute in silence. Then, with a gravity that sat not often on his lips, he said, Let me be urgent with thee once more. Strike, and delay not. Do him not again that kindness we did him aforetime, fribbling our strength away on the cursed shores of Impland, and by the charmed waters of Ravery, so as he might as secure as sleep send Courses hither, and Corineus to work havoc i' the land, and so put on us the greatest shame was ever laid on mortal men, and we not bred up to suffer shame. Thou saidst 7 days, said Gro. Snap thy fingers and call up thy armies. I'll delay thee not an hour. Ay, but I mean to Courcy, said he. To Courcy, whither else? said Gro. But I'll take my brother Goldry with us. But I mean first to Courcy, said Brandok Let my opinion sway thee once. Why, a schoolboy should tell thee, clear thy flank and rear ere thou go forward. Gro smiled. I love this new garb of caution, cousin, said he. It doth most prettily become thee. I question, though, whether this be not the true cause, that Corineus took not up thy challenge last summer, but let it lie, and that hath left thee hungry still. Brandok looked him sidelong in the eye, and laughed. O Gro, he said, thou hast touched me near. But 'tis not that. That was in the weird that bright lady laid on me, in the Sparrowhawk Castle in Impland forlorn, that he I held most in hate should ruin my fair lordship, and that to my hand should vengeance be denied. That I e'en must brook. Oh no, think only, delays are dangerous. Come, be advised, be not mulish. But the Lord Gro's face was grave. Urge me no more, dear friend, said he. Thou sleep'st soft. But to me, when I am cast in my first sleep, cometh many a time the likeness of Goldry Blusco, held by a maleficial charm on the mountain top of Zora Rach, that standeth apart, out of the sunlight, out of all sound or warmth of life. Long ago I made vow to turn neither to the right nor to the left, until I set him free. He is thy brother, said Lord Brandok Also he is mine own familiar friend, whom I love scarce less than thee. But when thou speakest of oaths, remember there's Lafires too. What shall he think on us after our oath to him 3 years ago, that night in Courcy? Yet this one blow should right him too. He will understand, said Gro. He is to come with Gaslark, and thou toldst me thou dost e'en now expect them, said Brandok I'll leave you. I cannot for shame say to him, Patience, friend, truly 'tis not today convenient. thou shalt be paid in time. By heavens, I'd scorn to entreat my mantle-maker so. And this our friend that lost all and languisheth in exile because he saved our lives." So saying, he stood up in great discontent and ire, as if to leave the chamber. But Just caught him by the wrist. "Thou dost upbraid me most unjustly, and well thou knowest it in thy heart, and 'tis that makes thee so angry. Hark, the horn soundeth at the gate, and 'tis for Gaslark. I'll not let thee go." "Well," said Brandok the Har, "have thy will. Only ask not me to plead thy rotten case to them. If I speak, it shall be to shame thee. Now thou art warned." Now they went into the high presence chamber, where were bright ladies not a few, and captains and noble persons from up and down the land, and stood on the dais. Gaslark the king walked up the shining floor, and behind him his captains and councillors of Goblinland walked 2 by 2. The Prince Lafaires strode at his elbow, proud as a lion. Blithely they greeted those lords of Demonland that rose up to greet them beneath the starry canopy, and the Lady Mevrian that stood betwixt her brother and Lord Just, so as 'twere hard to say which of the 3 was fairest to look on, so much they differed in their beauty's glory. Gro, standing near, said in himself, "I know a 4th, and were she but joined with these, then were the crown of the whole earth's loveliness fitted in this one chamber, in a right casket surely, and the gods in heaven, if there be gods indeed, should go pale for envy, having in their starry gallery no fair to match with these, not Phoebus Apollo, not the chaste huntress, nor the foam-born queen herself." But Gaslark, when his eye lighted on the long black beard, the lean figure slightly stooping, the pallid brow, the curls smoothed with perfumed unguents, the sickle-like nose, the great liquid eyes, the lily hand, he, beholding and knowing these of old, waxed in a moment dark as thunder, with the blood rush beneath his sun-browned skin, and with a great sweep snatched out his sword, as if without care or beware to thrust him through. Gro stepped hastily back, but the Lord Just came between them. "Let alone, Just," cried Gaslark. "Know'st not this fellow, what a vile enemy and viper we have here? A pretty perfumed villain, who for so many years did spin me a thread of many seditions and troubles, while his smooth tongue gat money from me still. Blessed occasion! Now will I let his soul out." But the Lord Just laid his hand on Gaslark's sword-arm. "Gaslark," said he, "leave off thy rages and put up thy sword. A year ago thou'dst done me no wrong, but today thou'dst have slain me a man of mine own men, and a lord of Demonland." Now when they had done their greetings, they washed their hands and sate at dinner, and were nobly served and feasted. And the Lord Just made peace betwixt Gro and Gaslark, albeit 'twas no light task to prevail upon Gaslark to forgive him. Thereafter they retired then, with Gaslark and Lafaires, into a chamber apart. Gaslark the king spake and said, "None can gainsay it, O Just, that this fight ye won last harvest-tide was the greatest seen on land these many years, and of greatest consequence. But I have heard a bird sing there shall be yet greater deeds done ere many moons be past. Therefore it is we came hither to thee, I and Lafaires, that be your friends from of old, to pray thee let us go with thee on thy quest across the world after thy brother, for sorrow of whose loss the whole world languisheth, and thereafter let us go with you on your going up to Gorice." "O Just," said the prince, "we would not in after days that men should say, on such a time fared the demons into perilous lands enchanted, and by their strength and valorousness set free the Lord Gro, or haply there ended their last days in that glorious quest. But Gaslark and Lafaires were not in it. They bade their friends farewell, hung up their swords, and lived a quiet and merry life in Zajezaculo. So let their memory be forgot." Lord Just sat silent a minute, as one much moved. "O Gaslark," he said at length, "I'll take thine offer without another word. But unto thee, dear prince, I must bear mine heart somewhat. For thou here art come not stressed in our quarrel to spend thy blood, only to put us yet deeper in thy debt. And yet small blame it were to thee, shouldst thou in dishonourable sort revile me, as many shall cry out against me, for a false friend unto thee and a friend forsworn." But the Prince Lafaires brake in upon him, saying, "I prithee have done, or thou'lt shame me quite. Whate'er I did in Gorice, 'twas but equal payment for your saving of my life in leading Anguna. So was all evened up betwixt us. Think then no more on't, but deny me not to go with you to Impland. But up to Gorice I'll not go with you, for albeit I am clean broke with Witchland, against Corund and his kin I will not draw sword, nor against my lady sister. A black curse on the day I gave her white hand to Corund. She holdeth too much of our stock, methinks. Her heraldry is hearts, not hands, and giving her hand she gave her heart. 'Tis a strange world." "My fieries," said Just, "we weigh not so lightly our obligation unto thee. Yet must I hold my course, having sworn a strong oath that I would turn aside neither to the right nor to the left, until I had delivered my brother Goldry out of bondage. So swear I, or ever I went that ill journey to Corsi, and was closed in prison fast, and by thee delivered. Nor shall blame of friends, nor wrongful misprision, nor any power that is, shake me in this determination. But when that is done, no rest remaineth unto us, till we win back for thee thy rightful realm of Pixieland, and many good things besides to be a token of our love." Said the prince, "Thou doest right. If thou didst other, thou'dst have my blame." "And mine thereto," said Gaslock. "Do not I grieve, think'st thou, to see the Princess Ormeline, my sweet young cousin, grow every day more wan of the cheek and pale, and all for sorrows and teen for her own true love, the Lord Goldry Blusco, and she so carefully brought up by her mother, as nothing was too dear or hard to be brought to pass for her desire, thinking that a creature so noble and perfect could not be trained up too delicately. I deem today better than tomorrow, and tomorrow better than his morrow, to set sail for wide-fronted Impland." All this while the Lord Brandok de Har said never a word. He sat back in his chair of ivory and chrysoprase, now toying with his golden finger rings, now twisting and untwisting the yellow curls of his mustachios and beard. In a while he yawned, rose from his seat, and fell to pacing lazily up and down. He had hitched up his sword across his back under his 2 elbows, so that the shoe of the scabbard stood out under one arm and the jewelled hilt under the other. His fingers strummed little tunes on the front of the rich rose velvet doublet that cased his chest. The spring sunlight, as he paced from shine to shade and to shine again, passing the tall windows, seemed to caress his face and form. It was as if spring laughed for joy, beholding in him one that was her own child, clothed to outward view with so much loveliness and grace, but full besides to the eyes and finger-tips with fire and vital sap, like her own buds bursting in the Brankdale coppices. In a while he ceased his walking and stood by the Lord Gro, who sat a little apart from the rest. "How thinkest thou, Gro, of our counsels? Art thou for the straight road or the crooked? For Corsi or Zorarach?" "Of the roads," answered Gro, "a wise man will choose ever that one which is indirect. For but consider the matter, thou that art a great cragsman. Think our life's course a lofty cliff. I am to climb it, sometime up, sometime down. I pray, whither leadeth the straight road on such a cliff? Why, no whither. For if I will go up by the straight way, 'tis not possible. I am left gaping, whilst thou by crooked courses hast gained the top. Or if down, why 'tis easy and swift, but then no more climbing evermore for me. And thou clambering down by the crooked way, shalt find me a dead and unsightly corpse at the bottom." "Gramercy for thy me's and thees," said Lord Brandok de Har. "Well, 'tis a most weighty principle, backed with a most just and lively exposition. How dost thou interpret thy maxim in our present question?" Lord Gro looked up at him. "My lord, you have used me well, and to deserve your love and advance your fortunes, I have pondered much how you of Demonland might best obtain revenge upon your enemies. And I daily thinking hereupon, and conceiving in my head divers imaginations, can devise no means but one that in my fancy seemeth best, which is this." "Let me hear it," said Lord Brandok de Har. Said Gro, "'Twas ever a fault in you demons that you would not perceive how 'tis oft times good to draw the snake from her hole by another man's hand. Consider now your matter. You have a great force both for land and sea. Trust not too much in that. Oft hath he of the little force o'ercome most powerful enemies, going about to entrap them by sleight and policy. But consider yet again. You have a thing is mightier far than all your horses and spearmen and dragons of war, mightier than thine own sword, my lord, and thou accounted the best swordsman in all the world." "What thing is that?" asked he. Gro answered, "Reputation, my Lord Brandok de Har. This reputation of you demons for open dealings, even to your worst enemies." "Tush," said he, "'tis but our way i' the world. Moreover, 'tis, I think, a thing natural in great persons, of whatsoever country they be born. Treachery and double-dealing proceed commonly from fear, and that is the thing which I think no man in this land comprehendeth. Myself, I do think that when the high gods made a person of my quality, they traced 'tween his 2 eyes something, I know not what, which the common sort durst not look upon without trembling." "Give me but leave," said Lord Gro, "and I'll pluck you a braver triumph in a little hour than your swords should win you in 2 years. Speak smooth words to Witchland, offer him composition, bring him to a council, and all his great men along with him. I'll so devise it, they shall all be suddenly taken off in a night, haply by setting upon them in their beds, or as we may find most convenient. All save Corrund and his sons. Them we may wisely spare, and conclude peace with them. It shall not by 10 days delay your sailing to Impland, whither you might then proceed with light hearts and minds at ease." "Very prettily conceived, upon my soul," said Brandok de Ha. "Might I advise thee, thou'dst best not talk to Juss in this manner. Not now, I mean, while his mind's so bent on matters of weight and moment. Nor I should not say it to my sister Mevrian. Women will oft times take in sad earnest such a conceit, though it be but talk and discourse. With me 'tis otherwise. I am something of a philosopher myself, and thy jest ambleth with my humour very pleasantly." "Thou art pleased to be merry," said Lord Gro. "Many ere now, as the event hath proved, rejected my wholesome counsels to their own great hurt." But Brandok de Ha said lightly, "Fear not, my Lord Gro, we'll reject no honest reeds of so wise a counsellor as thou. But," and here was a light in the eye of him made Gro startle, "did any man with serious intent dare bid me do a dastard deed, he should have my sword through the dearest part of his body." Lord Brandok de Ha now turned him to the rest of them. "Juss," said he, "friend of my heart, meseemeth you are all of one mind, and none of my mind. I'll e'en bid you farewell. Farewell, Gaslark, farewell, the Fieries." "But whither away?" said Juss, standing up from his chair. "Thou must not leave us." "Whither but to mine own place," said he, and was gone from the chamber. Gaslark said, "He's much incensed. What hast thou done to anger him?" Mevrian said to Juss, "I'll follow and cool him." She went, but soon returned, saying, "No avail, my lords. He is ridden forth from Galing, and away as fast as his horse might carry him." Now were they all in a great stew, some conjecturing one thing and some another. Only the Lord Juss kept silence and a calm countenance, and the Lady Mevrian. And Juss said at length to Gaslark, "This it is, that he chafeth at every day's delay that letteth him from having at Corinius. Certes I'll not blame him, knowing the vile injuries the fellow did him, and his insolence toward thee, madam. Be not troubled. His own self shall bring him back to me when time is, as no other power should do against his good will, he whose great heart heaven cannot force with force." And even so, the next night after, when folk were abed and asleep, Juss in his high bedchamber, sitting late at his book, heard a bridle ring. So he called his boys to go with him with torches to the gate. And there in the dancing torchlight came the Lord Brandok de Ha a-riding into Galing Castle, and somewhat of the bigness of a great pumpkin tied in a silken cloth hung at his saddle-bow. Juss met him in the gate alone. "Let me down from my horse," he said, "and receive from me thy bedfellow, that thou must sleep with by the lake of Ravery." "Thou hast gotten it?" said Juss. "The hippogriff's egg, out of Jewel Tarn, by thyself alone?" And he took the bundle right tenderly in his 2 hands. "Aye," answered he, "'twas where thou and I made sure of it last summer, according to the word of her little martlet that first found it for us. The tarn was frozen, and 'twas tricky work diving, and most villainous cold. It is small marvel thou art a lucky man in thine undertakings, O Juss, when thou hast such an art to draw thy friends to second thee." "I thought thou'dst not leave me," said Juss. "Thought!" cried Brandok de Ha. "Didst ever dream I'd suffer thee to do thy foolishnesses alone? Nay, I'll come first to the enchanted lake with thee, and let Bicarsi i' the meantime. Howbeit I'll do it against the stream of my resolution quite." Now was but 6 days more of preparation, and on the 2nd day of April was all ready in Lookinghaven for the sailing of that mighty armament, 59 ships of war, and 5 ships of burthen, and thrice 2,000 fighting men. Lady Mevrian sat on her milk-white mare, overlooking the harbour, where the ships all orderly rode at anchor, shadowy grey against the sun-bright shimmer of the sea, with here and there a splash of colour, crimson or blue or grass-green, from their painted hulls, or a beam of the sun glancing from their golden masts or figureheads. Gro stood at her bridle rein. The Galing road, winding down from Havishore Tongue, ran close below them, and so along the seashore to the quays at Lookinghaven. Along that road the hard earth rang with the tramp of armed men, and the tramp of horses, and the light west wind wafted to Gro and Mevrian on their grassy hill snatches of deep-voiced battle chants, or the galloping notes of trumpet and pipe, and the drum that sets men's hearts a-throb. In the van rode the Lord Zig, 4 trumpeters walking before him in gold and purple. His armour from chin to toe shone with silver, and jewels blazed on his gorget and baldric and the hilt of his long straight sword. He rode a black stallion, savage-eyed, with ears laid back and a tail that swept the earth. A great company of horse followed him, and half as many tall spearmen, in russet leather jerkins plated with brass and silver. "These," said Mevrian, be of Kellialand and the shoresteads of Arrowfirth, and his own vassalage from Ramerick and Amardidale. That his Hesper Golthring rideth a little behind him on his right hand. He loveth two things in this world, a good horse and a swift ship. He on the left, he hath a helm of dull silver set with raven's wings. So long of the leg thou'd say if he rode a little horse he might straddle and walk it. Stirkmere of Blackwood. He is of our kin. Not yet 20 years old, yet since Crotheringside accounted one of our ablest. So she showed him all as they rode by. Peridor of Sewell, captain of the Mealanders, and his nephew Stipmar. Fendor of Shalgreth, with Emmer and Galt, his young brother, that was newly healed from the great wound Corineus gave him at Crotheringside, these leading the shepherds and herdsmen from the great heaths north of Switchwater, who will hold by the stirrup, and so with their light bucklers and little brown swords go into battle with the horsemen full gallop against the enemy. Bremery, in his ram's horn helm of gold and broidered surcoat of scarlet velvet, leading the dalesmen from Onwardlive and Tiveranderdale. Trentmore of Scorridale, with the north-eastern levies from Byland, and the Strands and Breakingdale. Astor of Rattray, lean and lithe, bony-faced, gallant-eyed, white of skin, with bright red hair and beard, riding his lovely roan at the head of 2 companies of spearmen, with huge iron-studded shields. Men from about Drepperby and the south-eastern dales, landed men and home men of Lord Goldrib Lusco. Then the island dwellers from the west, with old Quoz of Dolney riding in the place of honour, noble to look on with his snowy beard and shining armour, but younger men their true leaders in war. Melchor of Struthy, great-chested, fierce-eyed, with thick brown curling hair, horsed on a plunging chestnut, his byrnie bright with gold, a rich mantle of creamy silk brocade flung about his ample shoulders, and Thornrod on his little black mare, with silver byrnie and bat's winged helm, he that held Carnarvie in fee for Lord Brandok de Har, keen and ready like an arrow drawn to the barbs. And after them the Westmark men, with Arnund of Bye their captain, and after them 400 horse, not to be surpassed for beauty or ordered array by any in that great army, and young Camerar riding at their head, burly as a giant, straight as a lance, apparelled like a king, bearing on his mighty spear the pennon of the Lord of Crothering. "Look well on these," said Mevrian as they passed by, "our own men of the Side and Thunderfirth and Strappardon. Thou mayst search the wide world, and not find their like for speed and fire, and all warlike goodliness and readiness to the word of command." "Thou look'st sad, my lord." "Madam," said Lord Gro, "to the ear of one that useth, as I use, to consider the vanity of all high earthly pomps, the music of these powers and glories hath a deep underdrawn of sadness. Kings and governors that do exult in strength and beauty and lustihood and rich apparel, showing themselves for a while upon the stage of the world and open dominion of high heaven, what are they but the gilded summer fly, that decayeth with the dying day?" "My brother and the rest must not stay for us," said the lady. "They meant to go aboard as soon as the army should be come down to the harbour, for their ships be to sail out first down the firth. Is it determined indeed that thou goest with them on this journey?" "I had so determined, madam," answered he. She was beginning to move down towards the road and the harbour, but Gro put a hand on the rein and stopped her. "Dear lady," he said, "these 3 nights together I have dreamed a dream, a strange dream, and all the particulars thereof betokening heavy anxiety, increase of peril and savage mischief, promising some terrible issue. Methinks if I go on this journey thou shalt see my face no more." "Oh, fie, my lord," cried she, reaching him her hand. "Give never a thought to such fond imaginings. 'Twas the moon but glancing in thine eye. Or if not, stay with us here and cheat fate." Gro kissed her hand and kept it in his. "My lady Mevrian," he said, "fate will not be cheated, cog we never so wisely. I do think there be not many extant that in a noble way fear the face of death less than myself. I'll go with this journey. There is but one thing should turn me back." "And 'tis?" said she, for he fell silent on a sudden. He paused, looking down at her gloved hand resting in his. "A man becometh hoarse and dumb," said he, "if a wolf hath the advantage first to eye him. Didst thou procure a wolf to dumb me when I would tell thee?" "But I did once, enough to let thee know. Oh, Mevrian, dost thou remember Neverdale?" He looked up at her, but Mevrian sat with head erect, like her patroness divine, with sweet cool lips set firm, and steady eyes fixed on the haven and the riding ships. Gently she drew her hand from Gro's, and he strove not to retain it. She eased forward the reins. Gro mounted and followed her. They rode quietly down to the road, and so southward side by side to the harbour. Ere they came within earshot of the quay, Mevrian spake and said, "Thou'lt not think me graceless nor forgetful, my lord. All that is mine, ask it, and I'll give it thee with both hands. But ask me not that I have not to give, or if I gave, should give but false gold. For that's a thing not good for thee nor me, nor I would not do it to an enemy, far less to thee, my friend." Now was the army all got on a shipboard, and farewells said to Vol and those who should abide at home with him. The ships rode out into the firth all orderly, their silken sails unfurled, and that great armament sailed southward into the open seas under a clear sky. All the way the wind favoured them, and they made a swift passage, so that on the 30th morning from their sailing out of Lookinghaven, they sighted the long grey cliff line of Impland the Moor, dim in the low blown spray of the sea, and sailed through the straits of Melikafkaz in column ahead, for scarce might two ships pass abreast through that narrow way. Black precipices shut in the straits on either hand, and the seabirds in their thousands whitened every little ledge of those cliffs like snow. Great flights of them rose and circled overhead as the ships sped by, and the air was full of their plaints. And right and left, as of young whales blowing, columns of white spray shot up continually from the surface of the sea. For these were the stately-winged gannets fishing that sea strait. By threes and fours they flew, each following the other in ordered line, many mast-heights high, and ever and anon one checked in her flight as if a bolt had smitten her, and swooped head foremost with wings half spread, like a broad-barbed dart of dazzling whiteness, till at a few feet above the surface she clapped close her wings, and cleft the water with a noise as of a great stone cast into the sea. Then in a moment up she bobbed, white and spruce with her prey in her gullet, rode the waves a minute to rest and consider, then with great sweeping wing strokes up again to resume her flight. After a mile or two the narrows opened, and the cliffs grew lower, and the fleet sped past the red reefs of Uaimnaz and the lofty stacks of Pashnamarthra, white with seagulls, onto the blue solitude of the Didonian Sea. All day they sailed southeast with a failing wind. The coastline of Melikafkaz fell away astern, paled in the mists of distance, and was lost to sight, until only the square cloven outline of the Pashnamarthran Islands broke the level horizon of the sea. Then these too sank out of sight, and the ships rode on south-eastward in a dead calm. The sun stooped to the western waves, entering his bath of blood-red fire. He sank, and all the ways were darkened. All night they rode gently on under the strange southern stars, and the broken waters of that sea at every oar-stroke were like fire burning. Then out of the sea to eastward came the day-star, ushering the dawn, brighter than all night's stars, tracing a little path of gold along the waters. Then dawn, filling the low eastern skies with a fleet of tiny cockle-shells of bright gold fire. Then the great face of the sun ablaze, and with the going up of the sun a light wind sprang up, bellying their sails on the starboard tack, so that ere day declined, the sea cliffs of Muelva hung white above the spray mist on their larboard bow. They beached the ships on a white shell strand behind a headland that sheltered it from the east and north. Here the barrier of cliffs stood back a little from the shore, giving place for a fertile dell of green pasture, and woods clustering at the foot of the cliffs, and a little spring of water in the midst. So for that night they slept on board, and next day made their camp, discharging the ships of burthen that were laden with the horses and stuff. But the Lord Just was minded not to tarry an hour more in Muelva than should suffice to give all needful orders to Gazlark and the Fyries what they should do, and when expect him again, and to make provision for himself and those who must fare with him beyond these shadowing cliffs into the haunted wastes of the marina. Ere noon was all this accomplished, and farewells said, and these lords, Just, Spitfire, and Brandok Dahar, set forth along the beach southward towards a point where it seemed most hopeful to scale the cliffs. With them went the Lord Gro, both by his own wish, and because he had known the marina aforetime, and these particular parts thereof. And with them went besides those two brothers-in-law, Zig and Astar, bearing the precious burden of the egg, for that honour and trust had just laid on them at their earnest seeking. So with some pains after an hour or more they won up the barrier, and halted for a minute on the cliff's edge. The skin of Gro's hands was hurt with the sharp rocks. Tenderly he drew on his lamb's wool gloves, and shivered a little, for the breath of that desert blew snell and frore, and there seemed a shadow in the air southward, for all it was bright and gentle weather below whence they would come. Yet albeit his frail body quailed, even so were his spirits within him raised with high and noble imaginings, as he stood on the lip of that rocky cliff. The cloudless vault of heaven, the unnumbered laughter of the sea, that quiet cove beneath, and those ships of war, and that army camping by the ships, the emptiness of the blasted walls to southward, where every rock seemed like a dead man's skull, and every rank tuft of grass hag-ridden, the bearing of those lords of Demonland who stood beside him, as if naught should be of commoner course to them pursuing their resolve than to turn their backs on living land and enter those regions of the dead. These things, with a power as of a mighty music, made Gro's breath catch in his throat, and the tear spring in his eye. In such wise, after more than 2 years, did Lord Just begin his second crossing of the Maruna, in quest of his dear brother the Lord Gro. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 28. Zorarach Nampsarion. Of the Lord Just's riding of the hippogriff to Zorarach, and of the ills encountered by him in that accursed place, and the manner of his performing his great enterprise to deliver his brother out of bondage. Lulled with light stirring airs, too gentle soft to ruffle her glassy surface, warm incense-laden airs, sweet with the perfume of immortal flowers, the charmed lake of Ravari dreamed under the moon. It was the last hour before the dawn. Enchanted boats, that seemed builded of the glowworm's light, drifted on the starry bosom of the lake. Over the sloping woods, the limbs of the mountains lowered, unmeasured, vast, mysterious in the moon's glamour. In remote high spaces of night beyond glimmered the spires of Kostrapivracha, and the virgin snows of Romshir and Kostrabeloin. No bird or beast moved in the stillness, only a nightingale singing to the stars from a coppice of olive trees near the Queen's Pavilion on the eastern shore, and that was a note not like a bird's of Middle-earth, but a note to charm down spirits out of the air, or to witch the imperishable senses of the gods, when they would hold communion with holy night, and make her perfect, and all her lamps and voices perfect in their eyes. The silken hangings of the pavilion door, parting as in the portal of a vision, made way for that queen, fosterling of the Most High Gods. She paused a step or two beyond the threshold, looking down where those lords of Demonland, Spitfire and Brandok Dahar, with Gro and Zig and Astor, wrapped in their cloaks, lay on the goiny dewy banks that sloped down to the water's edge. "Asleep," she whispered, "even as he within sleepeth against the dawn. I do think it is only in a great man's breast sleep hath so gentle a bed when great events are toward." Like a lily, or like a moonbeam strayed through the leafy roof into a silent wood, she stood there, her face uplifted to the starry night, where all the air was drenched with the silver radiance of the moon. And now in a soft voice she began supplication to the gods, which are from everlasting, calling upon them in turn by their holy names, upon grey-eyed Pallas, and Apollo, and Artemis the fleet huntress, upon Aphrodite, and Here, Queen of Heaven, and Ares, and Hermes, and the dark-tressed Earth-shaker. Nor was she afraid to address her holy prayers to him who, from his veiled porch beside Acheron and Leith Lake, binds to his will the devils of the undergloom, nor to the great Father of all, in whose sight time from the beginning until today is but the dipping of a wand into the boundless ocean of eternity. So prayed she to the blessed gods, most earnestly requiring them, that under their countenance might be that bride, the like whereof earth had not known, the riding of the hippogriff, not rashly and by an ass, as heretofore to his own destruction, but by the man of men, who with clean purpose and resolution undismayed, should enforce it carry him to his heart's desire. Now in the east beyond the feathery hilltops and the great snow wall of Romshir, the gates were opening to the day. The sleepers wakened and stood up. There was a great noise from within the pavilion. They turned, wide-eyed, and forth of the hangings of the doorway came that young thing new-hatched, pale and doubtful as the new light which trembled in the sky. Just walked beside it, his hand on the sapphire mane. High and resolute was his look, as he gave good morrow to the Queen, to his brother and his friends. No word they said, only in turn gripped him by the hand. The hour was upon them. For even as day striding on the eastern snowfields stormed night out of high heaven, so, and with such swift increase of splendour, was might bodily, and the desire of the upper air born in that wild steed. It shone as if lighted by a moving lamp from withinward, sniffed the sweet morning air, and whinnied, pawing the grass of the waterside, and tearing it up with its claws of gold. Just patted the creature's arching neck, looked to the bridle he had fitted to its mouth, made sure of the fastenings of his armour, and loosened in the scabbard his great sword. And now up sprang the sun. The Queen said, "Remember, when thou shalt see the Lord thy brother in his own shape, that is no illusion. Mistrust all else, and the almighty gods preserve and comfort thee." Therewith the hippogriff, as if maddened with the daybeams, plunged like a wild horse, spread wide its rainbow pinions, reared and took wing. But the Lord Just was sprung astride of it, and the grip of his knees on the ribs of it was like brazen clamps. The firm land seemed to rush away beneath him to the rear. The lake and the shore and the islands thereof showed in a moment small and remote, and the figures of the Queen and his companions like toys, then dots, then shrunken to nothingness, and the vast silence of the upper air opened and received him into utter loneliness. In that silence, earth and sky swirled like the wine in a shaken goblet, as the wild steed rocketed higher and higher in great spirals. A cloud, billowy white, shut in the sky before them. Brighter and brighter it grew in its dazzling whiteness as they sped towards it, until they touched it, and the glory was dissolved in a grey mist that grew still darker and colder as they flew, till suddenly they emerged from the further side of the cloud into a radiance of blue and gold, blinding in its glory. So for a while they flew with no set direction, only ever higher, till at length, obedient to Just's mastery, the hippogriff ceased from his sports and turned obediently westward, and so in a swift straight course, mounting ever, sped over Ravari towards the departing night. And now indeed it was as if they had verily overtaken night in her western caves, for the air waxed darker about them, and always darker, until the great peaks that stood round Ravari were hidden, and all the green land of Zimiamvia, with its plains and winding waters, and hills and uplands and enchanted woods, hidden and lost in an evil twilight. And the upper heaven was ateem with portents, whole armies of men skirmishing in the air, dragons, wild beasts, bloody streamers, blazing comets, fiery strakes, with other apparitions innumerable, but all silent and all cold, so that just his hands and feet were numbed with the cold, and his mustachios stiff with hoarfrost. Before them now, invisible till now, loomed the gaunt peak of Ouroboros, black, wintry and vast, still towering above them for all they soared even higher, grand and lonely above the frozen wastes of the Psarian glaciers. Just stared at that peak till the wind of their flight blinded his eyes with tears, but it was yet too far for any glimpse of that which he hungered to behold. No brazen citadel, no coronal of flame, no watcher on the heights. Zora, like some dark queen of hell, that disdains that presumptuous mortal eyes should dare to look lovely on her dread beauties, drew across her brow a veil of thundercloud. They flew on, and that steel-blue pall of thunderous vapour rolled forth till it canopied all the sky above them. Just tucked his two hands for warmth into the feathery armpits of the hippogriff's wings, where the wings joined the creature's body. So bitter cold it was, his very eyeballs were frozen and fixed. But that pain was a light thing beside somewhat he now felt within him, the like whereof he never before had known, a death-like horror, as of the houseless loneliness of naked space, which gripped him at the heart. They landed at last on a crag of black obsidian stone, a little below the cloud that hid the highest rocks. The hippogriff, crouched on the steep slope, turned its head to look on Just. He felt the creature's body beneath him quiver. Its ears were laid back, its eye wide with terror. "Poor child," he said, "I have brought thee an ill journey, and thou but 1 hour hatched from the egg." He dismounted, and in that same instant was bereaved, for the hippogriff, with a hoarse scream of terror, took wing and vanished down the murk air, diving headlong away to eastward, back to the world of life and sunlight. And the Lord Just stood alone in that region of fear and frost and the soul-quailing gloom, under the black summit rocks of Ouroboros. Setting, as the Queen had counselled him to do, his whole heart and mind on the dread goal he intended, he turned to the icy cliff. As he climbed, the cold cloud covered him, yet not so thick but he might see 10 paces distance before and about him as he went. Ill sights enow, and enow to quail a strong man's resolution, showed in his path, shapes of damned fiends and gorgons of the pit running in the way, threatening him with death and doom. But Jus, gritting his teeth, climbed on and through them, they being unsubstantial. Then up rose an eldritch cry. "What man of Middle-earth is this that troubleth our quiet? Make an end! Call up the basilisks! Call up the golden basilisk, which bloweth upon and setteth on fire whatsoever he seeth! Call up the starry basilisk, and whatso he seeth it immediately shrinks up and perisheth! Call up the bloody basilisk, who if he see or touch any living thing, it floweth away so that naught there remaineth but the bones!" That was a voice to freeze the marrow. Yet he pressed on, saying in himself, "All is illusion, save that alone she told me of." And naught appeared, only the silence and the cold, and the rocks grew ever steeper, and their ice glaze more dangerous, and the difficulty like the difficulty of those barriers of Sheer, up which more than 2 years ago he had followed Brandok Dahar, and on which he had encountered and slain the beast Manticora. The leaden hours drifted by, and now night shut down, bitter and black and silent. Sore weariness bodily was come upon Jus, and his whole soul weary withal and near to death, as he entered a snow-bedded gully that cut deep into the face of the mountain, there to await the day. He durst not sleep in that freezing night, scarcely dared he rest lest the cold should master him, but must keep for ever moving and stamping and chafing hands and feet. And yet, as the slow night crept by, death seemed a desirable thing that should end such utter weariness. Morning came with but a cold alteration of the mist from black to grey, disclosing the snow-bound rocks, silent, dreary, and dead. Jus, enforcing his half-frozen limbs to resume the ascent, beheld a sight of woe too terrible for the eye. A young man, helmed and grathed in dark iron, a blackamoor with goggle eyes and white teeth agrin, who held by the neck a fair young lady kneeling on her knees, and clasping his as in supplication, and he most bloodily brandishing aloft his spear of 6 foot of length, as minded to reave her of her life. This lady, seeing the Lord Jus, cried out on him for succour very piteously, calling him by his name, and saying, "Lord Jus of Demonland, have mercy, and in your triumph over the powers of night, pause for an instant to deliver me, poor afflicted damosel, from this cruel tyrant. Can your towering spirit, which hath quarried upon kingdoms, make a stoop at him? Oh, that should approve you noble indeed, and bless you for ever." Surely the very heart of him groaned, and he clapped hand to sword, wishing to right so cruel a wrong. But on the motion he bethought him of the wiles of evil that dwelt in that place, and of his brother, and with a great groan passed on. In which instant he beheld sidelong how the cruel murtherer smote with his spear that delicate lady, and detrenched and cut the 2 master veins of her neck, so as she fell dying in her blood. Just mounted with a great pace to the head of the gully, and looking back beheld how blackamoor and lady both were changed to 2 coiling serpents. And he laboured on, shaken at heart, yet glad to have so escaped the powers that would have limed him so. Darker grew the mist, and heavier the brooding dread which seemed elemental of the airs about that mountain. Pausing well-nigh exhausted on a small stance of snow, just beheld the appearance of a man armed who rolled prostrate in the way, tearing with his nails at the hard rock and frozen snow, and the snow was all one gore of blood beneath the man. And the man besought him in a stifled voice to go no further, but raise him up and bring him down the mountain. And when Jus, after an instant's doubt betwixt pity and his resolve, would have passed by, the man cried and said, "Hold, for I am thy very brother thou seekest, albeit the king hath by his art framed me to another likeness, hoping so to delude thee. For thy love's sake be not deluded." Now the voice was like to the voice of his brother Gro, howbeit weak. But the Lord Jus bethought him again of the words of Sophonisba the queen, that he should see his brother in his own shape, and naught else must he trust. And he thought, "It is an illusion, this also." So he said, "If that thou be truly my dear brother, take thy shape." But the man cried as with the voice of the Lord Goldreglusko, "I may not, till that I be brought down from the mountain. Bring me down, or my curse be upon thee for ever." The Lord Jus was torn with pity and doubt and wonder, to hear that voice again of his dear brother so beseeching him. Yet he answered and said, "Brother, if that it be thou indeed, then bide till I have won to this mountain top and the citadel of brass, which in a dream I saw, that I may know truly thou art not there, but here. Then will I turn again and succour thee. But until I see thee in thine own shape, I will mistrust all. For hither I came from the ends of the earth to deliver thee, and I will set my good on no doubtful cast, having spent so much and put so much in danger for thy dear sake." So with a heavy heart he set hand again to those black rocks, iced and slippery to the touch. Therewith uprose an eldritch cry. "Rejoice, for this earth-born is mad! Rejoice, for that was not perfect friend, that relinquished his brother at his need!" But just climbed on, and by, looking back, beheld how in that seeming man's place writhed a grisful serpent. And he was glad, so much as gladness might be in that mountain of affliction and despair. Now was his strength near gone, as day drew again toward night, and he climbed the last crags under the peak of Zora. And he, who had all his days drunk deep of the fountain of the joy of life, and the glory and the wonder of being, felt ever deadlier and darker in his soul that lonely horror which he had first tasted the day before at his first near sight of Zora, while he flew through the cold air portent-laden, and his whole heart grew sick because of it. And now he was come to the ring of fire that was about the summit of the mountain. He was beyond terror or the desire of life, and trod the fire as it had been his own home's threshold. The blue tongues of flame died under his foot-tread, making a way before him. The brazen gates stood wide. He entered in. He passed up the brazen stair. He stood on that high roof floor which he had beheld in dreams. He looked, as in a dream, on him he had crossed the confines of the dead to find, Lord Gro, keeping his lone watch on the unhallowed heights of Zora. Not otherwise was the Lord Gro, not by an hair's breadth, than as just had aforetime seen him on that first night in Costra Belloin, so long ago. He reclined, propped on one elbow, on that bench of brass, his head erect, his eyes fixed as on distant space, viewing the depths beyond the starshine, as one waiting till time should have an end. He turned not at his brother's greeting, just went to him and stood beside him. The Lord Gro moved not an eyelid, just spoke again and touched his hand. It was stiff, and like dank earth. The cold of it struck through Just's body and smote him at the heart. He said in himself, "He is dead." With that the horror shut down upon Just's soul like madness. Fearfully he stared about him. The cloud had lifted from the mountain's peak and hung like a pall above its nakedness. Chill air that was like the breath of the whole world's grave. Vast blank cloud barriers. Dim far forms of snow and ice, silent, solitary, pale like mountains of the dead. It was as if the bottom of the world were open and truth laid bare. The ultimate nothing. To hold off the horror from his soul, just turned in memory to the dear life of earth, those things he had most set his heart on, men and women he loved dearest in his life's days, battles and triumphs of his opening manhood, high festivals in Gaeling, golden summer noons under the Westmark pines, hunting morns on the high heaths of Mealand, the day he first backed a horse, of a spring morning in a primrose glade that opened on Moonmere, when his small brown legs were scarce the length of his forearm now, and his dear father held him by the foot as he trotted, and showed him where the squirrel had her nest in the old oak tree. He bowed his head as if to avoid a blow. So plain he seemed to hear somewhat within him, crying with a high voice and loud, "Thou art nothing, and all thy desires and memories and loves and dreams, nothing. The little dead earth-louse were of greater avail than thou, were it not nothing as thou art nothing. For all is nothing, earth and sky and sea and they that dwell therein. Nor shall this illusion comfort thee, if it might, that when thou art abolished these things shall endure for a season, stars and months return, and men grow old and die, and new men and women live and love and die and be forgotten. For what is it to thee, that shalt be as a blown-out flame, and all things in earth and heaven, and things past, and things for to come, and life and death, and the mere elements of space and time, of being and not being, all shall be nothing unto thee, because thou shalt be nothing, for ever." And the Lord just cried aloud in his agony, "Fling me to Tartarus! Deliver me to the black infernal furies! Let them blind me, seethe me in the burning lake, for so there should yet be hope. But in this horror of nothing is neither hope, nor life, nor death, nor sleep, nor waking, for ever, for ever!" In this black mood of horror he abode for a while, until a sound of weeping and wailing made him raise his head, and he beheld a company of mourners walking one behind another about the brazen floor, all cloaked in funeral black, mourning the death of Lord Gro, and they rehearsed his glorious deeds, and praised his beauty and prowess, and goodliness and strength. Soft women's voices lamenting, so that the Lord Just's soul seemed as he listened to arise again out of annihilation's waste, and his heart grew soft again, even unto tears. He felt a touch on his arm, and looking up met the gaze of two eyes gentle as a dove's, suffused with tears, looking into his from under the darkness of that hood of mourning. And a woman's voice spake and said, "This is the observable day of the death of the Lord Goldry Blusco, which hath been dead now a year. And we his fellows in bondage do bewail him, as thou mayst see, and shall so bewail him again year by year whiles we are on life. And for thee, great Lord, must we yet more sorrowfully lament, since of all thy great works done this is the empty guerdon, and this the period of thine ambition. But come, take comfort for a season, since unto all dominions faith hath set their end, and there is no king on the road of death." So the Lord Just, his heart dead within him for grief and despair, suffered her take him by the hand, and conduct him down a winding stairway that led from that brazen floor to an inner chamber fragrant and delicious, lighted with flickering lamps. Surely life and its turmoils seemed faded to a distant and futile murmur, and the horror of the void seemed there but a vain imagination, under the heavy sweetness of that chamber. His senses swooned. He turned towards his veiled conductress. She, with a sudden motion, cast off her mourning cloak, and stood there, her whole fair body bared to his gaze, open-armed, a sight to ravish the soul with love and all delight. Well nigh had he clasped to his bosom that vision of dazzling loveliness. But fortune, or the high gods, or his own soul's might, woke yet again in his drugged brain remembrance of his purpose, so that he turned violently from that bait prepared for his destruction, and strode from the chamber up to that roof where his dear brother sat as in death. Just caught him by the hand. "Speak to me, kinsman! It is I, Just! It is Just, thy brother!" But Goldry moved not, neither answered any word. Just looked at the hand resting in his, so like his own to the very shape of the fingernails, and the growth of the hairs on the back of the hand and fingers. He let it go, and the arm dropped lifeless. "It is very certain," said he, "thou art in a manner frozen, and thy spirits and understanding frozen and congealed within thee." So saying, he bent to gaze close in Goldry's eyes, touching his arm and shoulder. Not a limb stirred, not an eyelid flickered. He caught him by the hand and sleeve as if to force him up from the bench, calling him loudly by his name, shaking him roughly, crying, "Speak to me, thy brother, that crossed the world to find thee!" But he abode a dead weight in Just's grasp. "If thou be dead," said Just, "then am I dead with thee. But till then I'll ne'er think thee dead." And he sat down on the bench beside his brother, taking his hand in his, and looked about him. Naught but utter silence. Night had fallen, and the moon's calm radiance and the twinkling stars mingled with the pale fires that hedged that mountain top in an uncertain light. Hell loosed no more her denizens in the air, and since the moment when Just had, in that inner chamber, shaken himself free of that last illusion, no presence had he seen, no simulacrum of man or devil, save only Goldry his brother. Nor might that horror any more master his high heart, but the memory of it was but as the bitter chill of a winter sea, that takes the swimmer's breath for an instant as he plunges first into the icy waters. So, with a calm and a steadfast mind, the Lord Just abode there, his second night without sleep, for sleep he dared not in that accursed place. But for joy of his found brother, albeit it seemed there was in him neither speech nor sight nor hearing, Just scarce wist of his great weariness. And he nourished himself with that ambrosia given him by the Queen, for well he thought the uttermost strength of his body should now be tried in the task he now decreed him. When it was day he arose, and taking his brother Goldry bodily on his back, set forth. Past the gates of brass Just bore him, and past the barriers of flame, and painfully and by slow degrees down the long northern ridge which overhangs the Psarian glaciers. All that day, and the night following, and all the next day after were they on the mountain, and well nigh dead was Just for weariness, when on the second day, an hour or two before sundown, they reached the moraine. Yet was triumph in his heart, and gladness of a great deed done. They lay that night in a grove of strawberry trees, under the steep foot of a mountain some 10 miles beyond the western shore of Ouroboros, and met Spitfire and Brandok de Haar, who had waited with their boats 2 nights at the appointed spot, about eventide of the following day. Now as soon as Just had brought him off the mountain, this frozen condition of the Lord Goldry was so far thawed that he was able to stand upon his feet and walk. but never a word might he speak, and never a look they gat from him, but still his gaze was set and unchanging, seeming when it rested on his companions to look through them and beyond them, as at some far thing seen in a mist, so that each was secretly troubled, fearing lest this condition of the Lord Gro should prove remediless, and this that they now received back from prison, but the poor remain of him they had so much desired. They came a land, and brought him to Sophonisba the Queen, where she made haste to meet them on the fair lawn before her pavilion. The Queen, as if knowing beforehand both their case and the remedy thereof, took by the hand the Lord Just, and said, O my lord, there yet remaineth a thing for thee to do, to free him thoroughly, that hast outfaced terrors beyond the use of man to bring him back. A little stone indeed to crown this building of thine, and yet without it all were in vain, as itself were vain without the rest that was all thine. And mine is this last, and with a pure heart I give it thee. So saying, she made the Lord Just bow down, till she might kiss his mouth, sweetly and soberly, one light kiss. And she said, This give unto the Lord thy brother. And Just did so, kissing his dear brother in like manner on the mouth. And she said, Take him, dear my lords, and I have utterly put out the remembrance of these things from his heart. Take him, and give thanks unto the high gods because of him. Therewith the Lord Gro looked upon them, and upon that fair queen, and the mountains, and the woods, and the cool lake's loveliness, as a man awakened out of a deep slumber. Surely there was joy in all their hearts that day. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 29. The Fleet at Muelva. How the lords of Demonland came again to their ships at Muelva, and the tidings they learned there. For 9 days' space, the lords of Demonland abode with Queen Sophonisba in Costra Bellorn, and beside the lake of Ravary, tasting such high and pure delights as belike none else hath tasted, if it were not the spirits of the blessed in Elysium. When they bade her farewell, the queen said, My little mortlets shall bring me tidings of you. And when you shall have brought to mere perdition the wicked regiment of Witchland, and returned again to your dear native land, then is my time for that, my lord Just, whereof I have often talked to thee, and often gladdied my dreams with the thought thereof, to visit earth again, and the habitations of men, and be your guest in many mountain Demonland. Just kissed her hand, and said, Fail not in this, dear queen, whatsoe'er betide. So the queen let bring them by a secret way out upon the high snowfields that are betwixt Costra Bellorn and Romshire, whence they came down into the glen of the dark water that descends from the glacier of Temorn, and so through many perilous scapes, after many days, back by way of the Maruna to Muelva and the ships. There Gazlark and Lafires, when their greetings were done and their rejoicings, said to the Lord Just, We abide too long time here. We have entered the barrel, and the bunghole is stopped. Therewithal they brought him Hesper Golthring, who 3 days ago, sailing to the straits for forage, came back again but yesterday with a hot alarum that he met certain ships of Witchland, and brought them to battle, and gat one sunken ere they brake off the fight, and took up certain prisoners. By whose examination, saith he, as well as from mine own perceiving and knowing, it appeareth Laxus holdeth the straits with 80 ships of war, the greatest ships that ever the sea bare until this day, come hither of purpose to destroy us. 80 ships, said Lord Brandok-Dahar? Which land commandeth not the half, nor the third part of such a strength, since we did them down last harvest-tide in Orwath Haven? It is not leavable, Hesper. Hesper answered him, Your Highness shall find it truth, and the more sorrow on't, and the wonder. 'Tis the scourings of his subject allies, said Spitfire. We shall find them no such hard matter to dispatch after the others. Just said to the Lord Gro, What makest thou of these news, my lord? I think no wonder in it, answered he. Witchland is of good memory, and mindeth him of your seamanship off Cartadza. He useth not to idle, nor to set all on one hazard. Nor comfort not thyself, my lord Spitfire, that these be pleasure galleys, borrowed from the soft Bestrians or the simple Foliots. They be new ships, builded for us, my lords, and our undoing. It is by no conjecture I say it unto you, but of mine own knowledge, albeit the number appeareth far greater than e'er I dreamed of. But or ever I sailed with Corineus to Demonland, great buildings of an army naval was begun at Tenemos. I do very well believe, said King Gaslark, that none knoweth all this better than thou, because thyself didst counsel it. Oh, Gaslark, said Lord Brandok must thou still itch to play at Chopberry when cherry time is past? Let him alone. He is our friend now. 80 ships i' the straits, said Juss, and ours 100. 'Tis well seen what great difference and odds there is betwixt us, which we must needs encounter, or else ne'er sail home again, let alone to Carse. For out of this sea is no seaway for ships, but only by these straits of Melikafkaz. We shall do of Laxus, said Lord Brandok that he troweth to do of us. But Juss was fallen silent, his chin in his hand. Goldry Blusko said, I would allow him odds and beat him. It is a great shame in thee, O Juss, said Brandok if thou wilt be abashed at this. If that they be in number more than we, what then? They are in hope, quarrel, and strength far inferior. But Juss, still in a study, reached out and caught him by the sleeve, holding him so a moment or two, and then looked up at him and said, Thou art the greatest quarreller of a friend that ever I knew, and if I were an angry man I could not abear thee. May I not 3 minutes study the means, but thou shalt cry upon me for a milksop? They laughed, and the Lord Juss rose up and said, Call we a council of war, and let Hesper Golthring be at it, and his skippers that were with him of that voyage. And pack up the stuff, for we will away o' the morn. If we like not these lettuce, we may pull back our lips, but no choice remaineth. If Laxus will deny us sea room through Melikafkaz straits, I trow there shall go up thence a crash, which when the king heareth it, he shall know it for our first banging on the gates of Carse. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 30. Tidings of Melikafkaz. Of news brought unto Gorice the king in Carse out of the south, where the Lord Laxus, lying in the straits with his armada, held the fleet of Demonland prisoned in the Midland Sea. On a night of late summer leaning towards autumn, 8 weeks after the sailing of the demons out of Muelva, as is afore-writ, the Lady Presmira sate before her mirror in Coron's lofty bedchamber in Carse. The night without was mild and full of stars. Within, yellow flames of candles burning steadily on either side of the mirror rayed forth tresses of tinselling brightness in twin glories, or luminous spheres of warmth. In that soft radiance, grains as of golden fire swam and circled, losing themselves on the confines of the gloom, where the massy furniture, and the arras, and the figured hangings of the bed were but cloudier divisions and congestions of the general dark. Presmira's hair caught the beams, and imprisoned them in a tawny tangle of splendour that swept about her head and shoulders down to the emerald clasps of her girdle. Her eyes resting idly on her own fair image in the shining mirror, she talked light nothings with her woman of the bedchamber, who, plying the comb, stood behind her chair of gold and tortoise-shell. Reach me yonder book, nurse, that I may read again the words of that serenade the Lord Gro made for me, the night when first we had tidings from my lord out of Impland of his conquest of that land, and the king did make him king thereof. The old woman gave her the book, that was bound in goatskin, chiselled and ornamented by the gilder's art, fitted with clasps of gold, and enriched with little gems, smaragds, and margery pearls, inlaid in the panels of its covers. Presmira turned the page and read, You meaner beauties of the night, that poorly satisfy our eyes, more by your number than your light, you common people of the skies, what are you when the moon shall rise? You curious chanters of the wood, that warble forth Dame Nature's lays, thinking your passions understood, by your weak accents, what's your praise, when Philomel her voice shall raise? You violets that first appear, by your pure purple mantles known, like the proud virgins of the year, as if the spring were all your own, what are you when the rose is blown? So when my princess shall be seen, in form and beauty of her mind, by virtue first, then choice a queen, tell me if she were not designed th' eclipse and glory of her kind. She abode silent a while. Then, in a low, sweet voice, where all the chords of music seemed to slumber, 3 years will be gone next Yuletide, she said, since first I heard that song, and not yet am I grown accustomed to the style of queen. "'Tis pity of my Lord Gro," said the nurse. "Thou thinkest?" "Mirth sat oftener on your face, O Queen, when he was here, and you were used to charm his melancholy, and make a pish of his fantastical humorous forebodings." "Oft doubting not his forejudgment," said Presmira, "even the while I thripped my fingers at it. But never saw I yet that the lowering thunder hath that partiality of a tyrant, to blast him that faced it, and pass by him that quailed before it." "He was most deeply bound servant to your beauty," said the old woman. "And yet," she said, viewing her mistress sidelong to see how she would receive it, "that were a miss easily made good." She busied herself with the comb a while in silence. After a time she said, "O Queen, mistress of the hearts of men, there is not a lord in Witchland, nor in earth beside, you might not bind your servant with one thread of this hair of yours. The likeliest and the goodliest were yours at an eye-glance." The Lady Presmira looked dreamily into her own sea-green eyes imaged in the glass. Then she smiled mockingly and said, "Whom then accountest thou the likeliest and the goodliest man in all the stablished earth?" The old woman smiled. "O Queen," answered she, "this was the very matter in dispute amongst us at supper only this evening." "A pretty disputation," said Presmira. "Let me be merry. Who was adjudged the fairest and gallantest by your high court of censure?" "It was not generally determined of, O Queen. Some would have my Lord Gro." "Alack, he is too feminine," said Presmira. "Others our Lord the King." "There is none greater," said Presmira, "nor more worshipful. But for an husband, thou shouldst as well wed with a thunderstorm or the hungry sea. Give me some more." "Some chose the Lord Admiral." "That," said Presmira, "was a nearer stroke. No skipjack nor soft marmalade courtier, but a brave, tall, gallant gentleman. Ay, but too watery a planet burned at his nativity. He is too like a statue of a man. No, nurse, thou must bring me better than he." The nurse said, "True it is, O Queen, that most were of my thinking when I gave 'em my choice. The King of Demonland." "Fie on thee," cried Presmira. "Name him not so that was too unmighty to hold that land against our enemies." "Folk say it was by foxish arts and practices magical a was spilt on Crothering side. Folk say 'twas divils and not horses carried the demons down the mountain at us." "They say," cried Presmira. "I say to thee, he hath found it apter to his bent to flaunt his crown in Witchland than make 'em give him the knee in Gaeling. For a true king both knee and heart do truly bow before him. But this one, if he had their knee, 'twas in the backside of him he had it, to kick him home again." "Fie, madam," said the nurse. "Hold thy tongue, nurse," said Presmira. "It were good ye were all well whipped for a bunch of silly mares that know not a horse from an ass." The old woman watching her in the glass counted it best to keep silence. Presmira said under her breath, as if talking to herself, "I know a man should not have miscarried it thus." The old nurse, that loved not Lord Corrund and his haughty fashions and rough speech and wine-bibbing, and was besides jealous that so rude a stock should wear so rich a jewel as was her mistress, followed not her meaning. After some time the old woman spake softly and said, "You are full of thoughts tonight, madam." Presmira's eyes met hers in the mirror. "Why may I not be so, and it likes me?" said she. That stony look of the eyes struck like a gong some 20-year-old memory in the nurse's heart. The little wilful maiden, ill to goad but good to guide, looking out from that queen's face across the years. She knelt down suddenly and caught her arms about her mistress's waist. "Why must you wed then, dear heart?" said she, "if you were minded to do what likes you? Men love not sad looks in their wives. You may ride a lover on the curb, madam, but once you wed him, 'tis all t'other way. All his way, madam, and beware of had I wist." Her mistress looked down at her mockingly. "I have been wed 7 years tonight. I should know these things." "And this night," said the nurse, "and but an hour till midnight, and yet he sitteth at board." The Lady Presmira leaned back to look again on her own mirrored loveliness. Her proud mouth sweetened to a smile. "Wilt thou learn me common women's wisdom?" said she, and there was yet more voluptuous sweetness trembling in her voice. "I will tell thee a story, as thou hast told them me in the old days in Novasp, to wile me to bed. Hast thou not heard tell how old Duke Hilmenes of Meltrane, among some other fantasies, such as appear by night unto many in divers places, had one in likeness of a woman, with old face of low and little stature or body, which did scour his pots and pans, and did such things as a maidservant ought to do, liberally, and without doing of any harm. And by his art he knew this thing should be his servant still, and bring unto him whatsoever he would, so long time as he should be glad of the things it brought him. But this Duke, being a foolish man and a greedy, made his familiar bring him at once all the year's seasons, and their several goods and pleasures, and all good things of earth at one time, so as in 6 months' space, he being sated with these and all good things, and having no good thing remaining unto him to expect or to desire, for very weariness did hang himself. I would never have ta'en me an husband, nurse, and I had not known that I was able to give him every time I would, a new heaven and a new earth, and never the same thing twice. She took the old woman's hands in hers and gathered them to her breast, as if to let them learn, rocked for a minute in the bountiful infinite sweetness of that place, what foolish fears were these. Suddenly Presmira clasped the hands tighter in her own, and shuddered a little. She bent down to whisper in the nurse's ear, "I would not wish to die. The world without me should be summer without roses. Gorice without me should be a night without the starshine." Her voice died away like the night breeze in a summer garden. In the silence they heard the dip and wash of oar blades from the river without, the sentinel's challenge, the answer from the ship. Presmira stood up quickly and went to the window. She could see the ship's dark bulk by the water-gate, and comings and goings, but naught clearly. "Tidings from the fleet," she said. "Put up my hair." And ere that was done came a little page running to her chamber door, and when it was opened to him, stood panting from his running, and said, "The king your husband bade me tell you, madam, and pray you go down to him in the great hall. It may be ill news, I fear." "Thou fearest, pap-face," said the queen. "I'll have thee whipped if thou bringest thy fears to me. Dost know aught? What's the matter?" "The ship's much battered, O queen. He is closeted with our lord the king, the skipper. None dare speak else. 'Tis feared the high admiral—" "Feared!" cried she, swinging round for the nurse to put about her white shoulders her mantle of sendaline and cloth of silver, that shimmered at the collar with purple amethysts, and was scented with cedar and galbanum and myrrh. She was forth in the dark corridor, down by the winding marble stair, through the mid-court, hasting to the banquet hall. The court was full of folk talking, but naught certain, naught save suspense and wonder, rumour of a great sea-fight in the south, a mighty victory won by Laxus upon the demons, Jus and those lords of Demonland dead and gone, the captives following with the morning's tide. And here and there, like an undertone to these triumphant tidings, contrary rumours, whispered low, like the hissing of an adder from her shadowy lair. All not well, the Lord Admiral wounded, half his ships lost, the battle doubtful, the demons escaped. So came that lady into the great hall, and there were the lords and captains of the witches, all in a restless quiet of expectation. Duke Gorice lolled forward in his seat down by the cross-bench, his breath stertorous, his small eyes fixed in a drunken stare. On the other side Coron sate huge and motionless, his elbow propped on the table, his chin in his hand, sombre and silent, staring at the wall. Others gathered in knots, talking in low tones. The Lord Carinius walked up and down behind the cross-bench, his hands clasped behind him, his fingers snapping impatiently at whiles, his heavy jaw held high, his glance high and defiant. Presmira came to Hemming, where he stood among 3 or 4, and touched him on the arm. "We know nothing, madam," he said. "He is with the king." She came to her lord. "Thou didst send for me?" Corrund looked up at her. "Why, so I did, madam. Tidings from the fleet. Maybe somewhat, maybe naught, but thou'dst best be here for it." "Good tidings or ill, that shaketh not Gorice walls," said she. Suddenly the low buzz of talk was hushed. The king stood in the curtained doorway. They rose up all to meet him, all save Gorice that sat drunk in his chair. The crown of Witchland shed baleful sparkles above the darkness of the dark fortress face of Gorice the king, the glitter of his dread eyeballs, the deadly line of his mouth, the square black beard jutting beneath. Like a tower he stood, and behind him in the shadow was the messenger from the fleet, with countenance the colour of wet mortar. The king spake and said, "My lords, here's tidings touching the truth whereof I have well satisfied myself, and it importeth the mere perdition of my fleet. there hath been battle off Melikafkaz in the Impland seas. Just hath sinken our ships, every ship save that which brought the tidings, sunk, with Laxus and all his men that were with him. He paused, then, These be heavy news, he said, and I'll have you bear 'em in the old Witchland fashion. The heavier hit, the heavier strike again. In the strange deformed silence came a little gasping cry, and the Lady Sriba fell a-swooning. The king said, Let the kings of Impland and of Demonland attend me. The rest, it is commanded that all do get them to bed at the instant. The Lord Coron said in his lady's ear as he went by, taking her with his hand about the shoulder, What, lass, if the broth's split, the meat remaineth. To bed with thee, and never doubt we'll pay them yet. And he with Corinius followed the king. It was past middle night when the council brake up, and Coron sought his chamber in the eastern gallery above the inner court. He found his lady sitting yet at the window, watching the false dawn over Pixieland. Dismissing his lamp-bearers that lighted him to bed, he bolted and barred the great iron-studded door. The breadth of his shoulders when he turned filled the shadowy doorway. His head well-nigh touched the lintel. It was hard to read his countenance in the uncertain gloom, where he stood beyond the bright region made by the candlelight, but Presmira's eyes could mark how care sat on his brow, and there was in the carriage of his ponderous frame kingliness and the strength of some strong determination. She stood up, looking up at him as on a mate to whom she could be true, and be true to her own self. "Well," she said. "The tables are set," said he, without moving. "The king hath named me his captain-general in Carse." "Is it come to that?" said Presmira. "They have hewn a limb from us," answered he. "They have wit to know the next stroke should be at the heart." "Is it truly so?" she said. 8,000 men? Twice thine army's strength that won Implant for us, all drowned?" "'Twas the devilish seamanship of these accursed demons," said Corrund. "It appeareth Laxus held the straits, where they must go if ever they should win home again, meaning to fight 'em in the narrows and so crush 'em with the weight of ships, as easy as kill flies, having by a great odds the bigger strength both in ships and men. They o' their part kept the sea without, trying their best to tice him forth, so they might do their sailor tricks i' the open. A week or more he withstood it, till o' the 9th day, the devil curse him for a fool, wherefore could 'a not have had patience. O' the 9th morning, weary of inaction, and having wind and tide something in his favour—" The Lord Coron groaned and snapped his fingers contemptuously. "Oh, I'll tell thee the tale tomorrow, madam. I'm surfeited with it tonight. The sum is, Laxus drowned, and all that were with him, and just with his whole great armament northward bound for Witchland." "And the wide sea's his? And we may expect him any day?" "The wind hangeth easterly. Any day," said Corrund. Presmira said, "That was well done to rest the command in thee. But what of our qualified young gentleman, who had that office aforetime? Will he play on these terms?" Corrund answered, "Hungry dogs will eat dirty puddings. I think he'll play, albeit he showed his teeth in the first while." "Let him keep his teeth for the demons," said she. "This very ship was ta'en," said Corrund, "and sent home by them in a bravado to tell us what betid. A stupid, insolent part shall cost 'em dear, for it hath forewarned us. The skipper had this letter for thee, gave it me monstrous secretly." Presmira took away the wax and opened the letter, and knew the writer of it. She held it out to Corrund. "Read it to me, my lord. I am tired with watching. I read ill by this flickering candlelight." But he said, "I am too poor a scholar, madam. I prithee read it." And in the light of the guttering candles, vexed with an east wind that blew before the dawn, she read this letter, that was conceived in manner following. "Unto the right high, mighty, and doubted Princess, the Queen of Impland, one that was your servant, but now being both a traitor and a manifold parjured traitor, which heaven above doth abhor, the earth below detest, the sun, moon, and stars be ashamed of, and all creatures do curse and adjudge unworthy of breath and life, do wish only to die your penitent. In heavy sorrow do send you these advisos, which I require your majesty in humblest manner to ponder well, seeing else your manifest overthrow and ruin at hand. And albeit in Carse you rest in security, it is certain you are there as safe as he that hingeth by the leaves of a tree in the end of autumn, when as the leaves begin to fall. For in this late battle in Melikafkaz sea hath the whole power of Witchland on the sea been beat down and ruined, and the High Admiral of our whole navy, lost and dead, and the names of the great men of account that were slain at the battle I may not number, nor the common sort much less, by reason that the more part were drowned in the sea, which came not to sight. But of Demonland, not 20 ships' companies were lost, but with great puissance they do busk them for Corsi, having with them this Goldry Blusco, strangely rescued from his prison house beyond the tomb, and a great army of the most strong and fell folk that ever I saw or heard speak of. Such is the die of war. Most noble Princess, I will speak unto you not by a riddle or dark figure, but plainly that you let not slip this occasion. For I have dreamt an evil dream, and one portending ruin unto Witchland, being in my sleep on the very eve of this same battle, terrified and smitten, with an appearing shape of Laxus, amid crying in an high voice and loud, An end, an end, an end of all. Therefore most earnestly I do beseech your majesty, and your noble lord, that was my friend, before that by my venomous treason I lost both you and him and all, take order for your proper safety, and the thing requires haste of your majesties. And this must you do, to fare straightway into your own country of Pixeland, and there raise force. Be you before these rebels and obstinates of Demonland in their proud attempts to strike at Witchland, and so purchase their friendship, who it is very certain will in power invincible stand before Corsi, or ever Witchland shall have time to put you down. This counsel I give you, knowing full well that the power and dominion of the demons standeth now preeminent, and not to be withstood. So tarry not by a sinking ship, but do as I say, lest all be lost. One more thing I tell you, that shall haply enforce my counsel unto you, the heaviest news of all. 'Tis heavy news that such a false troker as he is should yet supervive so many honest men, said Corund. The Lady Presmira held out the letter to her lord. Mine eyes dazzle, she said. Read thou the rest. Corund put his great arm about her, as he sat down to the table before the mirror, and pored over the writing, spelling it out with one finger. He had little book learning, and it was some time ere he had the meaning clear. He did not read it out. His lady's face told him she had read all ere he began. This was the last news Gro's letter told her. The prince, her brother, dead in the sea fight, fighting for Demonland. Dead and drowned in the sea of Melikafkaz. Presmira went to the window. Dawn was beginning, bleak and grey. After a minute she turned her head. Like a she-lion she looked, proud and dangerous-eyed. She was very pale. Her accents, level and quiet, called to the blood like the roll of a distant drum as she said, Succours of Demonland, late or never. Corund beheld her uneasily. Their oaths to me and to him, said she, sworn to us that night in Corsi. False friends! Oh, I could eat their hearts with garlic! He put his great hands on her 2 shoulders. She threw them off. In one thing, she cried, Gro counselleth us well, to tarry no more on this sinking ship. We must raise forces, but not as he would have it, to uphold these demons, these oath-breakers. We must away this night. Her lord had cast aside his great wolfskin mantle. Come, madam, said he, to bed's our nearest journey. Presmira answered, I'll not to bed. It shall be seen now, O Corund, if that thou be a king indeed. He sat down on the bed's edge and fell to doing off his boots. Well, he said, every one as he likes, as the good man said when he kissed his cow. Day's near dawning. I must be up betimes, and a sleepless night's a poor breeder of invention. But she stood over him, saying, It shall be seen if thou be a true king. And be not deceived. If thou fail me here, I'll have no more of thee. This night we must away. Thou shalt raise Pixieland, which is now mine by right. Raise power in thine own vast kingdom of Impland. Fling Witchland to the winds. What care I if she sink or swim? This only is the matter, to punish these vile, perjured demons, enemies of ours and enemies of all the world. We need ride and no journey for that, said Corund, still putting off his boots. Thou shalt shortly see Juss and his brethren before Corsi, with 300 fighting men at's back. Then cometh the metal to the anvil. Come, come, thou must not weep. I do not weep, said she, nor I shall not weep, but I'll not be ta'en in Corsi like a mouse in a trap. I am glad thou'lt not weep, madam. It is as great pity to see a woman weep as a goose to go barefoot. Come, be not foolish. We must not part forces now. We must bide this storm in Corsi. But she cried, There is a curse on Corsi. Gro is lost to us, and his good counsel. Dear my lord, I see something wicked that like a thick dark shadow shadoweth all the sky above us. What place is there not subject to the power and regiment of Gorice the king? But he is too proud. We be all too insolent overweeners of our own works. Gorice hath grown too great, and the gods be offended at us. The insolent vileness of Gorice, the old dotard Corsus, that must still be at his boosing can. These and our own private quarrels in Gorice must be our bane. Repugn not, therefore, against the will of the gods, but take the helm in thine own hand ere it be too late. Tush, madam, said he, these be but freybugs. Daylight shall make thee laugh at 'em. But Presmira, queening it no longer, caught her arms about his neck. The odd man to perform all perfectly is thou. Wilt thou see us rushing on this whirlpool, and not swim for it ere it be too late? And she said in a choked voice, My heart is near broke already. Do not break it utterly. Only thou art left now. The chill dome, the silent room, the guttering candles, and that high-hearted lady of his, daunted for an instant from her noble and equal courage, cowering like a bird in his embrace. These things were like an icy breath that passed by and quelled him for a moment. He took her by two hands and held her off from him. She held her head high again, albeit her cheek was blanched. He felt the brave comrade grip of her hands in his. Dear lass, he said, I cast me not to be odd with none of these spawn of Demonland. Here is my hand, and the hand of my sons, heavy while breath remaineth us against Demonland, for thee and for the king. But sith our lord the king hath made me a king, come wind, come wheat, we must weather it in Gorice. True is that so, for fame one maketh a king, not for long living. Presmira thought in her heart that these were fair words. But having now put behind her hope and fear, she was resolved to kick against the wind no more, but stand firm, and see what destiny would do. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 31. The Demons before Gorice. How Gorice the king, albeit so strong a sorcerer, elected that by the sword, and chiefly by the Lord Corund his captain general, should be determined as for this time the event of these high matters, and how those twain, the king and the Lord Jus, spake face to face at last, and of the bloody battle before Gorice, and what fruit was garnered there, and what made ripe against harvest. Gorice the king sate in his chamber the 13th morning after these tidings brought to Gorice. On the table under his hand were papers of account, and schedules of his armies and their equipment. Corund sate at the king's right hand, and over against him Gorineus. Corund's great hairy hands were clasped before him on the table. He spoke without book, resting his gaze on the steady clouds that sailed across the square of sky seen through the high window that faced him. Of which land and the home provinces, O king? Naught but good. All the companies of soldiers which were appointed to repair to this part by the 10th of the month are now come hither, save some bands of spearmen from the south, and some from Estraganzia. These last I expect today. Viglus writeth they come with him with the heavy troops from Baltary I sent him to assemble. So is the muster full as for these parts, Thramni, Zorn, Permio, the land of Ar, Trace, Butiny, and Estramaring. Of the subject allies there's less good there. The kings of Minia and Gilta, Ollis of Tecapan, County Escobrine of Zusha, the king of Elion, all be here with their contingents. But there's mightier names we miss. Duke Maxtlin of Azumel hath flung off allegiance and cut off your envoy's ears, O king. 'Tis thought for some supposed light part of the sons of Corsus done to his sister. That docketh us 30 score stout fighters. The lord of Ushtland sendeth no answer, and now are we advertised by Minia and Gilta of his open malice and treason, who did stubbornly let them the way hither through his country, while they hastened to do your majesty's commands. Then there's the Ogedian levies, should be nigh 1,000 spears, 10 days overdue. Hemming that raiseth Pixieland in Presmira's name, will bring them in if he may, who also hath order, being on his way, to rouse Maltrini to action, from whom no word as yet, and I do fear treachery in him. Maltrine and Algedia both, they have been so long of coming. King Borscht of Teribia sendeth flat refusal. It is known to you besides, O king, said Corineus, that the king of Nevria came in last night, many days past the day appointed, and but half his just compliment. The king drew back his lips. I will not dash his spirits by blaming him at this present. Later, I'll have that king's head for this. This is the sum, said Corund. Nay then, I had forgot the red foliot with folk, 300 perchance, came in this morning. Corineus thrust out his tongue and laughed. One hen lobster such as he shall scarce afford a course for this banquet. He keepeth faith, said Corund, where bigger men turn dastards. 'Tis seen now that these forced leagues be as sure as they were sealed with butter. Your Majesty will doubtless give him audience. The king was silent a while, studying his papers. What strength today in Corsi? He asked. Corund answered him, As near as may be, 200 foot, and 50 horse, 5,000 in all, and, that I weigh most, O king, big, broad, strong, set lads of Witchland, and nigh every jack of 'em. The king said, 'Twas not well done, O Corund, to bid thy son delay for Ogygia and Maltrine. He might else have been in Corsi now, with 1,000 Pixielanders to swell our strength. I did that I did, answered Corund, seeking only your good, O king. A few days' delay might buy us 1,000 spears. Delay, said the king, hath favoured mine enemy. This we should have done. At his first landing give him no time but wink, set on him with all our forces, and throw him into the sea. If luck go with us, that may yet be, said Corund. The king's nostrils widened. He crouched forward, glaring at Corund and Corineus, his jaw thrust out, so that the stiff black beard on it brushed the papers on the table before him. The demons, said he, landed i' the night at Ralpa. They come on, with great journeys northward. We'll be here ere 3 days be spent. Both they grew red as blood. Corund spake, Who told you these tidings, O king? Care not thou for that, said the king. Enough for thee, I know it. Hath it ta'en you napping? No, answered he. These 10 days past we have been ready, with what strength we might make, to receive 'em, come there from what quarter they will. So it is, though, that while we lack the Pixieland succours, Just hath by some odds the advantage over us, if, as our intelligence saith, 6,000 fighting men do follow him, and these forced besides with some that should be ours. Thou wouldst, said the king, await these out of Pixieland, with that else Hemming may gather, afore we offer them battle. Said Corund, That would I. We must look beyond the next turn of the road, O my lord the king. That would not I, said Corineus. That is stoutly said, Corineus, said the king. Yet remember, thou hadst the greater force on Crothering side, yet wast overborne. 'Tis that standeth in my mind, lord, said Corund, for well I know, had I been there I'd have fared no better. The Lord Corineus, whose brow had darkened with the naming of his defeat, looked cheerfully now, and said, I pray you but consider, O my lord the king, that here at home is no room for such a sleight or gin as that whereby in their own country they took me, when Juss and Brandok the Har and their stinking gaberlunzes do cry huff at us on Witchland soil. 'Tis time to give 'em a choke pair, which with your leave, lord, I will promise now to do, other else to lose my life. Give me thy hand, said Corund. Of all men else would I have chosen thee for such a day as this, and, were it today to meet the whole power of Demonland in arms, to stand perdue with thee for this bloody service. But let us hear the king's commands. Which way soe'er he choose, we shall do it right gladly. Gorice the king sat silent. One lean hand rested on the iron serpent head of his chair's arm. The other, with finger outstretched against the jutting cheekbone, supported his chin. Only in the deep shadow of his eye sockets a lambent light moved. At length he started, as if the spirit, flown to some unsounded gulfs of time or space, had in that instant returned to its mortal dwelling. He gathered the papers in a heap, and tossed them to Corund. Too much lieth on it, said he. He that hath many peas may put more in the pot. But now the day approacheth when I and Juss must cast up our account together, and one or all shall be brought to death and bane. He stood up from his chair and looked down on those two, his chosen captains, great men of war raised up by him to be kings over 2 quarters of the world. They watched him like little birds under the eye of a snake. The country hereabout, said the king, is not good for horsemanship, and the demons be great horsemen. Corsi is strong, and never can it be forced by assault. Also, under mine eye should my men of Witchland acquit themselves to do the greatest deeds. Therefore will we abide them here in Corsi, until young Hemming come and his levies out of Pixieland. Then shall ye fall upon them, and never make an end till the land be utterly purged of them, and all the lords of Demonland be slain." Gorice said, "To hear is to obey, O king. However, not to dissemble with you, I'd leave her at 'em at once, instead of let them sit a while and refresh their army. Occasion is a wanton wench, O king, that is quick to beckon another man if one look coldly on her. Moreover, lord, could you not by your art, in small time, with certain compositions—" But the king brake in upon him, saying, "Thou knowest not what thou speakest. There is thy sword, there thy men, these my commands. See thou perform them punctually when time shall come." "Lord," said Gorice, "you shall not find me wanting." Therewith he did obeisance, and went forth from before the king. The king said unto Corund, "Thou hast manned him well, this tassel gentle. There was some danger he should so mislike subjection unto thee in these acts martial, as it should breed some quarrel should little speed our enterprise." "Think not you that, O king," answered Corund. "'Tis grown like an almanac for the past year, past date. I will feed out of my hand now." "Because thou hast carried it with him," said the king, "in so honourable and open plainness. Hold on the road thou hast begun, and be mindful still that into thine hand is given the sword of Witchland, and therein have I put my trust for this great hour." Corund looked upon the king with grey and quick eyes, shining like unto the eagle's. He slapped his heavy sword with the flat of his hand. "'Tis a tough fox, O my lord the king, will not fail his master." Therewith, glad at the king's gracious words, he did obeisance unto the king, and went forth from the chamber. The same night there appeared in the sky, impending over Courcy, a blazing star with 2 bushes. Corund beheld it in an open space betwixt the clouds, as he went to his chamber. He said naught of it to his lady wife, lest it should trouble her, but she too had from her window seen that star, yet spake not of it to her lord for a like reason. And King Gorice, sitting in his chamber with his baleful books, beheld that star and its fiery streamers, which the king rather noted than liked. For albeit he might not know of a certain what way that sign intended, yet was it apparent to one so deeply learned in negromancy and secrets astronomical that this thing was fatal, being of those prodigies and ominous prognostics which forerun the tragical ends of noble persons and the ruins of states. The 3rd day following, watchmen beheld from Courcy walls in the pale morning the armies of the demons that filled the whole plain to southward. But of the succours out of Pixieland was as yet no sign at all. Gorice the king, according as he had determined, held all his power quiet within the fortress. But for passing of the time, and because it pleased his mind to speak yet face to face with the Lord Jus, before this last mortal trial in arms should be begun betwixt them, the king sent Cadorus as his herald, with flags of truce and olive branches into the demons' lines. By which mission it was concluded that the demons should withdraw their armies 3 bow-shots from the walls, and they of Witchland should abide all within the hold. Only the king, with 14 of his folk, unarmed, and Jus with a like number unarmed, should come forth into the midst of the bateable ground, and there speak together. And this meeting must be at the 3rd hour after noon. So either party came to this parley at the hour appointed. Jus went bareheaded, but, save for that, all armed in his shining byrnie, with gorget and shoulder-plates damasked and embossed with wires of gold, and golden leg-harness, and rings of red gold upon his wrists. His kirtle was of wine-dark silken tissue, and he wore that dusty cloak the sylphs had made for him, the collar whereof was stiff with broidery, and strange beasts worked thereon in silver thread. According to the compact, he bare no weapon, only in his hand a short ivory staff inlaid with precious stones, and the head of it a ball of that stone which men call Belus eye, that is white, and hath within it a black apple, the midst whereof a man shall see to glitter like gold. Very masterful and proud he stood before the king, carrying his head like a stag that sniffs the morning. His brethren and Brandok the Har remained a pace or 2 behind him, with King Gaslark and the lords Zig and Gro, and Melchor and Thormrod and Sturkmere, Quoz with his 2 sons, and Astar and Bremery of Shaws, goodly men and lordly to look on, unweaponed all, and wondrous was the sparkle of their jewels that were on them. Over against them, attending on the king, were these: Corund, king of Impland, and Corineus, called king of Demonland, Hakmon and Viglas, Corund's sons, Duke Corsus and his sons, Decalogus and Gorias, Ulien, king of Minia, Olus, lord of Tecapan, Duke Arvel of Estraganzia, the Red Foliot, Erp, the king of Elion, and the counts of Thramne and Zusha, unweaponed but armoured to the throat, big men and strong, the most of them, and of lordly bearing, yet none to match with Corineus and Corund. The king in his mantle of cobra skins, his staff royal in his hand, topped by half a head all those tall men about him, friend and foe alike. Lean and black he towered amongst them, like a thunder-blasted pine tree seen against the sunset. So, in the golden autumn afternoon, in the midst of that sad main of sedge-lands, where between slimy banks the weed-choked Druima deviously winds toward the sea, where those two men met together, for whose ambition and their pride the world was too little a place to contain them both, and peace lying between them. And like some drowsy dragon of the elder slime, squat, sinister and monstrous, the citadel of Gorice slept over all. By and by the king spake and said, I sent for thee because I think it good I and thou should talk together, while yet is time for talking. Jus answered, I quarrel not with that, O king. Thou, said the king, bending his brow upon him, art a man wise and fearless. I counsel thee, and all these that be with thee, turn back from Gorice. Well I see the blood thou didst drink in Melikavkaz will not allay thy thirst, and war is to thee thy pearl and thy paramour. Yet, if it be, turn back from Gorice. Thou standest now on the pinnacle of thine ambition. Wilt leap higher, thou fall'st in the abyss. Let the four corners of the earth be shaken with our wars, but not this centre. For here shall no man gather fruit, but and if it be death he gather. Or if, then this fruit only, that zoacum, that fruit of bitterness, which when he shall have tasted of, all the bright lights of heaven shall become as darkness, and all earth's goodness as ashes in his mouth, all his life's days until he die. He paused. The Lord just stood still, quailing not at all beneath that dreadful gaze. His company behind him stirred and whispered. Lord Brandok Dahar, with mockery in his eye, said somewhat to Goldry Blusco under his breath. But the king spake again to the Lord Jus. Be not deceived. These things I say unto thee, not as labouring to scare you from your set purpose with frights and fairy babes. I know your quality too well. But I have read signs in heaven, naught clear but threatful unto both you and me. For thy good I say it, O Jus, and again, for that our last speech leaveth the firmest print, be advised. Turn back from Gorice, or it be too late. Lord Jus hearkened attentively to the words of Gorice the king, and when he had ended, answered and said, O king, thou hast given us terrible good counsel, but it was riddle-wise, and hearing thee, mine eye was still on the crown thou wearest, made in the figure of a crab-fish, which because it looks one way and goes another, methought did fitly pattern out thy looking to our perils, but seeking the while thine own advantage. The king gave him an ill look, saying, I am thy lord paramount. With subjects it sits not to use this familiar style unto their king. Jus answered, Thou dost thee and thou me, and indeed it were folly in either of us twain to bend knee to t'other, when the lordship of all the earth waiteth on the victor in our great contention. Thou hast been open with me, Witchland, to let me know thou art uneager to strike a field with us. I will be open too, and I will make an offer unto thee, and this it is, that we will depart out of thy country, and do no more unpeaceful deeds against thee, till thou provoke us again, and thou, of thy part, of all the land of Demonland, shalt give up thy quarrel, and of Pixieland and Impland beside, and shalt yield me up Corsus and Corineus thy servants, that I may punish them for the beastly deeds they did in our land, when as we were not there to guard it. He ceased, and for a minute they beheld each other in silence. Then the king lifted up his chin and smiled a dreadful smile. Corineus whispered mockingly in his ear, Lord, you may lightly give him Corsus. That were easy composition, and false coin too, methinks. Stand back i' thy place, said the king, and hold thy peace. And unto Lord Jus he said, Of all ensuing harm the cause is in thee. For I am now resolved never to put up my sword, until of thy bleeding head I may make a football. And now let the earth be afraid, and Cynthia obscure her shine. No more words but mum. Thunder and blood and night must usurp our parts, to complete and make up the catastrophe of this great peace. That night the king walked late in his chamber in the Iron Tower alone. These 3 years past he had seldom resorted thither, and then commonly but to bear away some or other of his books, to study in his own lodging. His jars and flasks and bottles of blue and green and purple glass, wherein he kept his cursed drugs and electuaries of secret composition, his athels and athanors, his crucibles, his horse-bellied retorts and alembics and bands-maries, stood a row on shelves, coated with dust, and hung about with the dull spider's weavings. The furnace was cold. The glass of the windows was clouded with dirt. The walls were mildewed. The air of the chamber fusty and stagnant. The king was deep in his contemplation, with a big black book open before him on the six-sided reading stand, the damnablest of all his books, the same which had taught him aforetime what he must do, when by the wicked power of enchantment he had wanted but a little to have confounded Demonland, and all the lords thereof in death and ruin. The open page under his hand was of parchment discoloured with age, and the writing on the page was in characters of ancient out-of-fashion crabbedness, heavy and black, and the great initial letters and the illuminated borders were painted and gilded in dark and fiery hues, with representations of dreadful faces, and forms of serpents, and toad-faced men, and apes and manticores, and succubi and incubi, and obscene representations, and figures of unlawful meaning. These were the words of the writing on the page, which the king conned over and over, falling again into a deep study between whiles, and then conning these words again, of an age-old prophetic writing, touching the preordinate destinies of the royal house of Gorice and Corsi. So shall your house stand and be unto eternity, yet walk warily, witting full certainly, that if impiously, the second time in the body, practising gramarye, one of ye catched shall be, by the fiendish subtlety, and his life lost it be, broke is then this serie, damned are you then eternally, yet shouldest thou then never more see, scarcely the gods mote rescue ye, out of the hell where you will lie, unto eternity. The stairs to hell did me. Gorice the king stood up and went to the south window. The casement bolts were rusted. He forced them, and they flew back with a shriek and a clatter, and a thin shower of dust and grit. He opened the window and looked out. The heavy night grew to her depth of quiet. There were lights far out in the marshes, the lights of Lord Jus's campfire of his armies gathered against Corsi. Scarcely without a chill might a man have looked upon that king standing by the window, for there was in the tall lean frame of him an iron aspect, as of no natural flesh and blood, but some harder, colder element, and his countenance, like the picture of some dark divinity graven ages ago by men long dead, bore the imprint of those old qualities of unrelenting power, scorn, violence, and oppression, ancient as night herself, yet untouched by age, young as each night when it shuts down, and old and elemental as the primeval dark. A long while he stood there, then came again to his book. Gorice 7th, he said in himself. That was once in the body, and I have done better than that, but not yet well enough. 'Tis too hazardous the second time, alone. Corund is a man undaunted in war, but the man is too superstitious, and quaketh at that which hath not flesh and blood. Apparitions and urchin shows can quite unman him. There's Corineus, careth not for God or man a point, but he is too rash and unadvised. I were mad to trust him in it. Were the goblin here, it might be carried. Damnable both-sides villain, he's cast off from me. He scanned the page as if his piercing eyes would thrust beyond the barriers of time and death, and discover some new meaning in the words, which should agree better with the thing his mind desired, while his judgment forbade it. He says, damned eternally. He says, that breaketh the series, and earth shouldst thou then never more see. Put him by. And the king slowly shut up his book, and locked it with 3 padlocks, and put back the key in his bosom. The need is not yet, he said. The sword shall have his day, and Corund. But if that fail me, then even this shall not turn me back, but I will do that I will do. In the same hour when the king was but now entered again into his own lodgings, came through a runner of Hemmings, to let them know that he, 1500 strong, marched down the way of kings from Pixiland. Moreover, they were advertised that the demon fleet lay in the river that night, and it was not unlike the attack should be in the morning, by land and water. All night the king sate in his chamber, holding counsel with his generals, and ordering all things for the morrow. All night long he closed not his eyes an instant, but the others he made sleep by turns, because they should be brisk and ready for the battle. For this was their counsel, to draw out their whole army on the left bank before the bridge gate, and there offer battle to the demons at point of day. For if they should abide within doors and suffer the demons to cut young Hemming off from the bridge gate, then were he lost. And if the bridge house should fall, and the bridge, then might the demons lightly ship what force they pleased to the right bank, and so closely invest them in Corsi. Of an attack on the right bank they had no fear, well knowing themselves able to sit within doors and laugh at them, since the walls there were inexpugnable. But if a battle were now brought about before the bridge gate as they were minded, and Hemming should join in the fight from the eastward, there was good hope that they should be able to crumple up the battle of the demons, driving them in upon their centre from the west, whilst Hemming smote them on the other part, whereby these should be cast into a great rout and confusion, and not able to escape away to their ships, but there in the fenlands before Gorice should be made a prey unto the witches. When it was the cold last hour before the dawn, the generals took from the king their latest commands, ere they drew forth their armies. Gorice came forth first from the king's chamber, a little while before the rest. In the draughty corridor the lamps swung and smoked, making an uncertain, windy light. Gorice espied by the stairhead the Lady Sriva standing, whether watching to bid her father adieu, or but following idle curiosity. Whichever it were, not a fico gave he for that, but coming swiftly upon her, whisked her aside into an alcove, where the light was barely enough to let him see the pale shimmer of her silken gown, dark hair pinned loosely up in deep snaky coils, and dark eyes shining. "My witty false one, have I caught thee? Nay, fight not. Thy breath smells like cinnamon. Kiss me, Sriva." "I'll not," said she, striving to escape. "Naughty man, am I used thus?" But finding she got naught by struggling, she said in a low voice, "Well, if thou bring back Demonland tonight, then let's hold more chat." "Hearken to the naughty traitress," said he, "that but last night didst do me some uncivil discourtesies, and now speaketh me fair. And what a devil for, if not 'cause her seemeth I'll likely not come back after this day's fight. But I'll come back, Mistress Kiss and Begone. Aye, by the gods, and I'll have my payment too." His lips fed deep on her lips. His strong and greedy hands softly mastered her against her will, till, with a little smothered cry, she embraced him, bruising her tender body against the armour he was girt withal. Between the kisses she whispered, "Yes, yes, tonight." Surely he damned spiteful fortune that sent him not this encounter by an half-hour sooner. When he was departed, Sriva remained in the shadow of the alcove to set in order her hair and apparel, not a little disarrayed in that hot wooing. Out of which darkness she had convenience to observe the leave-taking of Presmira and her lord, as they came down that windy corridor, and paused at the head of the stairs. Presmira had her arm in his. "I know where the devil keepeth his tail, madam," said Corran, "and I know a very traitor when I see him." "When didst thou ever yet fare ill by following of my counsel, my lord?" said Presmira. "Or did I refuse thee ever anything thou didst require me of? These 7 years since I put off my maiden zone for thee, and 20 kings sought me in sweet marriage, but thee I preferred before them all, seeing the falcon shall not mate with popinjays, nor the she-eagle with swans and bustards. And will you say nay to me in this?" She stood round to face him. The pupils of her great eyes were large in the doubtful lamplight, swallowing their green fires in deep pools of mystery and darkness. The rich and gorgeous ornaments of her crown and girdle seemed but a poor casket for that matchless beauty which was hers. Her face, where every noble and sweet quality and everything desirable of earth or heaven had framed each feature to itself. The glory of her hair, like the red sun's glory. Her whole body's poise and posture, like a stately bird's new lighted after flight. "Though it be very rhubarb to me," said Corran, "shall I say nay to thee this tide? Not this tide, my queen." "Thanks, dear my lord. Disarm him and bring him in if you may. The king shall not refuse us this to pardon his folly, when thou shalt have obtained this victory for him upon our enemies." The Lady Sriva might hear no more, hearkened she never so curiously. But when they were now come to the stair-foot, Corran paused a minute to try the buckles of his harness. His brow was clouded. At length he spake, "This shall be a battle mortal fierce, and doubtless for both parties. Against such mighty opposites as here we have, 'tis possible— no more. But kiss me, dear lass. And if— tush, 'twill not be. And yet I'd not leave it unsaid. If ill tide ill, I'd not have thee waste all thy days a-grieving. Thou knowest I am not one of your sour envious jacks, bear so poor a conceit of themselves they begrudge their wives should wed again, lest the next husband should prove the better man." But Presmira came near to him with good and merry countenance. "Let me stop thy mouth, my lord. These be foolish thoughts for a great king going into battle. Come back in triumph, and in the mean season think on me that wait for thee, as a star waits, dear my lord, and never doubt the issue." "The issue," answered he, "I'll tell thee when 'tis done. I'm no astronomer. I'll hew with my sword, love. Spoil some of their guesses if I may." "Good fortune and my love go with thee," she said. Sriva, coming forth from her hiding, hastened to her mother's lodging, and there found her that had just bid adieu to her 2 sons, her face all blubbered with tears. In the same instant came the Duke her husband to change his sword, and the lady Zenambria caught him about the neck and would have kissed him. But he shook her off, crying out that he was weary of her and her slobbering mouth, menacing her besides with filthy imprecations that he would drag her with him and cast her to the demons, who, since they had a strong loathing for such ugly tits and stale old trots, would no doubt hang her up, or disembowel her, and so rid him of his lasting consumption. Therewith he went forth hastily. But his wife and daughter, either weeping upon other, came down into the court, meaning to go up to the tower above the water-gate, to see the army marshalled beyond the river. And on the way Sriva related all she had heard said betwixt Coran and Presmira. In the court they met with Presmira's self, and she, going with blithe countenance and light tread, and humming a merry tune, bade them good morrow. "You can bear these things more bravelier than we, madam," said Zenambria. "We be too gentle-hearted, methinks, and pitiful." Presmira replied upon her, "'Tis true, madam, I have not the weak sense of some of you soft-eyed whimpering ladies, and by your leave I'll keep my tears, which be great spoilers of the cheeks beside, until I need 'em." When they were passed by, "Is it not a stony-livered and a shameless hussy, O my mother?" said Sriva. "And is it not scandalous, her laughing and jestings, as I have told it thee, when she did bid him adieu, devising only how best she might coax him to save the life of yonder chambering traitorous hound?" "With whom," said Zenambria, "she want to do the thing, I'd think shame to speak on. Truly this foreign madam with her loose and wanton ways doth scandal the whole land for us." But Presmira went her way, glad that she had not by an eyelid's flicker let her lord guess what a dread possessed her mind, who had in all the bitter night seen strange and cruel visions, portending loss and ruin of all she held dear. Now, when dawn appeared, was the king's whole army drawn out in battle array before the bridge-house. Corineus held command on the left. There followed him 1,500 chosen troops of Witchland, with the Dukes of Trace and Estraganzia, besides these kings and princes with their outlandish levies, the King of Minia, Count Escobrine of Tsusha, and the Red Foliot. Corsus led the centre, and with him went King Erp of Elion and his green-coated slingcasters, the King of Nevria, Axtacus, Lord of Permio, the King of Gilta, Aulis of Tecapan, and other captains, 1,700 men in all. The right the Lord Corran had chosen for himself, 2,000 Witchland troops, the likeliest and best, hardened to war in Impland and Demonland and the southeastern borders, followed his standard, beside the heavy spearmen of Valtteri and swordsmen of Butney and Ar. Viglas's son was there, and the Count of Thramney, Cadarus, Didarus of Lagos, and the Lord of Estramarine. But when the demons were ware of that great army standing before the bridge-gate, they put themselves in array for battle, and their ships made ready to move up the river under Carse, if by any means they might attack the bridge by water, and so cut off for the witches their way of retreat. It was bright low sunshine, and the splendour of the jewelled army of the demons, and their many-coloured kirtles, and the plumes that were in their helms, was a wonder to behold. This was the order of their battle. On their left, nearest the river, was a great company of horse, and the Lord Brandok de Har to lead them on a great golden dun with fiery eyes. His island men, Melchor and Thormrod, with Camerar of Strophardon, and Sturkmere and Stipmar, were the chief captains that rode with him to that battle. Next to these came the heavy troops from the east, and the Lord Jus himself their leader, on a tall, fierce, big-boned chestnut. About him was his picked bodyguard of horse, with Bremery of Shaws their captain, and in his battle were these chiefs besides, Astar of Retre, and Gizmor Gleam of Justdale, and Peridor of Soul. Lord Spitfire led the centre, and with him Fendor of Shalgroth, and Emeron, and the men of Dolny, great spearmen. Also the Duke of Azumel, sometime allied with Witchland. There went also with him the Lord Gro, that scanned still those ancient walls with a heavy heart, thinking on that great king within, and with what mastery of intellect and will he ruled those dark, turbulent, and bloody men who bear sway under him, thinking on Queen Presmira. To his sick imagining, the blackness of Carse, which no bright morning light might lighten, seemed not as of old the image and emblem of the royal house of Witchland, and their high magnificency and power on earth, but rather the shadow thrown before of destiny and death, ready to put down that power for ever. Which, whether it should so befall or no, he did not greatly care, being aweary of life and life's fevers, wild longings, and exorbitant effects, whereof he thought he had now learned much, that to him, who as it seemed must still adhere to his own foes, abandoning the other's service, fortune through whatever chop could bring no peace at last. On the demon right, the Lord Goldri Blusko streamed his standard, leading to battle the Southfirthers and the heavy spearmen of Marderdale and Throwwater. With him was King Gazlark and his army of Goblinland, and levies from Orgedia and Ushtlan, lately revolted from their allegiance to King Gorice. The Lord Zig, with his light horse of Ramerick and Kellyalan and the northern dales, covered their flank to the eastward. Gorice the king beheld these dispositions from his tower above the watergate. He beheld, besides, a thing the demons might not see from below, for a little swelling of the ground that cut off their view, the marching of men far away along the way of kings from the eastward, young Hemming with the vassalry of Pixieland and Maltrini. He sent a trusty man to apprise Corund of it. Now Lord Just let blow up the battle call, and with the loud braying of the trumpets the hosts of the demons swung forth to battle, and the clash of those armies, when they met before Carcy, was like the bursting of a thundercloud. But like a great sea cliff, patient for ages under the storm wind's furies, that not one night's loud wind and charging breakers can wear away, nor yet 1,000,000 nights, the embattled strength of Witchland met their onset, mixed with them, flung them back, and stood unremoved. Corund's iron battalions bear in this first brunt the heaviest load, and bear it through. For the ships, with young Hesper Golthring in command most fiercely urging them, ran up the river to force the bridge, and Corund, whilst he met on his front the onset of the flower of Demonland, must still be shot at by these behind. Hackmon and Viglas, those young princes his sons, were charged with the warding of the bridge and walls, to burn and break up their ships, and they of all hands bestirring them twice and thrice threw back the demons when they had gotten a footing on the bridge, until, in fine, both sides for a long space fighting very cruelly, it fell out very fatally against Hesper and his power, his ships all lighted in a low, and the more part of his folk burned or drowned or slain with the sword, and himself, after many and grievous wounds in his last attempt, left alone on the bridge, and crawling to have got away was stabbed in with a dagger and died. After this the ships fell back down the river, so many as might avail thereto, and those sons of Corund, their task manfully fulfilled, came forth with their folk to join in the main battle, and the smoke of the burning ships was like incense in the nostrils of the king, watching these things from his tower above the watergate. Little pause was there betwixt this first brunt and the next, for Hemming now bare down from the east, drave in Zig's horsemen that were hampered in the heavy ground, and pressed his onset home on the demon right. Along the whole line from Corund's post beside the river to the eastern flank where Hemming joined Corineus, the witches now set on most fiercely, and now with the odds of numbers, which were at first against them, swung mightily in their favour, and under this great side-blow on his flank, not all the Lord Goldriblusco's soldiership, nor all the terror of his might in arms, could uphold the demons' battle line. Yard by yard they fell back before the witches, most gloriously maintaining their array unbroken, though the outland allies broke and fled. Meantime on the demon left, Juss and Brandok Dahar most stubbornly withstood that onslaught, albeit they had to do with the first and chosen troops of Witchland. In which struggle befell the most bloody fighting that was yet seen that day, and the stour of battle so asper and so mortal that it was hard to see how any man should come out from it with life, since not a man of either side would budge an inch, but die there in his steps, if he might not rather slay the foe before him. So the armies swayed for an hour, like wrestlers locked, but in the end the Lord Corund had his way, and held his ground before the bridge gate. Romanord of Dolney, galloping to Lord Juss where he paused a while, panting from violence of the battle, brought him by Spitfire's command tidings from the right, telling him Goldr's self could hold no longer against such odds, that the centre yet held, but at the next onset was like to break, or the right wing else be driven in upon their rear and all overwhelmed. If your highness cannot throw back Corund, all is lost. In these short minutes' lull, if lull it were, when all the time the battle like a sounding sea rolled on with a ceaseless noise of riding and slaying and the clang of arms, Just chose. Demonland and the whole world's destinies hung on his choice. He had no counsellor, he had no time for slow deliberation. In such a moment, imagination, resolution, swift decision, all high gifts of nature, are naught. Swift horses gulfed and lost in the pit which fate the enemy digged in the way before them. Except painful knowledge, stored up patiently through years of practice, shall have prepared a road sure and clean for their flying hooves to bear them in the great hour of destiny. So it was from the beginning with all great captains, so with the Lord Juss in that hour, when ruin swooped upon his armies. For 2 minutes' space he stood silent, then sent Bremery of Shaws galloping westward, like one minded to break his neck, with his orders to Lord Brandok Dahar, and Romanord eastward again to Spitfire. And Juss himself, riding forward among his soldiers, shouted among them in a voice that was like a trumpet thundering, that they should now make ready for the fiercest trial of all. "Is my cousin mad?" said Lord Brandok Dahar, when he saw and understood the whole substance and matter of it. "Or hath he found Corund so tame to deal with, he can make shift without me, and well nigh half his strength, and yet withstand him. He looseth this hold, answered Bremery, to snatch at safety. 'Tis desperate, but all other ways we but wait on destruction. Our right is clean driven in, the left holdeth but hardly. He chargeth your highness, break their centre if you may. They have somewhat dangerously advanced their left, and therein is their momentary peril, if we be swift enough. But remember that here, or this side, is their greatest power before us, and if we be whelmed ere you can compass it—" "No more but yes," said Lord Brandock the Hart. "Time gallopeth, so must we." Even so in that hour when Goldry and Zig, giving way step by step before superior odds, were bent back well nigh with their backs to the river, and Corrund on the demon's left had, after a bitter battle, checked and held them, and threatened now to complete in one more great blow the ruin of them all, Juss, choosing a desperate expedient to meet a danger that else must destroy him, weakened his hard-pressed left, to throw Brandock the Har and well nigh 800 horse into Spitfire's battle, to drive a wedge betwixt Coursus and Corineus. It was now long past noon. The tempest of battle that had quietened a while for utter weariness roared forth anew from wing to wing, as Brandock the Har hurled his horsemen upon Coursus and the subject allies, while all along the battle line the demons rallied to fling back the enemy. For a breathless while the issue hung in suspense. Then the men of Gilta and Nevria broke and fled. Brandock the Har and his cavalry swept through the gap, wheeled right and left, and took Coursus and Corineus in flank and rear. There fell in this onset Axtacus, lord of Permior, the kings of Elion and Gilta, Gorias the son of Coursus, the count of Tsusha, and many other noblemen and men of mark. Of the demons many were hurt, and many slain, but none of great note save Cameror of Strapardan, whose head Corineus swapped off clean with a blow of his battle-axe, and Trentmore, whom Coursus smote full in the stomach with a javelin, so that he fell down from his horse and was dead at once. Now was all the left and centre of the witches' battle thrown into great confusion, and the allies most of all fallen into disorder, and fain to yield themselves and pray for mercy. The king, seeing the extent of this disaster, sent a galloper to Corrund, who straightway sent to Coursus and Corineus, commanding them get them at their speediest with all their folk back into Carsi, while time yet served. Himself in the meantime, showing now, like the sun, his greatest countenance in his lowest estate, set on with his weary army to stem the advance of Juss, who now momently gathered fresh force against him, and to keep open for the rest of the king's forces their way by the bridge gate into Carsi. Corineus, when he understood it, galloped thither with a band of men to aid Corrund, and this did likewise Hemming and Decalagus, and other captains of the witches. But Coursus himself, counting the day lost, and considering that he was an old man, and had fought now long enough, gat him privily back into Carsi as quickly as he was able, and truly he was bleeding from many wounds. By this great stand of Corrund and his men was time won for a great part of the residue of the army to escape into Carsi, and ever the witches were put aback and lost much ground, yet ever the Lord Corrund by his great valiance and noble heart recomforted his folk, so that they gave back very slowly, most bloodily disputing the ground foot by foot to the bridge gate, that they also might win in again, so many as might. Just said, "This is the greatest deed of arms that ever I in the days of my life did see, and I have so great an admiration and wonder in my heart for Corrund, that almost I would give him peace, but I have sworn now to have no peace with Witchland." Lord Gro was in that battle with the demons. He ran Diderus through the neck with his sword, so that he fell down and was dead. Corrund, when he saw it, heaved up his axe, but changed his intention in the manage, saying, "O landskip of iniquity, shalt thou kill beside me the men of mine household? But my friendship sitteth not on a weather vane. Live, and be a traitor." But Gro, being mightily moved with these words, and staring at great Corrund wide-eyed like a man roused from a dream, answered, "Have I done amiss? 'Tis easily remedied." Therewith he turned about, and slew a man of Demonland, which Spitfire seeing, he cried out upon Gro in a great rage for a most filthy traitor, and bloodily rushing in, thrust him through the buckler into the brain. In such wise, and by such a sudden vengeance, did the Lord Gro most miserably end his life days, who, being a philosopher and a man of peace, careless of particular things of earth, had followed and observed all his days steadfastly one heavenly star, yet now in the bloody battle before Carsi died in the common opinion of men a manifold perjured traitor, that had at length gotten the guerdon of his guile. Now came the Lord Juss with a great rout of men armed on his great horse, with his sword dripping with blood, And the battle sprang up into yet more noise and fury, and great man-slaying befell, and many able men of Witchland fell in that stour, and the demons had almost put them from the bridge gate. But the Lord Corund, rallying his folk, swung back yet again the battle-tide, albeit he was by a great odds outnumbered. And he sought none but just himself in that deadly melee, who, when he saw him coming, he refused him not, but made against him most fiercely. And with great clanging blows they swapped together a while, until Corund hewed Jus's shield asunder, and struck him from his horse. Jus, leaping up again, thrust up at Corund with his sword, and with the violence of the blow brake through the rings of his byrnie about his middle, and drave the sword into his breast. And Corund felled him to earth with a great downstroke on the helm, so that he lay senseless. Still the battle raged before the bridge gate, and great wounds were given and taken of either side. But now the sons of Corund saw that their father had lost much of his blood, and waxed feeble, and the residue of his folk seeing it too, and seeing themselves so few against so many, began to be abashed. So those sons of Corund, riding up to him on either side with a band of men, made him turn back with them, and go with them in by the gate to Carse, the which he did like a man amazed, and knowing not what he doeth. And indeed it was a great marvel how so great a lord, wounded to the death, might sit on horseback. In the great court he was gotten down from his horse. The Lady Presmira, when she perceived that his harness was all red with blood, and saw his wound, fell not down in a swoon as another might, but took his arm about her shoulder, and so supported, with her stepsons to help her, that great frame which could no more support itself, yet had till that hour borne up against the whole world's strength in arms. Leeches came that she had called for, and a litter, and they brought him to the banquet hall. But after no long while those learned men confessed his hurt was deadly, and all their cunning naught. Whereupon, much disdaining to die in bed, not in the field fighting with his enemies, the Lord Corund caused himself, completely armed and weaponed, with the stains and dust of the battle yet upon him, to be set in his chair, there to await death. Hemming, when this was done, came to tell it to the king, where from the tower above the watergate he beheld the end of this battle. The demons held the bridge house. The fight was done. The king sat in his chair looking down to the battlefield. His dark mantle was about his shoulders. He leaned forward, resting his chin in his hand. They of his bodyguard, 9 or 10, stood huddled together some yards away, as if afraid to approach him. As Hemming came near, the king turned his head slowly to look at him. The low sun, swinging blood-red over Tenemos, shone full on the king's face. And as Hemming looked in the face of the king, fear gat hold upon him, so that he durst not speak a word to the king, but made obeisance and departed again, trembling like one who has seen a sight beyond the veil. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 32. The Latter End of All the Lords of Witchland. Of the Council of War, and how the Lord Corsus, being rejected of the king, turned his thoughts to other things, and of the last conjuring that was in Carse, and the last wine-bibbing, and how yet once again the Lady Presmira spake with the lords of Demonland in Carse. Gorice the king held in his private chamber a council of war on the morrow of the battle before Carse. The morning was overcast with sullen cloud, and though all the windows were thrown wide, the sluggish air hung heavy in the room, as if it too were pervaded by the cold dark humour that clogged the vitals of those lords of Witchland like a drowsy drug, or as if the stars would breathe themselves for a greater mischief. Pale and drawn were those lords' faces, and for all they strove to put on a brave countenance before the king, clean gone was the vigour and warlike mien that clothed them but yesterday. Only Corineus kept some spring of his old valiancy and portly bearing, seated with arms akimbo over against the king, his heavy underjaw set forward and his nostrils wide. He had slept ill, or watched late, for his eyes were bloodshot-en, and the breath of his nostrils was heavy with wine. "We tarry for Corsus," said the king. "Had he not word of my bidding?" Ducalagus said, "Lord, I will summon him again. These misfortunes, I fear me, hang heavy on his mind, and by your majesty's leave, he is scarce his own man since yesterday." "Do it straight," said the king. "Give me thy papers, Corineus." Thou art my general since Corrand gat his death. I will see what yesterday hath cost us, and what power yet remaineth to crush me these snakes by force of arms. These be the numbers, O king, said Corineus, but 3,500 fighting men, and well nigh half of these overmuch crippled with wounds to do aught, save behind closed walls. It were but to give the demons easy victory to adventure against them, that stand before Carse 4,000 sound men in arms. The king blew scornfully through his nostrils. Who told thee their strength? Said he. It were dangerous to write them down a man fewer, answered Corineus. And Hackmon said, My lord the king, I would adventure my head they have more. And your majesty will not forget they be all flown with eagerness and pride after yesterday's field, whereas our men... Were ye sons of Corrand, said the king, breaking in quietly on his speech, and looking dangerously upon him, but twigs of your father's tree, that he being cut down ye have no manhood left, nor vital sap, but straight wither in idiotish dotage. I will not have these womanish counsels spoke in Carse, no, nor thought in Carse. Corineus said, We had sure intelligence, O king, when as they landed, that their main army was 6,000 fighting men, and last night myself spake with full a score of our officers, and had a true tale of some few of the demons captured by us before they were slain with the sword. When I say to you just standeth before Carse 4,000 strong, I swell not the truth. His losses yesterday were but a flea bite against ours. The king nodded a curt assent. Corineus proceeded, If we might contrive indeed to raise help from without Carse, were it but 500 spears to distract his mind some part from us with, naught but your majesty's strict command should stay me but I should assault him. It were perilous even so, but never have you known me leave a fruit unplucked at for fear of thorns. But until that time, naught but your straight command might win me to essay a sally, since well I wot it were my death, and the ruin of you, O king, and of all Witchland. The king listened with unmoved countenance, his shaven lips set somewhat in a sneer, his eyes half closed like the eyes of a cat crouched sphinx-like in the sun. But no sun shone in that council chamber. The leaden pall hung darker without, even as morning grew toward noon. My lord the king, said Hemming, send me. To overslip their guards i' the night, 'tis not a thing beyond invention. That done, I'd gather you some small head of men, enough to serve this turn, if I must rake the 7 kingdoms to find them. While Hemming spoke, the door opened, and the Duke Corsus entered the chamber. An ill sight was he, flabbier of cheek and duller of eye than was his wont. His face was bloodless, his great paunch seemed shrunken, and his shoulders yet more hunched since yesterday. His gait was uncertain, and his hand shook as he moved the chair from the board, and took his seat before the king. The king looked on him a while in silence, and under that gaze beads of sweat stood on Corsus's brow, and his underlip twitched. We need thy counsel, O Corsus, said the king. Thus it is. Since our ill-faced stars gave victory to the demon rebels in yesterday's battle, Jus and his brethren front us with 4,000 men, whiles I have not 2,000 soldiers unhurt in Carse. Corineus accounteth us too weak to risk a sally, but an if we might contrive some diversion from without. And that, after yesterday, is not to be thought on. Hither and to Melikafkaz did we draw all our powers, and the subject allies not for our love but for fear's sake, and for lust of gain, flocked to our standard. These caterpillars drop off now. Yet if we fight not, then is our strength in arms clean spent, and our enemies need but to sit before Carse till we be starved. 'Tis a point of great difficulty, and knotty to solve. Difficult indeed, O my lord the king, said Corsus. His glance shifted round the board, avoiding the steady gaze bent on him from beneath the eaves of King Gorice's brow, and resting at last on the jewelled splendour of the crown of Witchland on the king's head. O king, he said, you demand my rede, and I shall not say nor counsel you nothing but that good and well should come thereof, as much as yet may be in this pass we stand in. For now is our greatness turned in woe, dolour, and heaviness, and easy it is to be after-witted. He paused, and his under-jaw wobbled and twitched. Speak on, said the king. Thou stutterest forth nothing by fits and girds, as an ague taketh a goose. Let me know thy rede. Corsus said, You will not take it, I know, O king. For we of Witchland have ever been ruled by the rock rather than by the rudder. I had liever be silent. Silence was never written down. Thou wouldst, and thou wouldst not, said the king. Whence gottest thou this look of a dish of whey with blood spit in it? Speak, or thou'lt anger me. Then blame me not, O king, said Corsus. Thus it seemeth to me. The hour hath struck when, as we of Witchland, must needs look calamity in the eye, and acknowledge we have thrown our last, and lost all. The demons, as we have seen to our undoing, be unconquerable in war, yet are their minds pranked with many silly fantasies of honour and courtesy, which may preserve us the poor dregs yet unspilt from the cup of our fortune, if we but leave unseasonable pride, and see where our advantage lieth. Chat, 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 said the king. Perdition catch me if I can find a meaning in it. What dost thou bid me do? Corsus met the king's eye at last. He braced himself as if to meet a blow. Throw not your cloak in the fire because your house is burning, O king. Surrender all to Jus at his discretion. And trust me, the foolish softness of these demons will leave us freedom and the wherewithal to live at ease. The king was leaned a little forward as Corsus, somewhat dry-throated but gathering heart as he spake, blurted forth his counsel of defeat. No man among them looked on Corsus, but all on the king, and for a minute's space was no sound save the sound of breathing in that chamber. Then a puff of hot air blew a wind or two with a thud, and the king, without moving his head, rolled his awful glance forth and back over his council slowly, fixing each in his turn. And the king said, Unto which of you is this counsel acceptable? Let him speak and instruct us. All did sit mum like beasts. The king spake again, saying, It is well. Whether of my counsel such another vermin, so sottish, so louse-hearted, as this one hath proclaimed himself, I had been persuaded Witchland was a sleepy pear, corrupted in her inward parts. And that were so, I had given orders straightway for the sally, and for his chastening and your dishonour, this Corsus should have led you, and so an end, ere the impostume of our shame break forth too foul before earth and heaven. I admire not, lord, that you do strike at me, said Corsus. Yet I pray you think how many kings in Carse have heaped with injurious indignities them that were so hardy as to give them wholesome counsel afore their fall. Though your majesty were a half-god, or a fury out of the pit, you could not, by further resisting, deliver us out of this net, wherein the demons have gotten us caught and tied. You can keep geese no longer, O king. Will you rend me, because I bid you be content to keep goslings? Corineus smote the table with his fist. O monstrous vermin, he cried, because thou wast scalded, must all we be afeard of cold water? But the king stood up in his majesty, and Corsus shrank beneath the flame of his royal anger. And the king spake and said, The council is up, my lords. For thee, Corsus, I dismiss thee from my council. Thou art to thank my clemency that I take not thy head for this. It were for thy better safety, which well I know thou prizest dearer than mine honour, that thou show not in my path till these perilous days be overpast. And unto Corineus he said, On thy head it lieth that the demons storm not the hold, as haply their hot pride may incense them to attempt. Expect me not at supper. I lie in the iron tower tonight, and let none disturb me there at peril of his head. You of my council must attend me here 4 hours ere tomorrow's noon. Look to it well, Corineus, that naught shalt thou do, nor in any wise adventure our forces against the demons, till thou receive my further bidding, save only to hold Carse against any assault if need be. For this thy life shall answer. For the demons, they were wisest praise a fair day at night. If mine enemy uproot a boulder above my dwelling, so I be mighty now of mine hands, I may, even in the nick of time that it tottereth to leap and crush mine house, or set it on him, and pash him to a mummy. So speaking, the king moved resolute with a great strong step toward the door. There paused he, his hand upon the silver latch, and looking tigerishly on Corsus. Be advised, he said, thou, cross not my path again. Nor, while I think on't, send me not thy daughter again, as last year thou didst. Apt to the sport she is, and well enow she served my turn aforetime. But the king of Witchland suppeth not twice of the same dish, nor lacketh he fresh wenches if he need them. Whereat all they laughed, but Corsus's face grew red as blood. On such wise brake up the council. Corineus with the sons of Corund and of Corsus went upon the walls, ordering all in obedience to the word of Gorice the king. But that old Duke Corsus betook him to his chamber in the north gallery. Nor might he abide even a small while at ease, but sate now in his carven chair, now on the window-sill, now on his broad canopied bed, and now walked the chamber floor, twisting his hands and gnawing his lip. And if he were distraught in mind, small wonder it were, set as he was, betwixt hawk and buzzard, the king's wrath menacing him in Carse, and the hosts of Demonland without. So wore the day till supper-time, And at supper was Corsus, to their much amaze, sitting in his place, and the ladies Zenambria and Sriva with him. He drank deep, and when supper was done he filled a goblet, saying, My lord the king of Demonland, and ye other witches, good it is that we, who stand as now we stand, with one foot in the jaws of destruction, should bear with one another. Neither should any hide his thought from other, but say openly, even as I this morning before the face of our lord the king, his thought and counsel. Wherefore without shame do I confess me ill-advised today, when I urged the king to make peace with Demonland. I wax old, and old men will oft embrace timorous counsels, which, if there be wisdom and valiancy left in them, they soon renounce when the stress is overpast, and they have leisure to after-think them with a sad mind. And clear as day it is that the king was right, both in his chastening of my faint courage, and in his bidding thee, O King Gorice, stand to thy watch, and do naught till this night be worn. For went he not to the Iron Tower? And to what end else spendeth he the night in yonder chamber of dread, than to do sorcery, or his magic art, as aforetime he did, and in such wise blast these demons to perdition even in the springtide of their fortunes? At no point of time hath Witchland greater need of our wishes than at this coming midnight. And I pray you, my lords, let us meet a little before in this hall, that we with one heart and mind may drink fair fortune to the king's enchantery. With such pleasant words and sympathetical insinuations, working at a season when the wine-cup had caused to unfold some gayness in their hearts, that were foredone with the hard scapes and chances of disastrous war, was Corsus grown to friendship again with the lords of Witchland. So, when the guard was set, and all made sure for the night, they came together in the great banquet hall, whereas more than 3 years ago the Prince Laphires had feasted, and after fought against them of Witchland. But now was he drowned among the shifting tides in the straits of Melekafkas. And the Lord Corund, that fought that night in such valiant wise, now in that same hall, armed from throat to foot as becometh a great soldier dead, lay in state, crowned on his brow with the amethystine crown of Impland. The spacious side benches were untenanted, and void their high seats, and the cross-bench was removed to make place for Corund's bier. The lords of Witchland sate at a small table below the dais, Corineus in the seat of honour at the end nearest the door, and over against him Corsus, and on Corineus's left Zenambria, and on his right Decalagus, son to Corsus, and then Hemming, and on Corsus's left his daughter Sriva, and those two remaining of Corund's sons on his right. All were there save Presmira, and her had none seen since her lord's death, but she kept her chamber. Flamboys stood in the silver stands as of old, lighting the lonely spaces of the hall, and 4 candles shivered round the bier where Corund slept. Fair goblets stood on the board, brimmed with dark, sweet Thramnian wine, one for each feaster there, and cold bacon pies, and botargos, and crawfish in hippogriffs sauce furnished a light midnight meal. Now scarce were they set, when the flamboys burned pale in a strange light from without doors, an evil, pallid, bale-like glow, such as Gro had beheld in days gone by, when King Gorice XII first conjured in Carcy. Corineus paused ere taking his seat. Goodly and stalwart he showed in his blue silk cloak and silvered byrnie, the fair crown of Demonland, wherewith Corsus had been enforced to crown him on that great night in Owlswick, shone above his light brown curling hair. Youth and lustihood stood forth in every line of his great frame, and on his bare arms smooth and brawny, with their wristlets of gold. But somewhat ghastly was the corpse-like pallor of that light on his shaven jowl, and his thick, scornful lips were blackened, like those of poisoned men, in that light of bale. "Saw ye not this light aforetime?" he cried, "and 'twas the shadow before the sun of our omnipotence. Fate's hammer is lifted up to strike. Drink with me to our lord the king, that laboureth with destiny." All drank deep, and Corineus said, "Pass we on the cups, that each may drain his neighbour's. 'Tis an old lucky custom Corund taught me out of Impland. Swift, for the fate of Witchland is poised in the balance." Therewith he passed his cup to Zenambria, who quaffed it to the dregs, and all they, passing on their cups, drank deep again, all save Corsus alone. But Corsus's eyes were big with terror as he looked on the cup passed on to him by Corund's son. "Drink, O Corsus," said Corineus, and seeing him still waver, "What ails the old doting dizzard?" he cried. "He stareth on good wine with an eye as ghastly as a mad dog's beholding water." In that instant the unearthly glare went out, as a lamp in a gust of wind, and only the flamboys and the funeral candles flickered on the feasters with uncertain radiance. Corineus said again, "Drink!" But Corsus set down the cup untasted, and stayed irresolute. Corineus opened his mouth to speak, and his jaw fell, as of a man that conceiveth suddenly some dread suspicion. But ere he might speak word, a blinding flash went from earth to heaven, and the firm floor of the banquet hall rocked and shook as with an earthquake. All save Corineus fell back into their seats, clutching the table, amazed and dumb. Crash after crash, after the listening ear was well nigh split by the roar, the horror broken out of the bowels of night thundered and ravened in Corsey. Laughter, as of damned souls banqueting in hell, roared on the tortured air. Wildfire tore the darkness asunder, half blinding them that sat about that table, and Corineus gripped the board with either hand, as a last deafening crash shook the walls, and a flame rushed up the night, lighting the whole sky with a livid glare. And in that trisulk flash, Corineus beheld through the southwest window the iron tower, blasted and cleft asunder, and the next instant fallen in an avalanche of red-hot ruin. "The keep hath fallen!" he cried, and, deadly wearied on a sudden, he sank heavily into his seat. The cataclysm was passed by like a wind in the night, but now was heard a sound as of the enemy rushing to the assault. Corineus strove to rise, but his legs were over-feeble. His eye lit on Corsus's untasted cup, that which was passed on to him by Viglas, Coron's son, and he cried, "What devil's work is this? I have a strange numbness in my bones. By heavens, thou shalt drink that cup or die!" Viglas, his eyes protruding, his hand clutching at his breast, struggled to rise, but could not. Hemming half staggered up, fumbling for his sword, then pitched forward on the table with a horrid rattle of the throat. But Corsus leaped up, trembling, his dull eyes aflame with triumphant malice. "The king hath thrown and lost," he cried, "as well I foresaw it. And now have the children of night taken him to themselves. And thou, damned Corineus, and you sons of Coron, are but dead swine before me. Ye have all drunk venom, and ye are dead. Now will I deliver up Corsey to the demons, and it, and your bodies, with mine electuary rotting in your vitals, shall buy me peace from Demonland." "Oh, horrible! Then I too am poisoned!" cried the Lady Zenambria, and she fell a-swooning. "'Tis pity," said Corsus. "Blame the passing of the cups for that. I might not speak ere the poison had chained me the limbs of these cursed devils and made them harmless." Corineus's jaw set like a bulldog's. Painfully gritting his teeth, he rose from his seat, his sword naked in his hand. Corsus, that was now passing near him on his way to the door, saw too late that he had reckoned without his host. Corineus, albeit the baneful drug bound his legs as with a cere-cloth, was yet too swift for Corsus, who, fleeing before him to the door, had but time to clutch the heavy curtains ere the sword of Corineus took him in the back. He fell, and lay a-writhing lumpishly, like a toad spitted on a skewer, and the floor of steatite was made slippery with his blood. "'Tis well. Through the guts," said Corineus. No might he had to draw forth the sword, but staggered as one drunken, and fell to earth, propped against the jambs of the lofty doorway. Some while he lay there, hearkening to the sounds of battle without, for the iron tower was fallen athwart the outer wall, making a breach through all lines of defence, and through that breach the demons stormed the hold of Corsey, that never unfriendly foot had entered by force in all the centuries since it was builded by Gorice the First. An ill watch it was for Corineus to lie hearkening to that unequal fight, unable to stir a hand, and all they that should have headed the defence dead or dying before his eyes. Yet was his breath lightened, and his pain some part eased, when his eye rested on the gross body of Corsus, twisting in the agony of death upon his sword. In such wise passed well nigh an hour. The bodily strength of Corineus and his iron heart bare up against the power of the venom long after those others had breathed out their souls in death. But now was the battle done, and the victory with them of Demonland. And the Lords Juss and Goldry Blusco and Brandok Dahar, with certain of their fighting men, came into the banquet hall. Smeared they were with blood and the dust of battle, for not without great blows and the death of many a stout lad had the hold been won. Goldry said as they posed at the threshold, "This is the very banquet house of death. How came these by their end?" Corineus's brow darkened at the sight of the Lords of Demonland, and mightily he strove to raise himself, but sank back, groaning. "I've gotten an everlasting chill of the bones," he said. "Yon hellish traitor murdered us all by poison, else should some of you have gotten your deaths by me, or ever ye won up into Corsey." "Bring him some water," said Juss, and he with Brandok Dahar gently lifted Corineus, and bare him to his chair, where he should be more at ease. Goldry said, "Here is a lady liveth." For Sriva, that sitting on her father's left hand, had so escaped a poisoned draught at the passing of the cups, rose from the table where she had cowered in fearful silence, and cast herself in a flood of tears and terrified supplications about Goldry's knees. Goldry bade guard her to the camp, and there bestow her in safe asylum until the morning. Now was Corineus near his end, but he gathered strength to speak, saying, I do joy that not by your sword were we put down, but by the unequal trumpery of fortune, whose tool was this Corsus and the king's devilish pride, that desired to harness heaven and hell to his chariot. Fortune's a right strumpet to fondle me in the neck, and now yerk me one thus i' the midriff. Not fortune, my lord Corineus, but the gods, said Goldry, whose feet be shod with wool. By then was water brought in, and Brandok Dahar would have given him to drink, but Corineus would have none of it, but jerked his head aside and o'erset the cup, and looking fiercely on Lord Brandok Dahar, Vile fellow, he said, so thou too art come to insult on Witchland's grave. Thou'dst strike me now into the centre, and thou wert not more a dancing madam than a soldier. How, said Brandok Dahar, say a dog bite me in the ham, must I bite him again i' the same part? Corineus's eyelids closed, and he said weakly, How look thy womanish gewgaws in crothering since I toused 'em? And therewith the creeping poison reached his strong heartstrings, and he died. Now was silence for a space in that banquet hall, and in the silence a step was heard, and the lords of Demonland turned toward the lofty doorway that yawned as an arched cavern-mouth of darkness, for Corsus had torn down the arras curtains in his death throes, and there lay heaped athwart the threshold with his dead body across them, Corineus's sword hilts jammed against his ribs, and the blade standing a foot's length forth from his breast. And while they gazed, there walked into the shifting light of the flamboys over that threshold the Lady Presmira, crowned and arrayed in her rich robes and ornaments of state. Her countenance was bleak as the winter moon, flying high amid light clouds on a windy midnight settling towards rain, and those lords, under the spell of her sad, cold beauty, stood without speech. In a while, Jus, speaking as one who needeth to command his voice, and making grave obeisance to her, said, O Queen, we give you peace. Command our service in all things whatsoever, and first in this, which shall be our earliest task ere we sail homeward, to establish you in your rightful realm of Pixieland. But this hour is overcharged with fate and desperate deeds to suffer counsel. Counsel is for the morning. The night calleth to rest. I pray you give us leave. Presmira looked upon Jus, and there was eye-bite in her eyes, that glinted with green metallic lustre, like those of a she-lion brought to battle. Thou dost offer me Pixieland, my lord Jus, said she, that am queen of Impland, and this night thou thinkest can bring me rest. These that were dear to me have rest indeed, my lord and lover Coram, the prince my brother, Gro that was my best friend. Deadly enow they have found you, whether as friends or foes. Jus said, O Queen Presmira, the nest falleth with the tree. These things hath fate brought to pass, and we be but fate's whipping-tops, banded what way she will. Against thee we war not, and I swear to thee that all our care is to make thee amends. All thine oaths, said Presmira. What amends canst thou make? Youth I have, and some poor beauty. Wilt thou conjure those 3 dead men alive again that ye have slain? For all thy vaunted art, I think this were too hard a task. All there were silent, eyeing her as she walked delicately past the table. She looked with a distant and, to outward seeming, uncomprehending eye on the dead feasters and their empty cups. Empty all, save that one passed on by Viglas, whereof Corsus would not drink, and it stood half-drained. Of curious workmanship it was, of pale green glass, its stand formed of 3 serpents intertwined, the one of gold, another of silver, the third of iron. Fingering it carelessly, she raised her glittering eyes once more on the demons, and said, It was ever the wont of you of Demonland, to eat the egg, and give away the shell in alms. And pointing at the lords of Witchland dead at the feast, she asked, Were these also your victims in this day's hunting, my lords? Thou dost us wrong, madam, cried Goldry. Never hath Demonland used such like art against her enemies. Lord Brandok Dahar looked swiftly at him, and stepped idly forward, saying, I know not what art hath wrought yon goblet, but 'tis strangely like to one I saw in Impland. Yet fairer is this, and of more just proportions. But Presmira forestalled his outstretched hand, and quietly drew the cup towards her out of reach. As sword crosses sword, the glance of her green eyes crossed his, and she said, Think not that you have a worse enemy left on earth than me. I it was that sent Corsus and Corineus to trample Demonland in the mire. Had I but some spark of masculine virtue, some soul at least of you should yet be loosed squealing to the shades to attend my dear ones ere I set sail. But I have none. Kill me then, and let me go. Juss, whose sword was bare in his hand, smote it home in the scabbard, and stepped towards her. But the table was betwixt them, and she drew back to the dais where Corund lay in state. There, like some triumphant goddess, she stood above them, the cup of venom in her hand. "Come not beyond the table, my lords," she said, "or I drain this cup to your damnation." Brandok Dahar said, "The dice are thrown, O Juss, and the queen hath won the hazard." "Madam," said Juss, "I swear to you there shall no force nor restraint be put upon you, but honour only and worship shown you, and friendship if you will. That surely mightest thou take of us for thy brother's sake." Thereat she looked terribly upon him, and he said, "Only on this wild night lay not hands upon yourself, for their sake, that even now haply behold us out of the undiscovered barren lands beyond the dismal lake. Do not this." Still facing them, the cup still aloft in her right hand, Presmira laid her left hand lightly on the brazen plates of Corund's burning that cased the mighty muscles of his breast. Her hand touched his beard, and drew back suddenly, but in an instant she laid it gently again on his breast. Somewhat her orient loveliness seemed to soften for a passing minute in the altering light, and she said, "I was given to Corund young. This night I will sleep with him, or reign with him, among the mighty nations of the dead." Just moved as one about to speak, but she stayed him with a look, and the lines of her body hardened again, and the lioness looked forth anew in her peerless eyes. "Hath your greatness," she said, "so much outgrown your wit, that you think I will abide to be your pensioner, that have been a princess in Pixieland, a queen of far-fronted Impland, and wife to the greatest soldier in this hold of Carse, which till this day hath been the only scourge and terror of the world? O my lords of Demonland, good comfortable fools, speak to me no more, for your speech is folly. Go, doff your hats to the silly hind that runneth on the mountain. Pray her gently dwell with you amid your stalled cattle, when you have slain her mate. Shall the blackening frost, when it hath blasted and starved all the sweet garden flowers, say to the rose, Abide with us? And shall she hearken to such a wolfish suit?" So speaking, she drank the cup, and turning from those lords of Demonland, as a queen turneth from the unregarded multitude, kneeled gently down by Corund's bier, her white arms clasped about his head, her face pillowed on his breast. When Juss spake, his voice was choked with tears. He commanded Bremery that they should take up the bodies of Corsus and Zenambria, and those sons of Corund and of Corsus that lay poisoned and dead in that hole, and on the morrow give them reverent burial. "And for the Lord Corineus, I will that ye make a bed of state, that he may lie in this hole tonight, and tomorrow will we lay him in Ho before Carse, as is fitting for so renowned a captain. But great Corund and his lady shall none depart one from the other, but in one grave shall they rest, side by side for their love's sake. Ere we be gone, I will rear them such a monument as beseemeth great kings and princes when they die. For royal and lordly was Corund, and a mighty man at arms, and a fighter clean of hand, albeit our bitter enemy. Wondrous it is with what cords of love he bound to him this unparagoned queen of his. Who hath known her like among women for trueness and highness of heart? And sure none was ever more unfortunate." Now went they forth into the outer ward of Carse. The night bore still some signs of that commotion of the skies that had so lately burst forth and passed away, and some torn palls of thundercloud yet hung athwart the face of heaven. Betwixt them, in the swept places of the sky, a few stars shivered, and the moon, more than half waxen towards her full, was sinking over Tenemos. Some faint breath of autumn was abroad, and the demons shuddered a little, fresh from the heavy air of the great banquet hall. The ruins of the iron tower, smoking to the sky, and the torn and tumbled masses of masonry about it, showed monstrous in the gloom as fragments of old chaos. And from them, and from the riven earth beneath, steamed up pungent fumes as of brimstone burning. Ever busily, back and forth through those sulphurous vapours, obscene birds of the night flitted a weary round, and bats on leathern wing, fitfully and dimly seen in the uncertain murk, save when their passage brought them dark against the moon. And from the solitudes of the mournful fen afar, voices of lamentation floated on the night, wild wailing cries, and sobbing noises, and long moans rising and falling, and quivering down to silence. Just laid his hand on Goldry's arm, saying, There is naught earthly in these laments, nor be those that thou seest circling in the reek very bats or owls. These be his masterless familiars wailing for their lord. Many such served him, simple earthly divils, and divils of the air and of the water, held by him in thrall by sorcerous and artificial practices, coming and going and doing his will. These availed him not, said Goldrick, nor the sword of Witchland against our might and main, that brake it asunder in his hand and slew his mighty men of valour. Yet true it is, said Lord Just, that none greater hath lived on earth than King Gorice the 12th. When after these long wars we held him as a stag at bay, he feared not to essay a second time, and this time unaided and alone, what no man else hath so much as once performed and lived. And well he knew that that which was summoned by him out of the deep must spill and blast him utterly if he should slip one whit, as slip he did in former days, but his disciples succoured him. Behold now with what loud striking of thunder, unconquered by any earthly power, he hath his parting, with this Carse black and smoking in ruin for his monument, these lords of Witchland and hundreds besides of our soldiers, and of the witches, for his funeral bake-meats, and spirits weeping in the night for his chief mourners. So came they again to the camp, and in due time the moon set, and the clouds departed, and the quiet stars pursued their eternal way until night's decline, as if this night had been but as other nights, this night which had beheld the power and glory that was Witchland, by such a hammer-stroke of destiny, smitten in pieces. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 33. Queen Sophonisba in Gaeling. Of the entertainment given by Lord Juss in Demonland to Queen Sophonisba, fosterling of the gods, and of that circumstance which, beyond all the wonders fair and lovely to behold shown her in that country, made her most to marvel. Wherein is a rare example how in a fortunate world, out of all expectation, in the spring of the year, cometh a new birth. Now the returning months brought the season of the year when Queen Sophonisba should come, according to her promise, to guest with Lord Juss in Gaeling. And so it was that in the hush of a windless April dawn, the Zimiamvian caravel that bare the Queen to Demonland rode up the firth to Looking Haven. All the east was a bower for the golden dawn. Cartadza, sharp outlined as if cut in bronze, still hid the sun, and in the great shadow of the mountain the haven and the low hills and the groves of holm oak and strawberry tree slumbered in a deep obscurity of blues and purples, against which the avenues of pink almond blossom and the white marble quays were bodied forth in pale wakening beauty, imaged as in a looking-glass in that tranquillity of the sea. Westward across the firth all the land was aglow with the opening day. Snow lingered still on the higher summits. Cloudless, bathing in the golden light, they stood against the blue. Dina, the forks of Nantragarnan, Pike Shards, and all the peaks of the Thornback Range and Neverdale. Morning laughed on their high ridges, and kissed the woods that clung about their lower limbs. Billowy woods, where rich hues of brown and purple told of every twig, on all their myriad branches, thick and afire with buds. White mists lay like coverlets on the water meadows, where Tiverandidale opens to the sea. On the shores of Bothry and Scaramsey, and on the mainland near the great bluff of Thremne's Her, and a little south of Owlswick, clear spaces among the birchwoods showed golden yellow, daffodils abloom in the spring. They rode into the northernmost berth, and made fast the caravel. The sweetness of the almond trees was the sweetness of spring in the air, and spring was in the face of that queen as she came with her attendants up the shining steps, her little martlets circling about her or perching on her shoulders, she to whom the gods of old gave youth everlasting and peace everlasting in Kostra Belloin. Lord Juss and his brethren were on the quay to meet her, and the Lord Brandok de Har. They bowed in turn, kissing her hands and bidding her welcome to Demonland. But she said, "Not to Demonland alone, my lords, to the world again. And toward which of all earth's harbours should I steer, and toward which land, if not to this land of yours, who have by your victories brought peace and joy to all the world? Surely peace slept not more softly on the Maruna in old days before the names of Gorice and Witchland were heard in that country, than she shall sleep for us on this new earth and Demonland. now that those names are drowned for ever under the whirlpools of oblivion and darkness. Just said, O Queen Sophonisba, desire not that the names of great men dead should be forgot for ever. So should these wars that we last year brought to so mighty a conclusion to make us undisputed lords of the earth go down to oblivion with them that fought against us. But the fame of these things shall be on the lips and in the songs of men from one generation to another, so long as the world shall endure. They took horse and rode up from the harbour to the upper road, and so through open pastures onto Havishore Tongue. Lambs frisked on the dewy meadows beside the road, blackbirds flew from bush to bush, larks trilled in the sightless sky, and as they came down through the woods to Beckfoot, wood pigeons cooed in the trees, and squirrels peeped with beady eyes. The Queen spoke little. These and all shy things of the woods and field held her in thrall, charming her to a silence that was broken only now and then by a little exclamation of joy. The Lord Just, who himself also loved these things, watched her delight. Now they wound up the steep ascent from Beckfoot, and rode into Galing by the Lion Gate. The avenue of Irish yews was lined by soldiers of the bodyguards of Just, Goldry, and Spitfire, and Brandok Dahar. These, in honour of their great masters and of the Queen, lifted their spears aloft, while trumpeters blew 3 fanfares on silver trumpets. Then, to an accompaniment of lutes and theorbos and citherns moving above the pulse of muffled drums, a choir of maidens sang a song of welcome, strewing the path before the lords of Demonland and the Queen with sweet white hyacinths and narcissus blooms, while the ladies Mevrian and Ormaline, more lovely than any queens of earth, waited at the head of the golden staircase above the inner court to greet Sophonisba come to Galing. A hard matter it were to tell of all the pleasures prepared for Queen Sophonisba and for her delight by the lords of Demonland. The first day she spent among the parks and pleasure gardens of Galing, where Lord Just showed her his great lime avenues, his yew houses, his fruit gardens and sunk gardens, and his private walks and bowers, his walks of creeping thyme, which being trodden on sends up sweet odours to refresh the treader, his ancient water gardens beside the Brankdale Beck, whither the water nymphs resort in summer, and are seen under the moon singing and combing their hair with combs of gold. On the second day he showed her his herb gardens, disclosing to her the secret properties of herbs, wherein he was deeply learned. There grew that Zamalantician, which, being well beaten up with fat without salt, is sovereign for all wounds, and Dittany, which, if eaten, soon puts out the arrow and healeth the wounds, and not only by its presence stayeth snakes wheresoever they be handy to it, but by reason of its smell carried by wind, and they smell it they die. And Mandragora, which being taken into the middle of an house compelleth all evils out of the house, and relieveth also headaches and produceth sleep. Also he showed her sea holly in his garden, that is born in secret places and in wet ones, and the root of it is as the head of that monster which men name the Gorgon, and the root twigs have both eyes and nose and colour of serpents. Of this he told her how, when taking up the root, a man must see to it that no sun shine on it, and he who would carve it must avert his head, for it is not permitted that man may see that root unharmed. The third day Just showed the Queen his stables, where were his war horses and horses for the chase and for chariot racing, stabled in stalls with furniture of silver. And much she marvelled at his 7 white mares, sisters, so light that none might tell one from another, given him in days gone by the priests of Artemis in the lands beyond the sunset. They were immortal, bearing ichor in their veins, not blood, and the fire of it showed in their eyes like lamps burning. The 4th night, and the 5th, the Queen was at Drepegi, guesting with Lord Goldry Blusco and the Princess Armaline, that were wedded in Zargezaculo last Yule, and the 6th and 7th nights at Owlswick, and there Spitfire made her lordly entertainment. But Lord Brandok Dahar would not have the Queen go yet to Crothering, for he had not yet made fair again his gardens and pleasaunces, and restored his rich and goodly treasures to his mind, after their ill handling by Corineus. And it was not his will that she should look on Crothering Castle until all was there established anew according to its ancient glory. The 8th day she came again to Galing, and now Lord Just showed her his study, with his astrolabes of Orichalk, figured with all the signs of the zodiac and the mansions of the moon, standing a tall man's height above the floor, and his perspectives and gloves and crystals and hollow looking-glasses, and great crystal globes where he kept homunculi, whom he had made by secret processes of nature, both men and women, less than a span long, as beautiful as one could wish to see in their little coats, eating and drinking and going their ways in those mighty globes of crystal, where his art had given them being. Every night, whether at Galing, Owlswick, or Drepegi Mire, was feasting held in her honour, with music and dancing and merrymaking and all delight, and poetical recitations, and feats of arms and horsemanship, and masques and interludes, the like whereof hath not been seen on earth, of beauty and wit and all magnificence. Now was the 9th day come of the Queen's guesting in Demonland, and it was the eve of Lord Jus's birthday, when all the great ones in the land were come together, as 4 years ago they came, to do honour on the morrow unto him, and unto his brethren, as was their wont aforetime. It was fine bright weather, with every little while a shower to bring fresh sweetness to the air, colour and refreshment to the earth, and gladness to the sunshine. Just walked with the Queen in the morning, in the woods of Moongarth Bottom now bursting into leaf, and after their midday meal showed her his treasuries cut in the live rock under Galen Castle, where she beheld bars of gold and silver piled like trunks of trees, unhewn crystals of ruby, chrysoprase, or hyacinth, so heavy a strong man might not lift them, stacks of ivory in the tusk piled to the ceiling, chests and jars filled with perfumes and costly spices, ambergris, frankincense, sweet-scented sandalwood and myrrh and spikenard, cups and beakers and eared wine jars and lamps and caskets made of pure gold, worked and chased with the forms of men and women and birds and beasts and creeping things, and ornamented with jewels beyond price, marguerites and pink and yellow sapphires, smaragds and chrysoberyls and yellow diamonds. When the Queen had had her fill of gazing on these, he carried her to his great library, where statues stood of the 9 muses about Apollo, and all the walls were hidden with books, histories and songs of old days, books of philosophy, alchemy and astronomy and art magic, romances and music, and lives of great men dead, and great treatises of all the arts of peace and war, with pictures and illuminated characters. Great windows opened southward on the garden from the library, and climbing rose trees and plants of honeysuckle and evergreen magnolia clustered about the windows. Great chairs and couches stood about the open hearth, where a fire of cedar logs burned in winter-time. Lamps of moonstones, self-effulgent, shaded with cloudy green tourmaline, stood on silver stands on the table and by each couch and chair, to give light when the day was over, and all the air was sweet with the scent of dried rose-leaves kept in ancient bowls and vases of painted earthenware. Queen Sophonisba said, "My lord, I love this best of all the fair things thou hast shown me in thy castle of Galing. Here, where all trouble seems a forgotten echo of an ill world left behind. Surely my heart is glad, O my friend, that thou and these other lords of Demonland shall now enjoy your goodly treasures and fair days in your dear native land, in peace and quietness all your lives." The Lord just stood at the window that looked westward across the lake to the great wall of the Scarf. Some shadow of a noble melancholy hovered about his sweet dark countenance, as his gaze rested on a curtain of rain that swept across the face of the mountain wall, half veiling the high rock summits. "Yet think, madam," said he, "that we be young of years, and to strenuous minds there is an unquietude in over-quietness." Now he conducted her through his armouries, where he kept his weapons, and weapons for his fighting men, and all panoply of war. There he showed her swords and spears, maces and axes and daggers, orfrid and damascened and inlaid with jewels, burnies and baldricks and shields, blades so keen a hair blown against them in a wind should be parted in twain, charmed helms on which no ordinary sword would bite. And just said unto the Queen, "Madam, what thinkest thou of these swords and spears? For know well that these be the ladder's rungs that we of Demonland climbed up by, to that seigneury and principality which now we hold over the 4 corners of the world." She answered, "O my lord, I think nobly of them. For an ill part it were, while we joy in the harvest, to contemn the tools that prepared the land for it and reaped it." While she spoke, just took down from its hook a great sword, with a haft bound with plaited cords of gold and silver wire, and cross-hilts of latoon set with studs of amethyst, and a drake's head at either end of the hilt with crimson almondines for his eyes, and the pommel a ball of deep amber-coloured opal with red and green flashes. "With this sword," said he, "I went up with Gaslot to the gates of Carcy 4 years gone by this summer, being clouded in my mind by the backwash of the sending of Gorice the king. With this sword I fought an hour back to back with Brandok the Har, against Corund and Corinius and their ablest men, the greatest fight that ever I fought, and against the fearfullest odds. Witchland himself beheld us from Carcy walls through the watery mist and glare, and marvelled that 2 men that are born of woman could perform such deeds." He untied the bands of the sword, and drew it singing from its sheath. "With this sword," he said, looking lovingly along the blade, "I have overcome hundreds of mine enemies, witches and ghouls, and barbarous people out of Impland and the southern seas, pirates of Esomorkia, and princes of the eastern main. With this sword I gat the victory in many a battle, and most glorious of all in the battle before Gorice last September. There, fighting against great Corrund in the press of the fight, I gave him with this sword the wound that was his death wound. He put up the sword again in its sheath, held it a minute as if pondering whether or not to gird it about his waist, then slowly turned to its place on the wall and hung it up again. He carried his head high like a war-horse, keeping his gaze averted from the Queen as they went out from the great armoury in Galen, yet not so skilfully but she marked a glistening in his eye that seemed a tear standing above his lower eyelash. That night was supper set in Lord Just's private chamber, a light regale, yet most sumptuous. They sat at a round table, 9 in company, the 3 brethren, the Lords Brandock de Har, Zig and Vol, the Ladies Armeline and Mevrian, and the Queen. Brightly flowed the wines of Crothering and Norvasp, and blithely went the talk to outward seeming. But ever and again silence swung athwart the board like a grey pall, till Zig broke it with a jest, or Brandock de Har, or his sister Mevrian. The Queen felt the chill behind their merriment. The silent fits came oftener as the feast went forward, as if wine and good cheer had lost their native quality, and turned fathers of black moods and gloomy meditations. The Lord Goldry Blusco, that till now had spoke little, spake now not at all, his proud dark face fixed in staid, pensive lines of thought. Spitfire too was fallen silent, his face leaned upon his hand, his brow bent, and whiles he drank amain, and whiles he drummed his fingers on the table. The Lord Brandock de Har leaned back in his ivory chair, sipping his wine. Very demure, through half-closed eyes, like a panther dozing in the noonday, he watched his companions at the feast. Like sunbeams chased by cloud shadows across a mountainside in windy weather, the lights of humorous enjoyment played across his face. The Queen said, "O my lords, you have promised me I should hear the full tale of your wars in Impland and the Impland seas, and how you came to Gorice, and of the great battle that there befell, and of the latter end of all the lords of Witchland, and of Gorice the 12th of memory accursed. I pray you let me hear it now, that our hearts may be gladdened by the tale of great deeds, the remembrance whereof shall be for all generations, and that we may rejoice anew that all the lords of Witchland are dead and gone, because of whom and their tyranny earth hath groaned and laboured these many years." Lord Juss, in whose face when it was at rest she had beheld that same melancholy which she had marked in him in the library that same day, poured forth more wine, and said, "O Queen Sophonisba, thou shalt hear it all." Therewith he told all that had befallen since they last bade her adieu in Costra Bellorn, of the march to the sea at Muelva, of Laxus and his great fleet destroyed and sunk off Melikafkaz, of the battle before Gorice and its swinging fortunes, of the unhallowed light and flaring signs in heaven, whereby they knew of the king's conjuring again in Gorice, of their waiting in the night, armed at all points, with charms and amulets ready against what dreadful birth might be from the king's enchantments, of the blasting of the Iron Tower, and the storming of the hold in pitch darkness, of the lords of Witchland murthered at the feast, and naught left at last of the power and pomp and terror that was Witchland, save dying embers of a funeral fire, and voices wailing in the wind before the dawn. When he had done, the Queen said, as if talking in a dream, "Surely it may be said of these kings and lords of Witchland dead, these wretched eminent things leave no more fame behind them than should one fall in a frost and leave his print in snow. As soon as the sun shines, it ever melts, both form and matter." With those words spoken, dropped silence again like a pall athwart that banquet table, more tristful than before, and full of heaviness. On a sudden Lord Brandock de Har stood up, unbuckling from his shoulder his golden baldric set with apricot-coloured sapphires and diamonds and fire opals that imaged thunderbolts. He threw it before him on the table with his sword, clattering among the cups. "O Queen Sophonisba," said he, "thou hast spoken a fit funeral dirge for our glory as for Witchland's. This sword Zeldornius gave me. I bear it at Crothering's side against Corineus, when I threw him out of Demonland. I bear it at Melikafkaz. I bear it in the last great fight in Witchland. Thou wilt say it brought me good luck and victory in battle, but it brought not to me, as to Zeldornius, this last best luck of all, that earth should gape for me when my great deeds were ended." The Queen looked at him amazed, marvelling to see him so much moved that she had known until now so lazy mocking and so debonair. But the other lords of Witchland stood up, and flung down their jewelled swords on the table beside Lord Brandock de Har's, And Lord Just spake and said, We may well cast down our swords as a last offering on Witchland's grave, for now must they rust. Seamanship and all high arts of war must wither, and now that our great enemies are dead and gone, we that were lords of all the world must turn shepherds and hunters, lest we become mere mountebanks and fops, fit fellows for the chambering Bestrians or the Red Foliot. O Queen Sophonisba, and you, my brethren and my friends, that are come to keep my birthday with me tomorrow in Gaeling, what make ye in holiday attire? Weep ye rather, and weep again, and clothe you all in black, thinking that our mightiest feats of arms, and the high southing of the bright star of our magnificence, should bring us unto timeless ruin. Thinking that we, that fought but for fighting's sake, have in the end fought so well we never may fight more, unless it should be in fratricidal rage each against each, and ere that should betide, may earth close over us and our memory perish. Mightily moved was the Queen to behold such a violent sorrow, albeit she could not comprehend the roots and reason of it. Her voice shook a little as she said, My Lord Just, my Lord Brandok Dahar, and you other lords of Demonland, it was little in mine expectation to find in you such a passion of sour discontent, for I came to rejoice with you, and strangely it soundeth in mine ear to hear you mourn and lament your worst enemies, that so great hazard of your lives and all you held dear struck down by you at last. I am but a maid and young in years, albeit my memory goeth back 200 springs, and ill it befitteth me to counsel great lords and men of war. Yet strange it seemeth if there be not peaceful enjoyment and noble deeds of peace for you all your days, who are young and noble and lords of all the world, and rich in every treasure and high gifts of learning, and the fairest country in the world for your dear native land. And if your swords must not rust, ye may bear them against the uncivil races of Impland and other distant countries to bring them to subjection. But Lord Goldry Bluscar laughed bitterly. O Queen, he cried, shall the correction of feeble savages content these swords, which have warred against the house of Gorice, and against all his chosen captains, that upheld the great power of Carse, and the glory and the fear thereof? And Spitfire said, What joy shall we have of soft beds and delicate meats, and all the delights that be in many mountain demonland, if we must be stingless drones, with no action to sharpen our appetite for ease? All were silent a while. Then the Lord Just spake, saying, O Queen Sophonisba, hast thou looked ever on a showery day in spring, upon the rainbow flung across earth and sky, and marked how all things of earth beyond it, trees, mountain-sides and rivers and fields and woods and homes of men, are transfigured by the colours that are in the bow? Yes, she said, and oft desired to reach them. We, said Just, have flown beyond the rainbow, and there we found no fabled land of heart's desire, but wet rain and wind only, and the cold mountainside, and our hearts are a-cold because of it. The Queen said, How old art thou, my Lord Just, that thou speakest as an old man might speak? He answered, I shall be 33 years old tomorrow, and that is young by the reckoning of men. None of us be old, and my brethren and Lord Brandok Dahar younger than I. Yet as old men may we now look forth on our lives, since the goodness thereof is gone by for us. And he said, Thou, O Queen, canst scarcely know our grief, for to thee the blessed gods gave thy heart's desire, youth for ever, and peace. Would they might give us our good gift, that should be youth for ever, and war, and unwaning strength and skill in arms. Would they might but give us our great enemies alive and whole again, for better it were we should run hazard again of utter destruction, than thus live out our lives like cattle fattening for the slaughter, or like silly garden plants. The Queen's eyes were large with wonder. Thou couldst wish it? She said. Just answered and said, The true saying it is that a grave is a rotten foundation. If thou shouldst proclaim to me at this instant the great king alive again, and sitting again in Carse, bidding us to the dread arbitrament of war, thou shouldst quickly see I told thee truth. While Just spake, the Queen turned her gaze from one to another round the board. In every eye, when he spoke of Carse, she saw the lightning of the joy of battle, as of life returning to men held in a deadly trance. And when he had done, she saw in every eye the light go out. Like gods they seemed, in the glory of their youth and pride, seated about that table, but sad and tragical, like gods exiled from wide heaven. None spake, and the Queen cast down her eyes, sitting as if wrapped in thought. Then the Lord Just rose to his feet and said, O Queen Sophonisba, forgive us that our private sorrows should make us so forgetful of our hospitality, as weary our guest with a mirthless feast. But think 'tis because we know thee our dear friend, we use not too much ceremony. Tomorrow we will be merry with thee, whate'er betide thereafter." So they bade good night. But as they went out into the garden under the stars, the queen took Jus aside privately and said to him, "My lord, since thou and my lord Brandock de Har came first of mortal men into Costra Bellorn, and fulfilled the weird according to preordainment, this only hath been my desire, to further you, and to enhance you, and to obtain for you what you would, so far as in me lieth. Though I be but a weak maid, yet hath it seemed good to the blessed gods to show kindness unto me. One holy prayer may work things we scarce dream of. Wilt thou that I pray to them tonight?" "Alas, dear queen," said he, "shall those estranged and divided ashes unite again? Who shall turn back the flood tide of unalterable necessity?" But she said, "Thou hast crystals and perspectives can show thee things afar off. I pray bring them, and row me in thy boat up to Moonmere Head, that we may land there about midnight. And let my lord Brandock de Har come with us, and thy brothers. But let none else know of it, for that were but to mock them with a false dawn, if it should prove at last to be according to thy wisdom, O my lord, and not according to my prayers." So the Lord just did according to the word of that fair queen, and they rowed her up the lake by moonlight. None spake, and the queen sat apart in the bows of the boat, in earnest supplication to the blessed gods. When they were come to the head of the lake, they went ashore on a little spit of silver sand. The April night was above them, mild with moonlight. The shadows of the fells rose inky black, and beyond imagination huge against the sky. The queen kneeled a while in silence on the cold ground, and those lords of Demonland stood together in silence watching her. In a while she raised her eyes to heaven, and behold, between the two main peaks of the scarf, a meteor crept slowly out of darkness and across the night sky, leaving a trail of silver fire, and silently departed into darkness. They watched, and another came, and yet another, until the western sky above the mountain was ablaze with them. From 2 points of heaven they came, one betwixt the 4 claws of the lion, and one in the dark sign of Cancer. And they that came from the lion were sparkling like the white fires of Regal or Altair, and they that came from the crab were haughty red, like the lustre of Antares. The lords of Demonland, leaning on their swords, watched these portents for a long while in silence. Then the travelling meteors ceased, and the steadfast stars shone lonely and serene. A soft breeze stirred among the alders and willows by the lake. The lapping waters lapping the shingly shore made a quiet tune. A nightingale in a coppice on a little hill sang so passionate sweet it seemed some spirit singing. As in a trance they stood and listened, until that singing ended, and a hush fell on water and wood and lawn. Then all the east blazed up for an instant with sheet lightnings, and thunder growled from the east beyond the sea. The thunder took form so that music was in the heavens, filling earth and sky as with trumpets calling to battle, first high, then low, then shuddering down to silence. Jus and Brandock de Har knew it for that great call to battle, which had preluded the music in that dark night without her palace in Costra Bellorn, when first they stood before her portal divine. The great call went again through earth and air, sounding defiance, and in its train new voices, groping in darkness, rising to passionate lament, hovering and dying away on the wind, till naught remained but a roll of muffled thunder, long, low, quiet, big with menace. The queen turned to Lord Jus. Surely her eyes were like 2 stars shining in the gloom. She said in a drowned voice, "Thy perspectives, my lord." So the Lord Jus made a fire of certain spices and herbs, and smoke rose in a thick cloud full of fiery sparks, with a sweet sharp smell. And he said, "Not we, O my lady, lest our desires cheat our senses, but look thou in my perspectives through the smoke, and say unto us what thou shalt behold in the east beyond the unharvested sea." The queen looked, and she said, "I behold a harbour town, and a sluggish river coming down to the harbour, through a mere set about with mud-flats, and a great waste of fen stretching inland from the sea. Inland by the riverside I behold a great bluff standing above the fens, and walls about the bluff, as it were a citadel, and the bluff and the walled hold perched thereon are black like old night, and like throned iniquity sitting in the place of power, darkening the desolation of that fen." Just said, "Are the walls thrown down? Or is not the great round tower southwestward thrown down in ruin athwart the walls?" She said, "All is whole and sound as the walls of thine own castle, my lord." Just said, "Turn the crystal, O queen, that thou mayest see within the walls if any persons be therein, and tell us their shape and seeming." The queen was silent for a space, gazing earnestly in the crystal. Then she said, "I see a banquet hall, with walls of dark green jasper speckled with red, and a massy cornice borne up by giants three-headed, carved in black serpentine, and each giant is bowed beneath the weight of a huge crabfish. The hall is seven-sided. 2 long tables there be, and a cross-bench. There be iron braziers in the midst of the hall, and flamboys burning in silver stands, and revellers quaffing at the long tables. Some dark young men, black of brow and great of jaw, most soldier-like, brothers mayhap. Another with them, ruddy of countenance and kindlier to look on, with long brown mustachios. Another that weareth a brazen byrnie and sea-green kirtle, an old man he, with sparse grey whiskers and flabby cheeks, fat and unwieldy, not a comely old man to look upon." She ceased speaking, and just said, "Whom thou seest else in the banquet hall, O Queen?" She said, "The flare of the flamboys hideth the cross-bench. I will turn the crystal again. Now I behold 2 diverting themselves with dice at the table before the cross-bench. One is well-looking enough, well-knit, of a noble port, with curly brown hair and beard, and keen eyes like a sailor. The other seemeth younger in years, younger than any of you, my lords. He is smooth-shaved, of a fresh complexion and fair curling hair, and his brow is wreathed with a festal garland. A most big, broad, strong, and seemly young man. Yet is there a somewhat maketh me ill at ease beholding him, and for all his fair countenance and royal bearing, he seemeth displeasing in mine eyes. There is a damosel there, too, watching them while they play. Showily dressed she is, and hath some beauty. Yet scarce can I commend her." And, ill at ease on a sudden, the queen suddenly put down the crystal. The eye of Lord Brandok twinkled, but he kept silence. Lord Just said, "More I entreat thee, O Queen, ere the reek be gone and the vision fade. If this be all within the banquet hall, seest thou naught without?" Queen Sophonisba looked again, and in a while said, "There is a terrace facing to the west under the inner wall of that fortress of old night, and walking on it in the torchlight a man crowned like a king. Very tall he is, lean of body and long of limb. He weareth a black doublet, bedizened o'er with diamonds, and his crown is in the figure of a crabfish, and the jewels thereof outface the sun in splendour. But scarce may I mark his apparel for looking on the face of him, which is more terrible than the face of any man that ever I saw. And the whole aspect of the man is full of darkness, and power, and terror, and stern command, that spirits from below earth must tremble at and do his bidding." Just said, "Heaven forfend that this should prove but a sweet and golden dream, and we wake tomorrow to find it flown." "There walketh with him," said the queen, "in intimate converse, as of a servant talking to his lord, one with a long black beard curly as the sheep's wool, and glossy as the raven's wing. Pale he is as the moon in daylight hours, slender, with fine-cut features and great dark eyes, and his nose hooked like a reaping hook, gentle-looking and melancholy-looking, yet noble." Lord Brandok said, "Seest thou none, O Queen, in the lodgings that be in the eastern gallery above the inner court of the palace?" The Queen answered, "I see a lofty bedchamber hung with arras. It is dark, save for 2 branching candlesticks of light burning before a great mirror. I see a lady standing before the mirror, crowned with a queen's crown of purple amethysts on her deep hair, that hath the colour of the tipmost tongues of a flame. A man cometh through the door behind her, parting the heavy hangings left and right. A big man he is, and looketh like a king, in his great wolf-skin mantle, and his kirtle of russet velvet with ornaments of gold. His bald head set about with grizzled curls, and his bushy beard flecked with grey, speak him something past his prime. But the light of youth burns in his eager eyes, and the vigour of youth is in his tread. She turneth to greet him. Tall she is, and young she is, and beautiful, and proud-faced, and sweet-faced, and most gallant-hearted too, and merry of heart too, if her looks belie her not." Queen Sophonisba covered her eyes, saying, "My lords, I see no more. The crystal curdles within like foam in a whirlpool under a high force in rainy weather. Mine eyes grow sore with watching. Let us row back, for the night is far spent and I am weary." But Just stayed her and said, "Let me dream yet a while. The double pillar of the world, that member thereof which we, blind instruments of inscrutable heaven, did shatter, restored again. From this time forth to maintain, I and he, his and mine, ageless and deathless for ever our high contention, whether he or we should be great masters of all the earth. If this be but phantoms, O Queen, thou'st ticed us to the very heart of bitterness. This we could have missed, unseen and unimagined, but not now. Yet how were it possible the gods should relent and the years return? But the Queen spake, and her voice was like the falling shades of evening, pulsing with hidden splendour, as of a sense of wakening starlight alive behind the fading blue. This king, she said, in the wickedness of his impious pride, did wear on his thumb the likeness of that worm Ouroboros, as much as to say his kingdom should never end. Yet was he, when the appointed hour did come, thundered down into the depths of hell. And if now he be raised again, and his days continue, 'tis not for his virtue but for your sake, my lords, whom the almighty gods do love. Therefore, I pray you, possess your hearts a while with humility before the most high gods, and speak no unprofitable words. Let us row back. Dawn came golden-fingered, but the lords of Demonland lay a longer bed after their watch in the night. About the 3rd hour before noon, the presence was filled in the high presence chamber, and the 3 brethren sat upon their thrones, as 4 years ago they sat, between the golden hippogriffs, and beside them were thrones set for Queen Sophonisba and Lord Brandok-Dahar. All else of beauty and splendour in Galen Castle had the Queen beheld, but not till now this presence chamber, and much she marvelled at its matchless beauties and rarities, the hangings and the carvings on the walls, the fair pictures, the lamps of moonstone and escarbuncle self-effulgent, the monsters on the 24 pillars carved in precious stones so great that 2 men might scarce circle them with their arms, and the constellations burning in that firmament of lapis lazuli below the golden canopy. And when they drank unto Lord Just the cup of glory to be, wishing him long years and joy and greatness for evermore, the Queen took a little zither, and saying, O my lord, I will sing a sonnet to thee, and to you, my lords, and to sea-girt Demonland. So saying, she smote the strings, and sang in that crystal voice of hers, so true and delicate, that all that were in that hall were ravished by its beauty. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely, and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed. And every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe, or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. When she had done, Lord Just rose up very nobly and kissed her hand, saying, O Queen Sophonisba, fosterling of the gods, shame us not with praises that be too high for mortal men. For well thou knowest what thing alone might bring us content, and 'tis not to be thought that that which was seen at Moonmere Head last night was very truth indeed, but rather the dream of a night vision. But Queen Sophonisba answered and said, My Lord Just, blaspheme not the bounty of the blessed gods, lest they be angry and withdraw it, who have granted unto you of Demonland from this day forth youth everlasting and unwaning strength and skill in arms and— But hark, she said, for a trumpet sounded at the gate, 3 strident blasts. At the sound of that trumpet blown, the Lords Goldry and Spitfire sprang from their seats, clapping hand to sword. Lord Just stood like a stag at gaze. Lord Brandok-Dahar sat still in his golden chair, scarce changing his pose of easeful grace, but all his frame seemed alight with action near to birth, as the active principle of light pulses and grows in the sky at sunrise. He looked at the Queen, his eyes filled with a wild surmise. A serving-man, obedient to Just's nod, hastened from the chamber. No sound was there in that high presence chamber in Galing, till in a minute's space the serving-man returned with startled countenance, and, bowing before Lord Just, said, Lord, it is an ambassador from Witchland and his train. He craveth present audience. End of chapter 33. End of the worm Ouroboros.